This audiobook contains 92 censored sentences and 274 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. You don't need a reason. Just accept that my answer is no. Something shifted in Celeste's eyes. That's not good enough. Excuse me? I said that's not good enough. She stepped closer, and the temperature around us dropped several degrees. Her aspect responding to her emotions. I didn't ask to transfer to Onyx House. I didn't ask to be rescued. I didn't ask for any of this. But I'm here now, and I'm trying to do my job. Your job is to survive. Hard to do that if you keep walking into gates that might be traps. Silence. Celeste stared at me, her periwinkle eyes widening slightly as the implications of my words sank in. You think someone will try again? I think someone already tried once. I think they failed because of circumstances they didn't anticipate. I held her gaze. And I think whoever planned that little surprise in the Necropolis isn't the type to give up after one setback. So your solution is to keep me locked in the dormitory? To never let me enter another gate? Her voice rose slightly, frustration bleeding through the ice. I'm a hunter, Satori. This is what I trained for. What I'm supposed to become. What you're supposed to become doesn't matter if you're dead. Then come with us. I stopped. Celeste pressed forward, sensing the opening. If you're so concerned about my safety, then accompany the team. Not as a primary combatant. Just as. She searched for the right word. Apporter. Backup. Someone to watch our backs while we handle the main objectives. Apporter. She wanted to play pack mule for her gate run. The request was ridiculous. Insulting even. I was the leader of the top-ranked guild in the academy. I didn't do porter duty. But Celeste was watching me with those analytical eyes, and I could see her brain working behind them. She de-studied me, figured out my weaknesses, knew that my paranoia about her safety meant I couldn't just refuse without offering an alternative. Smart girl. Too smart for her own good. If I come, I said slowly, I'm not there to carry your loot. I'm there as insurance. If things go sideways, you follow my orders. Agreed. And Emmy stays with Alpha Team. Chapter 358. A key to the kingdom. Celeste's jaw tightened. That defeats the purpose. We need a healer. Take Monica. Monica is... She paused, reconsidering whatever she'd been about to say. Monica's combat experience is limited, and her aspect, while powerful, requires time to establish proper control over an unfamiliar environment, which is exactly why she needs field experience. I crossed my arms, settling into negotiation mode. Monica controlled an entire dungeon's worth of hostile vegetation in the Arboretum. She's got more raw potential than half the Sentinels combined. What she lacks is confidence. And putting her in a stressful situation will help with that. Putting her in a stressful situation with competent backup will help with that. I nodded toward the training field, where Monica had appeared at some point during our conversation. She stood near the greenhouse, Ferdinand's pot tucked under one arm, her honey blonde hair catching the fading light. She needs to see herself succeed, needs to build the muscle memory of winning instead of being used as a shield. Celeste followed my gaze. Something softened in her expression. You actually care about her development. I care about having useful assets. Monica is currently a diamond covered in mud. I intend to clean her off. Fine. Celeste nodded, accepting the compromise. Monica joining. You as backup. We depart at 0900 tomorrow. One more condition. Her eyebrow arched. You're certainly demanding. I want to see the gate briefing. Full details. Threat assessment. Environmental factors. Monster spawn predictions. Everything the VHC sent you. That's classified. Then declassify it. I stepped closer, lower my voice. Someone with high-level clearance planted an A-rank killer in your last training dungeon. If there's another hidden threat waiting, I want to see it coming before we walk in a trigger. Celeste held my gaze for a long moment. The dying sunlight cast shadows across her face, making her look older. Harder. You really believe someone in the VHC is trying to kill me? I believe someone with access to VHC security protocols is trying to kill you. Whether they're inside the organization or just have friends there, I don't know yet. I paused, weighing how much to share, but I intend to find out. Why? The question caught me off guard. What? Why do you care? Celeste's voice had gone quiet, drained of its royal polish. Just a girl asking a question she'd probably been carrying since the necropolis. You saved my life. You offer my friend sanctuary when her own team abandoned her. Now you're talking about VHC conspiracies and going out of your way to protect me from threats I didn't even know existed. She studied my face like I was a puzzle she couldn't solve. What do you want from me, Satoru Nakano? What do I want? I want answers about my father. I want to know why the VHC sent assassins when he got too close to the truth. I want to understand what game the gods are playing and how to flip the board before they sacrifice me for their entertainment. And you, princess, are my key to the kingdom. But I couldn't say any of that. Not yet. Not until I understood how much she knew and how much she could be trusted. So I gave her a different truth instead. One that was just as real, if not quite as complete. I want to build something that lasts. The words came easier than I expected. Not just a guild. Not just a team. Something that survives whatever comes next. And you're a part of that, whether you like it or not. Celeste absorbed this in silence. The sun had nearly disappeared now, leaving us in the purple twilight of early evening. That's a very politician answer. I learned from the best. A ghost of a smile crossed her face. My sister would appreciate that. Your sister would dissect me the moment she suspected I was a threat to her precious order. But sure, let us pretend we're all friends here. The briefing, I reminded her. Send it to my datapad tonight. I want time to analyze it before we depart. I'll have Noah drop it off within the hour. Celeste started to turn away, then paused. Satori? Yeah? Thank you. For not treating me like I'm made of glass. She looked over her shoulder, and for just a moment, I saw the girl beneath the princess. The one who never had a choice about who she was supposed to become. Everyone else acts like I'll shatter if they breathe too hard. It's exhausting. You're not glass, I told her. You're ice. There's a difference. Her smile widened slightly. Genuine this time. And what is the difference? Ice can break, but it can also freeze everything around it. Depends on how you use it. I watched her walk away across the darkened training field, her white hair gleaming in the first starlight. A princess with a target on her back, and no idea how many crosshairs were aimed at her heart. Know thy enemy. The quest pulsed in the corner of my vision, patient and persistent. Celeste Vance represented the key to everything I needed. Information about the VHC, access to classified archives, a window into her sister's carefully constructed web of control. And now she was asking me to walk into another gate with her, to put myself between her and whatever dangers waited in the dark. It was either the smartest move I'd made since arriving in this world, or the beginning of a spectacular disaster. Knowing my luck, probably both. I turned back toward Onyx House, where lights had started flickering on in windows. Natalia would be waiting, and Emmy, and Skylar, lurking in whatever shadow she'd claimed for the evening. My court of beautiful, dangerous women, each one a complication I couldn't afford and couldn't resist. Tomorrow I'd play porter for an ice princess in a dungeon that might be a trap. Tonight, I had other problems to manage. The gardener watches. The message I'd deleted still burned in my memory. Someone knew something. Someone was playing games I hadn't figured out yet. Just another day in paradise. Chapter 359. Two plans for tomorrow. The ceiling of my room had become intimately familiar over the past hour. Every crack, every imperfection in the paint, every shadow cast by the dim lamp on my nightstand. I'd memorized them all while Natalia lay close beside me, her breath warm near my barato, her fingers resting lightly on the blanket beside me. "You're thinking too loud," she murmured. Didn't realize thinking made noise. It does when you do it. She shifted, propping herself up on one elbow to look down at me. Her purple hair fell in messy waves around her face, the white streaks from the necropolis catching the lamplight. "What's bothering you?" I let out a breath. The gate briefing sat on my datapad across the room. The screen dark, but the information burning in my brain like an itch I couldn't scratch. Team Gamma's deployment tomorrow. Me playing porter for Celeste and her crew. Monica S. first real test since the Arboretum. A C-rank standard gate. Open concept layout. Balanced ecosystem. Single boss entity. Simple. Clean. Straightforward. So why do my gut keep screaming that something was wrong? The gate tomorrow, I admitted. Something feels off. Natalia S. fingers paused their exploration. Off how? Can't pin it down. The briefing looks clean. Threat assessment is standard. Environmental factors are within normal parameters. I bravado my eyes with my free hand. But after the necropolis, you're paranoid. Paranoid keeps people alive. She hummed in agreement. True, but paranoid also keeps people awake when they should be resting. Hard to rest when my brain won't shut up. Natalia leaned over me, her focus shifting as she settled close in the low light. Her eyes glittered with that mix of amusement and intensity that always preceded something either wonderful or terrifying. Usually both. Then let me help you deal with it, she whispered, and leaned down and rested her forehead against mine. Then pulled back to look at me seriously. Ned? She let out a long breath. I'm serious. The gate could be another Barado. So handle it. She pulled back just enough to meet my gaze, her expression softening into something almost gentle. You're the strongest person in this guild, Satori. Probably in this entire academy. Whatever's waiting in that dungeon, you'll crush it. I snorted. Flattery now? Statement of fact. Her smile turned wicked. Centurado means limited cover, long sightlines stretching across the entire arena. Perfect territory for range fighters like Celeste, but absolute Barado for anyone trying to set up ambushes or execute stealth maneuvers. She nodded, leaning closer to examine the map more closely. She leaned close to whisper, her voice low and urgent. What else does your precious briefing say? Balanced ecosystem. Mixed monster types spread throughout the dungeon levels. Nothing too specialized or exotic basic slimes, some skeletal constructs. Maybe a few feral beasts. Textbook gate spawn variety pack. Boring, she whispered dismissively. What about the boss? Anything interesting there? Unknown specific entity. The briefing just says there's a single commanding presence, an estimated B-rank threat with C-rank minions providing Barado. I tightened my grip on her arm instinctively as she picked up her pace, making coherent thought increasingly difficult. Standard stuff for what's supposed to be a controlled training environment. Nothing that should give Celeste's team any real trouble. Then why are you so worried? Her violet eyes locked with mine, seeing through my attempts at nonchalance. If everything looks this mundane on paper? Good question. The briefing really was clean. No red flags. No anomalies in the spawn predictions or environmental data. Just a textbook C-rank gate that should pose minimal challenge to a team with Celeste's firepower. Because it's too clean, I realized. After what happened in the necropolis, I expected the VHC to be more cautious. More thorough. But this briefing reads like they're not even considering the possibility of another incident. Natalia stopped moving. Her eyes sharpened, that brilliant tactical mind engaging despite the charged atmosphere. You think they're being careless? Or you think they're being deliberate? I think whoever planted that A-rank monster in our last dungeon had access to high-level security protocols. And I think the fact that this briefing looks so normal might be the point. Hide in plain sight, she murmured. Centurado, she looked at me with renewed determination, her resolve stronger than ever. And I'll make sure you're properly motivated. Motivated how? By reminding you exactly what you're coming home to. She reached out and took my hand in hers with a warm, familiar smile that spoke volumes about our deep connection and shared history. A warm feeling came over me as she drew closer, step by step, until we were finally together. I let out a deep sound from my Barado as we connected, the experience around me deeply moving in a powerful and meaningful way. The feeling of accomplishment when our goals aligned sent a sense of relief through my entire being. This is still distraction I managed. This is stress relief. She completed the challenge with determined effort, causing us both to pause and catch our breath. There's a difference. Hard to argue with that logic. Centurado, I ran my fingers through her hair, working out a tangle near the ends. She asked my key to the VHCS inner circle. Her sister controls half the hunter world. If I want answers about my father, about any of it, I need access. And you think protecting her will earn that access. I think protecting her will earn her trust. Trust leads to information. Information leads to answers. I paused. Plus, someone really is trying to kill her. And letting that happen would be strategically stupid. Natalia lifted her head to look at me, her purple eyes unreadable in the darkness. You always have a plan. Always. And what is your plan for Monica? You're dragging her into this too. Monica needs field experience. Real combat, real stakes, real consequences. The Arboretum awakened something in her, but she is still scared of her own power. Tomorrow S-Gate is a chance for her to prove to herself that she is not the weak little shield Julian tried to make her. Tactical and altruistic. How very you? I grinned. I contain multitudes. She smacked my chest lightly, then settled back against me with a sigh. Just come back in one piece. Cinceredo, and pressed a kiss to my shoulder. Outside my window, the stars wheeled overhead in their eternal dance. Somewhere on this campus, Celeste was probably reviewing the same briefing I dememorized, preparing for a gate that might be a trap. Somewhere else, Monica was probably talking to her plants, building courage she didn't know she already possessed. Sleep, Natalia murmured softly. Whatever's coming, you can't fight it exhausted. She was right. She usually was. I closed my eyes and let the warmth of her presence chase away the cold edge of paranoia. Tomorrow would bring answers. Or death. Chapter 360. Each battle worthy, I woke up at dawn with a familiar weight on my chest. Natalia sprawled across me, like an octopus claiming its territory. Her breathing came soft and even, her face relaxed in sleep in a way it never was when she was conscious. She looked almost innocent. Almost. Cinceredo, the gate expedition wasn't scheduled to depart until 9, but I needed time to prep. 6 hours on a transport with Team Gamma, then straight into what might be a trap disguised as a routine dungeon run. Fun times. I showered quickly. Cinceredo, not just physically. Everything had changed since the system had chosen me as its host. Everything. I dressed in Layers Dar jeans first, pulling them up over the sleek, form-fitting black bodysuit that would serve as my first line of defense if things went sideways. A gray t-shirt came next, soft and worn enough to move freely in combat, followed by my black hoodie. The hood-esque shadow was useful for hiding expressions I didn't want read. It was practical clothing for dungeon diving that still maintained the carefully cultivated aesthetic I spent months perfecting. The perpetual I don't give a Barado slouch of a delinquent hood seen too much. The bat came next. I secured it in its custom harness across my back, the familiar weight settling between my Barado blades like an old friend. The weapon had become an extension of my fighting style. On my belt, I clipped 3 emergency health potions in reinforced loops, their red liquid catching the early morning light. A basic utility knife went on my right hip, and a small tactical pack containing rations and water bottles was slung over one shoulder. It was Boy Scout level preparedness for what should, by all rights, be a glorified milk run. But milk runs had a nasty way of turning into complete disasters when someone with money and a grudge was actively trying to engineer your team members' deaths. Better to be overprepared and look paranoid than underprepared and dead. By the time I made it downstairs, the common area of Onyx House was stirring to life with the chaotic energy of 18-year-olds forced awake too early on a Saturday. The acrid smell of burning toast mixed with cheap, overbrewed coffee filled the air. Someone had clearly sacrificed breakfast to the kitchen gods and lost spectacularly. Raphael was already pacing near the front door like a caged tiger denied its morning meal, all coiled muscle and barely restrained energy beneath his sleeveless black shirt. His amber eyes tracked every movement in the room with sharp focus. Pupils slightly dilated, a sure sign he'd already activated his aspect to warm up the energy reserves. The guy was a walking powder keg on a good day. Before a dungeon run, He was practically vibrating. "Good morning, brother." Jamie boomed when he spotted me. His smile was blinding, even at this ungodly hour. "Are you ready for glorious battle?" "It's a C-rank gate," I reminded him. "Not the apocalypse. Every battle is worthy of our fullest passion." He flexed dramatically, veins popping on his forearms. As the idol goddess Sakura Hoshino says in track 3 of her second album, "Your heart is a muscle, flex it." "Oh my God, shut up," Raphael growled, turning to glare at Jamie. "It's too early for this nonsense. There is never an inappropriate time for enthusiasm." "Both of you shut up," one interrupted, appearing at the barato of the stairs looking like death warmed over. His hair stuck up at odd angles, dark circles underlined his eyes, and he clutched a travel mug of coffee like it contained the elixir of life. "Some of us were up until 3 tracking spawn patterns." Jamie immediately rushed over, concern etched on his face. "Brother Juan, you dishonor your temple with such poor rest habits. May I suggest my protein shake recipe? It contains raw eggs, creatine, and collagen." Juan stared at him blankly. "Touch my coffee and die." I left them to their bickering and headed to the kitchen. Celeste sat at the small table, perfectly composed even at this hour, her silver-white hair falling in an immaculate curtain around her shoulders. She wore practical combat gear in shades of blue and silver, though somehow she made it look like haute couture. Noah stood behind her chair, blonde hair pulled back in a severe ponytail, scanning the room with keen alertness. Monica hovered awkwardly by the counter, clutching a potted plant that definitely wasn't the fern she usually carried. This one had copper-colored leaves that shimmered with an unnatural light, a souvenir from the arboretum. "You brought a plant?" I observed, grabbing an apple from the fruit bowl. "To a gate." Monica's amber eyes flickered up to meet mine, then quickly away. "Ferdinand is staying home today. This is Copernicus. He helped me focus. You named your plants. You named your bat." She countered, then immediately looked horrified at her own boldness. I grinned. "Touché." Celeste Esperado curved in the ghost of smile. "The transporter will be here in 20 minutes. Everyone should finalize their gear checks." "I did mine last night." One mumbled, slumping into a chair. "Twice." "No way," Raphael called from the doorway. "You were snoring in the common room by 10. I can prep in my sleep. That explains a lot about your combat stats. The usual pre-mission chaos." I tuned it out, my mind already racing ahead to what might be waiting for us in the gate. The briefing had been clean too clean. Standard spawn patterns, balanced monster ecosystem, single boss entity. Everything by the book, which was exactly why I didn't trust it. Chapter 361. The bait and the target. The transport rumbled beneath us, eating up miles of countryside as we headed toward the gate's site after hitting the mainland. 6 hours trapped in a metal box with 5 other people was exactly as fun as it sounded. I sat near the back, giving me a clear view of everyone. Monica and Celeste had ended up together, heads bent over a datapad as Celeste quietly explained something about gate navigation protocols. Noah stood in the aisle beside them, her eyes constantly scanning for threats despite the fact that we were in a secure transport on a VHC patrol highway. Talk about paranoia. Then again, someone had tried to murder her charge, so maybe it was justified. Juan stirred as the transport hit a particularly rough patch of road, his eyes blinking open with the reluctant awareness of someone who would rather stay unconscious. He glanced around, oriented himself, then sighed dramatically when he caught me watching him. "What a drag," he muttered. I slid into the seat across from him. "Sleep well?" I was, until the road decided to try and break my spine. He yawned, stretching his arms above his head. "What do you want?" "Status report." His eyes sharpened slightly. "Now, unless you prefer to give it in front of everyone." One glanced around the transport, then shrugged. "Fine. Short version. Nothing suspicious. I've been watching Vance like you asked. She's clean." "You're sure?" "As sure as I can be without literally living in her pocket." He lowered his voice. "Look, I've tracked her movements, monitored her communications. Nothing raises red flags. She spends most of her time with Noah or Monica, occasionally meets with some high-level VHC officials that are probably her sister spies, and studies like her life depends on it. That's it? What were you expecting? Secret midnight meetings with masked assassins? Suspicious packages delivered by unmarked drones? He shook his head. Celeste Vance is exactly what she appears to be. The VHC president's perfectly crafted little sister. If she's involved in whatever happened at the necropolis, she's hiding it better than anyone I've ever seen. I frowned, watching Celeste as she patiently corrected something on Monica's datapad. She looked the picture of innocence, pale, perfect, poised. What about Noah? I asked. The bodyguard? Juan considered this. Devoted to Vance. Almost fanatically so. But nothing in her behavior suggests she's working against her charge. The opposite, actually. I've seen her check Celeste's food for poison twice. That's extreme. That's the VHC security protocol for high-value assets. He shrugged. Look, I don't think anyone's dumb enough to try anything against Serafina's baby sister again. Whoever planted that A-rank monster in the necropolis has to know they're on borrowed time. The president isn't exactly known for her mercy. He had a point. Serafina Vance was rumored to have disappeared political rivals for less than an assassination attempt on her sister. Still, something felt off. You don't look convinced, one observed. Just thinking. About? What if Celeste wasn't the target? One raised an eyebrow. You mean the monster was after someone else in that dungeon? Like who? You? I hadn't considered that possibility, but now that he mentioned it, maybe. I shook my head. Or maybe it was meant to look like an attack on Celeste to cover for something else. Man, your brain is a scary place. One slouched further in his seat. This whole thing is such a drag. We should be back at the dorm, sleeping through classes like normal people, not chasing conspiracies and fighting monsters. You can always transfer to a different guild. Too much work. He closed his eyes. Besides, where else would I get such quality entertainment? He gestured vaguely toward the front of the transport, where Jamie was now demonstrating proper squat form to a thoroughly unimpressed Raphael. I left Juan to his nap and moved back to my original seat, my thoughts churning. If one couldn't find any evidence linking Celeste or Noah to the Necropolis incident, then either they weren't involved or they were better at covering their tracks than I'd given them credit for. The transport hit another bump, jostling everyone. Monica's plant Copernicus glowed a bit brighter in response to her startled grip. Celeste placed a steadying hand on Monica's arm, and I watched the botanical controller relax slightly. I glanced out the window, watching the landscape roll by. We'd left the urban sprawl behind hours ago, passing through farmland and forests on our way to the gate site. According to the map, we were about an hour out from our destination, a remote area that had been cleared and cordoned off by VHC security forces when the gate appeared 3 days ago. Standard procedure. The VHC didn't like civilians getting too close to active gates. Bad for PR when people got eaten. I closed my eyes, trying to quiet the persistent sense of unease gnawing in my gut. Everything about this mission looked textbook. A C-rank gate with a balanced monster ecosystem and a single boss entity. A qualified team with the firepower to handle anything the dungeon could throw at us. Clear extraction protocols and emergency beacons in case something went sideways. So why couldn't I shake the feeling that we were walking into a trap? Maybe it was just paranoia. Maybe the necropolis had gotten into my head more than I wanted to admit. Or maybe I'd learned that in this world, coincidences usually came with teeth. The transport jolted again, and I opened my eyes to find Noah standing over me, her expression unreadable. Nakano, she said, her voice clipped and formal. Lady Celeste requests your input on the entry formation. I raised an eyebrow. I'm just a porter, remember? Team Gamma is her show. She insists. I sighed and stood up, making my way to where Celeste sat with her datapad. The screen showed a 3D model of what was presumably our target gate, a swirling vortex of energy suspended between two ancient-looking stone pillars. You wanted me? I asked. Celeste looked up, her periwinkle eyes cool and assessing. Given your concerns about potential irregularities, I thought you might have opinions about our initial approach. Translation. She knew I thought this might be a trap and wanted to use my paranoia to her advantage. Smart Girl. Chapter 362. Welcome to the Blackgate Standard Stagger Diamond, I said, taking the seat across from her. Raphael and Jamie on point since they are heavy hitters. Juan in the middle with you for tactical oversight and range support. Noah at the rear to watch for flankers. I paused. Monica stays with me at all times. And where will you be in this formation? Celeste asked. Wherever I need to be. She smiled slightly. That's not very specific. I'm not a very specific guy. Monica glanced between us, her fingers nervously stroking the copper leaves of her plant. What if something goes wrong? Like in a necropolis? The question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken fear. None of us had forgotten what happened in that dungeon, the twisted cathedral, the A-rank horror that nearly killed us all, the desperate fight to escape. Nothing will go wrong, Celeste said with calm certainty. But if it does, I added, meeting Monica's eyes, you stay behind me. Your job is support, not frontline combat. I'm not weak, Monica whispered, the copper leaves of her plant shimmering brighter as her fingers tightened around the pot. No, I agreed. You're not. But you are valuable, which means I need you alive. Her eyes widened slightly. Then she nodded, a hint of steel entering her gaze. Understood. The transport began to slow, and through the windows, I could see VHC security barricades ahead. We'd arrived at the gate site. Jamie immediately jumped to his feet, flexing dramatically. At last, the field of honor awaits us. Sit down before I knock you down, Raphael growled, though there was less heat in it than usual. Pre-mission jitters affected everyone differently. Jamie got louder, Raphael got angrier, and Juan looked at me from across the transport, his expression unusually serious for once. Something's wrong, he mouthed silently. My blood went cold. Juan's tactical instincts were rarely off. The transport came to a complete stop, and the driver's voice crackled over the intercom. Onyx Hounds, Team Gamma, plus observers, we have arrived at Gate Site 7C. VHC security forces report stable conditions, with gate activation occurring approximately 3 hours ago. You are cleared for entry at your discretion. Good hunting. Celeste stood, her posture perfect, her expression serene. Let us go. As we filed out of the transport, the afternoon sun beat down on us from a cloudless sky. The gate site spread out before us, a flat, cleared area surrounding a massive, shimmering tear in reality that hung suspended between two ancient stone pillars. It looked exactly like the briefing had described. Textbook. Perfect. Too perfect. The back of my neck prickled with warning. One stepped up beside me, his voice low. The stone pillars. They weren't in the report. He was right. The briefing had mentioned a standard manifestation zone, flat terrain, no distinguishing features. Nothing about ancient stone structures or anything that might alter the gate's properties. Eyes open, I murmured to him. Something's not right here. A VHC officer approached, datapad in hand. Team Gamma, I'll need verification before you proceed to the gate. As Celeste stepped forward to handle the administrative details, I scanned our surroundings. VHC security forces maintained a perimeter about 100 meters out, their attention focused outward, protecting against civilian intrusion rather than monitoring the gate itself. Standard procedure. But something about those stone pillars kept drawing my attention. They looked old, ancient even, weathered by centuries of exposure. Symbols carved into their surfaces that I couldn't quite make out from this distance. Nakano. Celeste's voice pulled me from my thoughts. We're cleared for entry. Are you coming? I nodded, adjusting the bat on my back. Right behind you. As Team Gamma assembled in their formation, I caught Monica's eye and gestured for her to stay close. Her plant glowed brighter in her hands, as if sensing the danger ahead. Maybe it knew something we didn't. The gate pulsed before us, a swirling vortex of energy that distorted the air like heat waves rising from asphalt. Through its shimmering surface, I could just make out the blurry outline of what waited on the other side, a landscape of some kind. Ready? Celeste asked, her voice steady. No, none of us were ready. Not for what might be waiting on the other side. Not for the possibility that someone had tampered with this gate, just like they had with the necropolis. But we stepped toward anyway. The gate's surface rippled like water as we passed through, the familiar vertigo washing over me in nauseating waves. My vision blurred, reality shifting and re-establishing itself around us as we emerged on the other side. What on earth? I heard Raphael mutter behind me. I blinked rapidly, trying to make sense of what we were seeing. This wasn't the balanced ecosystem described in the briefing. Not even close. We stood on the shore of an impossibly vast lake, its surface mirror smooth and the deepest shade of indigo I'd ever seen. Twin moons hung in a twilight sky that couldn't decide if it was dusk or dawn, casting everything in a surreal purple glow. Massive trees with luminescent silver bark dotted the shoreline, their branches heavy with glowing fruit that pulsed in synchronized rhythm. "This isn't in the report," Celeste said, her voice unnervingly calm despite the situation. "Obviously not," Juan muttered, already pulling out his datapad to scan our surroundings. "This environment is completely anomalous." Monica clutched Copernicus tighter, and I noticed the copper leaves were now vibrating, almost humming with energy. "The plants here," she whispered. "They're singing." I turned a slow circle, taking in our surroundings. "Jamie, Raphael, establish a perimeter. Noah, watch our six. Monica, stay with me." Something was very wrong. The briefing had described as standard dungeon layout corridors, chambers, the usual hunting grounds. This was an open environment, a vast oasis under perpetual twilight. Beautiful in a way that made my skin crawl. Beautiful things and gates usually killed you fastest. "We're leaving," I announced. "Right now." "But we just got here," Jamie protested. I ignored him, turning back toward the gate. "This doesn't match the briefing. We need to regroup, get new intel before proceeding." I stepped toward the shimmering portal and walked straight into solid air. I staggered back, stunned. My hand reached out cautiously, finding what felt like an invisible wall where the gate's entrance should be. "What is it?" Celeste asked. I tried again, pressing both hands against the barrier. Nothing. No give. No way back. "It's closed," I said, cold realization spreading through my veins. "We can't exit." "That's impossible," one snapped. "Gates don't seal from the inside unless it's a black gate," I finished. The words hung in the twilight air like a death sentence. Black gates. Anomalous. Unpredictable. Lethal. And we were trapped inside one. Chapter 363. The Three Truths of Being Screwed Black Gates. The words rattled around in my skull like a pinball, bouncing off every worst-case scenario I'd ever imagined. I'd read the Academy briefings, watched the documentaries, heard the horror stories from retired hunters who drank too much and talked too little about the things they'd seen. Black gates were the cosmic joke nobody laughed at. Regular gates followed rules. You went in, killed the boss, walked out a hero. Maybe grabbed some loot on the way. Simple. Clean. The kind of straightforward violence I could appreciate. Black gates? They made their own rules. And the first rule was always the same. You don't leave until the gate says you can leave. I pressed my hands against the invisible barrier again, pushing harder this time. Nothing. It was like trying to punch through a brick wall made of pure screw you. The shimmering portal that should have been our exit just flickered mockingly, its surface now displaying that telltale darkness that gave black gates their name. "Okay," I muttered to myself. Okay. My brain shifted into crisis mode, pulling up every scrap of information I'd ever absorbed about these nightmare scenarios. Black gates operated on three certainties. Three absolute truths that nobody argued with because the people who tried to argue were dead. First, threat escalation. Whatever rank the gate had been classified as before it went black, you could safely assume it had jumped at least 2 full tiers. This C-rank training exercise we'd been expecting now was A rank at minimum, possibly higher. The monsters inside wouldn't be the balanced ecosystem of manageable threats described in our briefing. They'd be nightmares wearing the skins of those manageable threats. Second, time dilation. This one hurt to think about. One day inside a black gate equaled approximately 4 hours in the outside world. We'd been in here for maybe 5 minutes, which meant I did the math quickly. Barely any time had passed outside. Nobody was coming to rescue us. Nobody even knew we were in trouble yet. Third, the exit condition. Blackgate stayed sealed until one of two things happened. Either the boss died, or the gate experienced a break and vomited its contents into the real world. Given that a gate break from something this powerful would probably flatten whatever poor city happened to be nearby, I was really hoping for option one. I ran the numbers again. The briefing said this gate had manifested 3 days ago. It had been stable for about 60 hours before we entered. Gates typically had a 7 to 10-day window before critical pressure buildup, but with the time dilation factored in, we had roughly a month of subjective time to find and kill whatever boss lurked in this nightmare wonderland before reality decided to catastrophically disagree with our continued existence. Nell, I whispered, reaching for the familiar presence in the back of my mind. Nell, I need a tactical assessment. Enemy threat levels, environmental hazards, anything you've got. Silence. That was wrong. Nell always responded. Even when I was being annoying, which was often, she'd at least make some sarcastic comment about my life choices. Nell? Nothing. No voice. No floating windows. No snarky commentary about how I managed to walk into yet another death trap. I tried to pull up my status screen, the familiar mental command that should have summoned a cascade of information about my abilities and stats. Static. The interface flickered into existence for half a second, just long enough for me to see my basic numbers. Then it dissolved into interference patterns that made my eyes water. Apollo? I tried, reaching for the other cosmic freeloader hood set up shop in my consciousness. Hey, sun god, this would be a great time for one of your dramatic entrances. More silence. Shoot. Whatever was jamming my system, it was comprehensive. I was cut off from Nell, from Apollo, from the gotcha shop that had been my secret weapon. All I had were my baseline abilities and whatever I could remember from before the interference hit. Satori? Celeste's voice cut through my internal crisis. I turned to find everyone staring at me. One had gone pale, his data pad hanging limply in his hand. Raphael's fists were clenched so tight I could see veins bulging in his forearms. Jamie had stopped flexing, which was genuinely alarming. Monica clutched her plant like a lifeline. The copper leaves now pulsing with an erratic light that matched her heartbeat. And Noah had positioned herself between Celeste and the rest of the world, her entire body coiled like a spring waiting to snap. Tell me that wasn't what I think it was, Juan said. His voice came out too high, too fast. Tell me you didn't just say Blackgate. I wish I could. But the briefing said C rank. Standard layout. Balanced ecosystem. Juan's words tumbled over each other. This is supposed to be a training run. We're not equipped for whatever this is. Juan, I kept my voice level. Breathe. Don T tell me to breathe. He spun in a wild circle, taking in the alien landscape around us. We're trapped in a dimensional anomaly with no extraction protocol and no backup. And the monsters in here are going to be a rank minimum, which means we're all going to die. We're not going to die. You don't know that. You can't know that. The statistical survival rate for unprepared teams in Blackgate scenarios is less than 12%. Raphael grabbed Juan by the collar and yanked him close. Shut up. Get your hands off me, you muscle-brained, explosive, idiotic. Both of you. Stop. Celeste's voice cracked like a whip. She stepped forward, her composure holding together through what looked like sheer force of will. Fighting among ourselves accomplishes nothing. Nothing accomplishes anything when we're dead. Juan. I grabbed his shoulders and shook him once hard. Look at me. His eyes were wild, darting everywhere. Classic panic response. His genius brain was running through every possible scenario and finding death at the end of each one. Look at me. He finally focused, his breathing ragged. How long do we have? What? You said you were up until 3 tracking spawn patterns. You know more about gate mechanics than anyone here. So tell me, how long do we have to kill the boss before this thing breaks? The question forced his mind into a different track. I could see it happen, the transition from panic to calculation. His mouth opened and closed a few times before words came out. The gate manifested 64 hours ago. with standard pressure buildup rates and accounting for time dilation inside a Blackgate environment. He swallowed hard. 29 days. Give or take 18 hours. 29 days, I repeated. That's almost a month. A lot can happen in a month. A lot of bad things. Also a lot of good things. Like us finding the boss and killing it dead. Chapter 364. The arborist's lonely garden. Jamie stepped forward, his usual bombast somewhat muted. The young analyst speaks of despair. But I say we face this challenge with the fury of 1,000 suns. Sakura Hoshino herself once declared that true warriors find their strength not in victory, but in the defiance of defeat. Please stop, Raphael growled. What? It's relevant. Nothing you say is ever relevant. Monica's voice cut through their bickering, small but steady. The plants here, they're not hostile. Everyone turned to look at her. What? I asked. She lifted Copernicus slightly, and I noticed the copper leaves had stopped their erratic pulsing. They now swayed in rhythm with the silver-barked trees around us. They're curious, Monica continued. They've never seen anything like Copernicus before. The fusion of botanical and mechanical, it fascinates them. She closed her eyes, and a faint glow spread from her fingertips into the pot. They're willing to talk, to share what they know about this place. Can they tell us where the boss is? I asked. I could try to ask. Noah moved closer to Celeste, her hand resting on the hidden blade in her sleeve. We should establish a defensive position first. This location is too exposed. Agreed. I looked around, scanning the tree line. The luminescent fruit on those silver trees pulsed in that synchronized rhythm, almost like a heartbeat, or a warning signal. Those trees, can we use them for cover? Monica nodded slowly. They're friendly isn't the right word, but they're not afraid of us. They might let us shelter among them while I try to communicate with the larger network. Then that's our first objective. I turn to face the group fully. 1. I need you to map everything you can about this environment. Use your aspect if you have to. Every rock, every tree, every shadow that moves wrong. My aspect gives me perception, not omniscience, he muttered, but some of the panic had left his voice. Having a task helped. Raphael, Jamie, you're on perimeter security. Anything comes at us, you put it down hard. Finally, Raphael snarled, cracking his knuckles. With honor. Jamie added, because of course he did. Celeste, Noah, stay with Monica. She's our only way to understand this place, which makes her our most valuable asset right now. Celeste nodded, and I saw something like respect flicker in her eyes. What about you? I'm going to figure out why half my brain isn't working. That got confused looks from everyone, but I didn't elaborate. They didn't need to know about Nell or Apollo or the system that was currently giving me the silent treatment. They just needed to know that I was on it. We moved toward the tree line in a loose formation. The silver bark of the nearest tree was warm to the touch when I brushed my fingers against it. And up close, I could see the luminescent fruit more clearly. They looked almost like apples, if apples were made of pure light and pulsed with what might have been a heartbeat. Don't eat those, I said to no one in particular. Was he planning on it? One replied. Once we were among the trees, the atmosphere changed. The open vulnerability of a lakeshore gave way to something almost protective. The silver branches overhead filtered the twin moon's light into dappled patterns across the ground, and the synchronized pulsing of the fruit created a rhythm that was almost soothing. Almost. Monica knelt on the ground, pressing her palm flat against the earth. Copernicus sat beside her, its leaves now fully synchronized with the trees around us. Her eyes closed, and that familiar glow spread from her skin into the soil. The rest of us formed a loose circle around her, weapons ready, nerves frayed. I tried reaching for Nell again. Up a little. Anything. Just static. Just the interference pattern that blocked everything beyond my basic status. But wait. My basic status was still visible. That meant the system itself hadn't been completely shut down. Something was jamming the signal, preventing the more complex functions from operating. Like a radio tuned to the wrong frequency. I focused harder, pushing past the static. somewhere beneath all that interference. I could almost hear the danger, watching. The fragments hit my consciousness like broken glass. Nell's voice, maybe, or something pretending to be Nell's voice. I couldn't tell, and that uncertainty sent a chill through me. I made contact, Monica whispered. I snapped my attention back to her. Her eyes were still closed, but tears were streaming down her cheeks. Monica? What is it? They're so lonely, she breathed. They've been here for so long. Centuries. Millennia. They remember a time before the gate, before the dimensional walls hardened. They were part of a garden once. Someone else's garden. Whose garden? Her eyes opened, and for a moment, I saw something ancient looking out through them. Something vast and impossibly old that regarded me with an emotion I couldn't name. It was just Monica again, blinking away tears. They call it the arborist, she said, the one who planted them, the one who tends this place. Her voice dropped to a whisper, the one who has been waiting for new seeds. A chill ran down my spine. The boss? I think so. But Satori. She looked up at me, and the fear in her eyes was raw and honest. They're scared of it. The plants, the trees, the entire ecosystem of this place. They're all terrified of the arborist. Then we find it, I said, pushing down my own fear. And we kill it. You don't understand. Monica shook her head slowly. They've seen others try. Hunters from different worlds, trapped just like we are. Teams with S-rank members. Legendary fighters with decades of experience. What happened to them? She didn't answer. She didn't have to. The synchronized pulsing of the fruit around us seemed to slow, each beat heavier than the last. Like a countdown. Like a funeral march. 29 days. 29 days to kill something that had been eating S-rank hunters for centuries. Somewhere in the distance, across the mirror-smooth lake, something howled. Chapter 365. My Lady's picnic basket. I held up my hand for silence as Monica's revelation landed like a lead weight in my stomach. S-rank hunters getting turned into plant food wasn't exactly the pep talk our team needed right now. Let us focus on what we know, I said, taking control before one could start calculating our death probabilities again. We're trapped in a black gate with limited supplies, unknown threats, and approximately 29 days to find and kill something that apparently eats S-rank hunters for breakfast. You have such a way with words, Celeste said, her voice flat as ice. It's part of my charm. Raphael prowled the perimeter of our little silver tree sanctuary, his combat boots crunching on something that looked like sand but glittered like crushed diamonds. He suddenly stopped, crouching down to examine the ground. Hey, you guys, he called out. Come look at this. Your social skills continue to astound me, one muttered, but we all moved toward him anyway. Raphael pointed at a series of depressions in the sand. They formed a line that led from the tree down to the shoreline of that impossibly vast indigo lake. Each depression was about the size of a dinner plate and maybe 6 inches deep. Something has been burrowing, he said, poking at one of the depressions with a stick. Recently, too, the edges haven't collapsed yet. Fantastic, because what every trap team needs is the threat of something erupting from the ground beneath their feet. I was starting to think this gate was custom designed to hit all my personal nightmares. Jamie, I called out. What do you think? Any idea what made these? Jamie knelt beside one of the depressions, his massive frame casting a shadow over the glittering sand. For once, he didn't immediately launch into a speech about the glory of battle or Sakura Hoshino's teachings on the art of war. Instead, he studied the depression with surprising focus. Whatever it was, it's big, he said finally, and it moves in a pattern. He pointed at the spacing between the depressions. See? Regular intervals. Like it's counting its steps. That was actually helpful. And vaguely terrifying. Monica, I said, turning to our resident plant whisperer. Can your new friends tell us anything about what might be making these? Monica closed her eyes again, her fingers gently stroking Copernicus' leaves. After a moment, she frowned. They call them harvesters. They come up from under the sand to collect. I think they mean dead things. Fallen fruit? Anything organic that drops to the ground. Her frown deepened. The trees don't like them. They're not part of the original ecosystem. The arborist brought them in to keep the garden clean. Glorified trash collectors, Raphael scoffed. I can handle those. Don't get cocky, I warned. In a Blackgate, even the janitors can probably tear your face off. Raphael flipped me off, but I could tell he took the warning seriously. Say what you will about his attitude. At least he wasn't suicidal. We should establish camp before nightfall, Noah said, scanning the horizon. The twin moons provide considerable light, but visibility will still be reduced. I nodded. Good call. Let us move a bit deeper into the trees, away from these tracks. We retreated about 50 meters into the silver forest, finding a small clearing where the trees formed a natural canopy overhead. Their luminescent fruit provided a soft, pulsing light that was almost comforting. Almost. Status check, I said once we desettled. What are we working with in terms of supplies? Juan sat cross-legged on the ground, already pulling up inventory lists on his datapad. Standard combat kits for everyone. First aid, emergency beacons that are probably useless in here, flashlights, basic tools. Food and water? A silence fell over the group. I brought energy bars, I admitted. Maybe enough for 2 days if we ration carefully. Water for about the same. I have 3 days' worth of rations, Jamie said, patting his pack. A warrior must fuel his temple adequately. Raphael rolled his eyes. 1 day for me. Wasn't planning on an extended vacation. 2 days' worth, Juan said quietly, his voice barely above a murmur. All eyes swiveled toward Noah and Celeste. Noah's expression remained precisely neutral, as if this were any other routine inspection, as she carefully unzipped her tactical backpack. The woman proceeded to extract a series of vacuum-sealed packages with methodical efficiency, each one labeled and organized with military precision. 7 days of complete nutritional supplements for Lady Celeste, she announced in her characteristic formal tone, arranging each package in perfectly straight rows on the ground before her. 7 days' supply of water purification tablets. 1 portable filtration system capable of processing up to 5 liters per hour. Backup meal replacement bars. Centuredo, her brow creasing with visible confusion. I'm simply providing a comprehensive inventory of our available supplies, Lady Celeste. This is standard protocol for any extended operation in hostile territory. You packed all of that exclusively for me? Celeste asked, her voice small and clearly mortified by the spotlight suddenly focused on her and her bodyguard's extensive preparations. Of course, your nutritional requirements and continued well-being are my primary operational concern, Noah replied matter-of-factly. Wonderful, I said, already running the mental calculations and coming up with numbers I didn't particularly enjoy. If we pool all our resources together and establish strict rationing protocols, we might be able to stretch what we have for approximately 1 week. Maybe push it to 10 days if we're extremely disciplined about portions. And if we're very, very lucky, I thought, but didn't add. No point mentioning the 29-day deadline looming over our heads just yet. What about the fruit growing on these trees? Jamie asked, tilting his head back to gaze up at the glowing, faintly pulsating orbs that hung from the silver branches above us. They did look remarkably similar to oversized apples, their bioluminescence casting dancing shadows across his curious features. Absolutely not, I said, my voice taking on a hard edge of finality. Basic Gate survival rule number 1. You don't consume anything you discover growing inside a dungeon unless you're actively interested in experiencing what it's like to mutate into something with far too many appendages. But the trees are communicating that their fruit is completely safe for consumption, Monica offered tentatively, her gentle voice tinged with uncertainty. They genuinely want to assist us in surviving here. I turned to look at her skeptically, one eyebrow raised. And you're willing to stake our lives on the word of sentient vegetation that existed inside this nightmare dimension for who knows how long? They have no logical motivation to deceive us, she said with that same simple, almost childlike sincerity that seemed to define her worldview. The arborist cultivated them and planted them throughout this realm Yes, but they don't serve its will willingly. They're prisoners themselves, trapped here, just as we are now, confined to their roots and forced to witness everything that happens in their domain. In their own way, they understand what it means to be helpless. I sighed. We'll keep it as a last resort. For now, let us stick with what we brought. Chapter 366. Watch rotation for World S. In Noah handed out 100-calorie nutrition bars to everyone. They were small, brown rectangles that tasted like cardboard mixed with artificial chocolate. I chewed mine slowly, knowing it might be one of the better meals we'd have for a while. Celeste nibbled at hers delicately, looking embarrassed at the special treatment Noah had arranged for her. We should take inventory of our combat capabilities as well, she suggested, clearly trying to change the subject. I chewed thoughtfully on my cardboard-flavored nutrition bar as I surveyed our ragtag collection of hunters. Good idea, I agreed, swallowing the last tasteless crumb. 1. Your aspect lets you charge and throw objects as explosives, right? Juan nodded lazily, his fingers dancing through a mesmerizing shuffle with his deck of cards. The cards flowed like water between his hands, a nervous habit that betrayed his boredom. Kinetic Ace. I can turn pretty much anything into a projectile bomb. The smaller the object, the quicker it charges. These cards? He flashed one between his fingers. They charge in seconds. Raphael? He glared at me with open hostility, arms crossed over his chest. Kinetic overcharge. He grunted, the words dragged reluctantly from his throat. I absorb kinetic energy from movement and impacts, then release it in explosive bursts. The more I move, the more power I store up. Simple enough, even for you to understand. Jamie? Star Chain. He thundered with such sudden volume that several of us flinched. He rose to his feet in one fluid motion, striking a bodybuilder pose that strained his uniform to its limits. Each consecutive hit I land becomes exponentially stronger than the last. A true test of warrior spirit, technique, and passion. Celeste pressed her fingertips to her temple. Inside voice, please, she said with a pained expression. Jamie dropped immediately to a theatrical whisper, bowing deeply. Apologies, Ice Princess. My enthusiasm for combat knows no volume control. The fire in my soul burns too bright. I fought back and I roll and turned toward Monica. And you can communicate with plants. Can you control them too, like you did back in the Arboretum? Monica's delicate fingers stroked the strange plant creature in her lap, its copper leaves pulsing with gentle light at her touch. Yes, but her eyes drifted around the strange forest surrounding us. It's different here. These plants aren't mechanical hybrids. They're pure botanical life forms, but they're older somehow, more aware, more willful. I can ask them for help, but I can't simply take control like I could before. They have to agree. Celeste? She straightened her posture, the picture of aristocratic poise, even sitting on the ground in our strange, glowing clearing. Glacial Serenade, she replied with polished formality. Advanced cryokinesis with high-precision control capabilities. I can create complex ice constructs, freeze ambient moisture in the air, and temporarily seal other aspects by flash freezing their energy pathways. And Noah? Kinetic weave. Noah stated with military terseness, her amber eyes never ceasing their vigilant scan of our surroundings. I can channel kinetic energy into any non-metallic fabric I touch, altering its molecular properties to harden or sharpen it as needed for combat situations. I nodded, taking mental inventory of our collective firepower before turning to the empty space beside me. And I have thermal incision. I can create focused heat along a cutting plane. As we talked, the light began to change. The perpetual twilight darkened ever so slightly, and the twin moons rose higher in the sky, their silver-blue light streaming through the canopy of trees. The luminescent fruit pulsed more vigorously now, as if responding to the night. We should establish a watch rotation, Noah suggested, already scanning the perimeter. 2-hour shifts, 2 people per shift. I'll take first watch with Raphael, I volunteered. He was volatile, but at least he wouldn't fall asleep on the job. Noah nodded. Then Lady Celeste, and I will take second watch. Juan and I shall stand vigilant for the third, Jamie declared. Monica, you rest, I told her. We'll need you at full strength to communicate with the plans tomorrow. She nodded gratefully, curling up beside Copernicus. The others settled in as well, finding relatively comfortable spots on the glittering sand. Noah arranged a small pad for Celeste to lie on, fussing over her like a mother hen until Celeste gently shooed her away. Raphael and I took up positions on opposite sides of our makeshift camp, our backs to the group. The twin moons cast everything in an eerie silver-blue light, making the forest look like something from a fever dream, beautiful and deadly. The minutes stretched into an hour. The only sounds are the soft breathing of our sleeping teammates and the occasional rustle of silver leaves overhead. You think we're getting out of here? Raphael asked suddenly, his voice unusually quiet. I glanced at him. His amber eyes practically glowed in the moonlight. Yeah, I said with more confidence than I felt. We're getting out. He snorted. No way. But I appreciate the lie. We lapsed into silence again. I kept scanning the treeline, looking for any movement. The glittering sand sparkled under the moonlight, almost hypnotic in its beauty. A soft groan came from behind me. I turned to see one shifting in his sleep, his face contorted in what looked like discomfort. The lazy guy better not be having a nightmare, Raphael muttered. Juan's eyes suddenly flew open, wide with panic. He scrambled backward, away from where had been lying. Movement, he hissed. In the sand. Under us. Everyone was awake instantly, weapons ready. I grabbed my bat and stood, trying to spot whatever had spooked Juan. The glittering sand around us rippled slightly, like the surface of water disturbed by a gentle breeze. Then it stilled again. I felt it, Juan insisted. Something else under there. Everyone up, I ordered. Back to back. Now. The team formed a tight circle, weapons pointed outward. The twin moons blazed overhead, bathing everything in that silver-blue light. The forest had gone completely silent. Even the pulsing of the luminescent fruit seemed to have paused. The sand rippled again, more violently this time. A depression formed about 10 feet from our position. Then another, and another. The depressions formed a circle around us. Whatever was down there, it had us surrounded. I tightened my grip on my bat and waited for the sand to explode. Chapter 367. Heat is the answer. The sand exploded around us like geysers, sending glittering particles raining down on our heads. From each eruption emerged what I can only describe as the love child of a crab and a nightmare. 10-foot monstrosities burst from beneath the surface, their chitinous shells gleaming with the same silvery blue iridescence as the sand. 8 spindly legs supported Barado the size of compact cars, topped with clusters of beady eyes that glowed like molten gold in the moonlight. Well, Barado, I muttered, readjusting my grip on my bat. Harvesters, Monica whispered, clutching Copernicus Barado. The trees warned us about them. They're surrounding us, one said, his voice unnaturally calm now that his fears had materialized. 9 of them. The crabs clicked their massive pincers, each snap sounding like a car door being slammed. A thick, mucus-like substance dripped from their mandibles, sizzling when it hit the sand. Acid. Because of course it was acid. Form a defensive line, I ordered. Raphael and Jamie up front. 1, give them support. Celeste, you're our artillery. Noah, keep her safe. Monica, can you talk to these things? Monica shook her head, face pale in the moonlight. They're not plants. They're hungry. As if responding to her assessment, the nearest harvester lunged forward with surprising speed, its pincer snapping toward Raphael's head. Raphael didn't dodge. He stepped into it, meeting the attack head-on. The pincer clamped around his arm, but he grinned like a madman as his aspect activated. The kinetic energy from the crushing attack flowed into him, his body glowing with absorbed power. My turn, he snarled, slamming his free fist into the creature's carapace. The impact released all his stored energy at once. The harvester's shell cracked with a sound like thunder, sending it flying backward into its brethren. It scrambled to right itself, legs working frantically in the air. Consecutive blows. Jamie roared, launching himself toward another harvester. His first punch barely dented its shell. The second left a small crack. By his fifth strike, delivered with the speed of a machine gun, the shell began to splinter, and his seventh punch punched clean through, sending blue ichor spraying across the sand. Raphael, Jamie, don't separate, I shouted as two more harvesters skittered toward them. Juan fanned out his deck of cards between his fingers, a look of intense concentration on his face as they began to glow with stored energy. With a flick of his wrist, 3 cards shot toward the approaching creatures, exploding on impact. The blasts weren't strong enough to penetrate their shells, but disoriented them long enough for Raphael to engage. Another harvester circled around, heading straight for Monica. Celeste stepped forward, raising her hands in a graceful, dance-like motion. The moisture in the air crystallized instantly, forming jagged spears of ice that launched toward the creature. They impaled its legs, pinning it to the ground as it thrashed wildly. "Lady Celeste, behind you," Noah shouted, her hands sweeping across her uniform jacket. The fabric hardened instantly into something like steel, deflecting a pincer that would have taken Celeste's head off. In the same motion, Noah twisted, the edge of her sleeve now sharp as a razor, slicing through one of the creature's eyes. I hefted my bat and charged the nearest harvester, ducking under its snapping pincers. My thermal incision activated, creating a superheated cutting edge along my bat. I swung upward, the heat blade slicing through its softer underbelly. Blue ichor sprayed out, steaming where it hit my weapon. "They're trying to separate us," I yelled as the creature's movements became more coordinated. "Stay together." One harvester skittered sideways with unnatural speed, its legs a blur as it maneuvered behind us. Another feinted toward Raphael, then changed direction at the last second, heading for Juan instead. 6 o'clock, Juan shouted, dropping to one knee and sending a volley of charged cards at the creature behind us. The explosions barely slowed it down. Raphael was already engaged with 2 harvesters, his body glowing brighter with each blow he absorbed. Jamie had tackled another, his consecutive hits getting stronger as he pummeled its shell. A pincer caught me from the side, sending me flying through the air. I slammed into a tree trunk, the impact knocking the wind out of me. Stumbling to my feet, I saw that our formation had broken. The harvesters had succeeded in splitting us up. "Regroup," I shouted, but 2 more creatures blocked my path back to the others. Celeste stood alone, surrounded by 3 harvesters. Her hands moved in complex patterns, ice forming around her in beautiful, deadly designs. A wall of frost bravado from the ground, pushing back one attacker, while icicles rained down on another. The third lunged forward, only to be met by Noah, who appeared seemingly out of nowhere, her uniform sleeves now rigid spears that struck the creature down. "Monica!" I shouted, spotting her cornered against a tree. Copernicus clutched to her chest. A harvester advanced on her, its pincers snapping hungrily. I couldn't reach her in time. The creature lunged. The ground beneath the harvester suddenly erupted with silver vines, wrapping around its legs and pincers. More plants burst forth, enveloping the creature in a cocoon of writhing vegetation. Monica stood with one hand pressed against a silver tree behind her, her eyes glowing with the same light as the luminescent fruit overhead. The plants were responding to her after all. Taking advantage of the moment, I activated thermal incision again and leapt onto one of the harvesters blocking my path. I drove my bat down hard, the heat blade slicing through its shell like butter. The creature shrieked, a high-pitched sound that made my teeth ache. "Juan, status report," I yelled as I rolled away from the second harvester's counterattack. "We're in trouble," he called back, flinging another card that exploded against the creature's pincer. "These things regenerate." He was right. The harvester ID just struck down was already moving again, the wound in its shell closing before my eyes. The one Jamie had punched through was back on its feet, the hole in its carapace shrinking visibly. "We need a new plan," I shouted, dodging another pincer swipe. Raphael unleashed a massive burst of stored energy, the shockwave knocking back 3 harvesters at once. The display of power left him momentarily drained, staggering on his feet. "Jamie, catch!" I yelled, tossing my bat toward him. He snatched it out of the air with one hand. "Hit them with everything you've got." Understanding dawned on his face. Jamie's aspect made each consecutive hit stronger, and my bat with thermal incision active would multiply that damage. The ultimate combo technique, Jamie bellowed, his face splitting into a manic grin. He sprinted toward the nearest harvester, the heated bat raised high. His first swing left a scorch mark on the shell. His second cracked it. His third smashed through entirely, the bat's heat blade cauterizing the wound as it went, preventing regeneration. "It's working," Celeste called out, creating a bridge of ice that carried her over the creatures to reach Monica. "The heat stops their healing factor." "Juan," I shouted, "can you charge the cards hotter?" He nodded, already concentrating on his remaining deck. The card began to glow red-hot between his fingers. "Noah, get to Raphael and cover him while he recharges." She moved like a shadow, her fabric-hardened uniform deflecting attacks as she cut a path to Raphael's position. "Celeste, Monica, can you two do something about the sand?" I called out. "They keep coming from below." Monica nodded, kneeling to place both hands on the ground. Celeste mimicked her posture, pressing her palms to the glittering sand. Ice began spreading outward from Celeste's touch, while silver-green energy pulsed from Monica's fingers into the earth. The sand hardened into a crust of ice and interlocked roots, creating a solid platform beneath our feet. The harvesters still above ground shrieked in what sounded like anger, while their hidden brethren were now trapped below. "Now we've got a fighting chance," I said, charging toward the nearest creature. Chapter 368. 10-foot gardening shears. 1's superheated cards flew past me, exploding against the harvester's face in bursts of flame. The creature reeled back, its eyes sizzling from the heat. I slid beneath it, grabbing a broken branch from the ground. It wasn't my bat, but it would have to do. I channeled thermal incision through it and stabbed upward into the soft underside of the creature. The branch caught fire from the heat, but not before piercing deep into the harvester's body. The creature collapsed, its legs curling inward like a dead spider. "They don't regenerate if you cook them from the inside out," I shouted to the others. Jamie was a blur of motion, my bat in his hands, leaving trails of heat through the air as he pummeled another harvester into submission. Each strike grew stronger than the last, until he finally crushed through its shell entirely, the bat emerging from the other side covered in steaming blue ichor. "Number 8 falls to the mighty Jamie Devalle," he crowed, spinning to face the next opponent. Raphael had recovered enough to rejoin the fight. He tackled a harvester head-on, absorbing the kinetic energy from its attacks before unleashing it in a focused blast that flipped the creature onto its back. Before it could right itself, Noah was there, her sharpened uniform sleeves cutting across the creature's exposed underbelly. "Juan, the big one." I pointed to the largest harvester, which had held back from a fight until now. It was nearly twice the size of the others, its shell marked with what looked like battle scars. Juan nodded, gathering his remaining cards into a tight fan. They glowed white-hot in his hand as he charged them with more energy than I'd ever seen him use. With a flick of his wrist, the entire deck flew toward the massive harvester, spreading into a perfect arc that converged on its face. The explosion was blinding. Heat washed over us in a wave that singed my eyebrows. When the light faded, the giant harvester still stood, its shell blackened but intact. "Oh, come on, Juan Gruanev." The creature reared up on its hind legs, revealing a glowing blue sac beneath its body. The sac pulsed once, twice, and then a stream of bioluminescent acid sprayed toward us. "Get down," I shouted, diving for cover. Celeste thrust both hands forward. A wall of ice materialized before us. Catching the spray, the acid ate through the ice almost instantly, but it bought us precious seconds to scatter. "We need to hit it from underneath," I called out as the creature charged toward us, moving faster than anything that size had a right to. "I got this." Raphael yelled, stepping directly into its path. The harvester bravado into him with overwhelming bravado. But instead of being crushed, Raphael lit up like a human light bulb, his bravado absorbing the massive kinetic impact. His eyes glowed with stored energy as he bravado onto the creature's pincers, preventing it from retreating. Jamie, now! Raphael shouted through gritted teeth. Jamie sprinted forward, the heated bat raised high. He slid beneath the creature, using Raphael as hold to keep it from escaping, and unleashed a flurry of blows against its underside. Each hit landed with increasing force, the heat blade cauterizing as it went. The giant harvester shrieked, its legs thrashing wildly. It managed to catch Jamie with one pincer, flinging him away like a rag doll. He crashed into a tree, the bat flying from his grip. Bravado! I dashed toward the fallen bat, but the harvester was faster, moving to block my path. Monica! The trees! I shouted. Can I help us? Monica, still kneeling on the ground with Celeste, nodded frantically. The silver trees around us trembled, their branches bending unnaturally. Luminescent fruit dropped from above, landing with surprising weight on the harvester's shell. Where they broke open, the glowing pulp seemed to burn through the creature's carapace like acid. The fruit, Monica called out. The trees say it's poisonous to the harvesters. Celeste immediately understood. With a sweeping gesture, she created a gust of freezing wind that shook the trees violently. Fruit rained down, pelting the giant harvester from all sides. The creature thrashed in apparent agony as the fruit pulp ate through its shell. Raphael, still holding its pincers, roared with effort as he channeled all his stored energy into a final, devastating attack. The creature's front legs buckled from the force. I spotted my bat lying in the sand nearby and lunged for it. The wood was charred from Jamie's use, but the heat blade activated as soon as my fingers closed around the grip. With a running start, I leapt on a harvester's back, raised the bat high, and drove it down with all my strength into the crack Raphael had created in its shell. The heat blade sliced through the weakened carapace, sinking deep into whatever passed for the creature's brain. Blue ichor erupted from the wound, steaming where it touched my bat. The harvester shuddered once, twice, and then collapsed, its legs splaying outward as it fell. For a moment, the clearing was silent except for our heavy breathing. Is it dead? Monica asked shakily. Juan poked the creature with a stick. Considering it's not getting back up, I'd say yes. Everyone check for injuries, I ordered, pulling my bat free from the creature's head with a wet sound. Jamie's hurt, Noah reported, kneeling beside him. A red line trickled from a cut on his forehead, but he was already struggling to sit up. Just a scratch, he insisted, though his voice lacked its usual volume. Nothing can keep the mighty Jamie de Valle down for long. Anyone else? I asked, scanning the group. Raphael had burns on his hand from channeling so much energy. Celeste seemed unharmed, thanks largely to Noah's protection. Monica looked exhausted but uninjured. One had a dislocated shoulder that Noah set with quick, brutal efficiency that made him curse creatively in 3 languages. I took stock of myself. Bruised ribs again. A cut on my arm I hadn't noticed during the fight. Nothing life-threatening. We should move, I said, looking around at the crab corpses. These things might have friends. The trees say there are more harvesters deeper in the forest, Monica confirmed. They're drawn to movement and sound. Then we find somewhere quiet and defensible, I decided. And next time, we'll be ready for them. As we gathered our scattered belongings, I glanced at the massive harvester carcass. Something bothered me about these creatures. They were coordinated, intelligent in their attack patterns. Not the mindless monsters usually found in gates. Monica, I called softly, asked the trees who controls the harvesters. She placed her hand against a silver trunk, her eyes closing in concentration. When they opened again, they were wide with fear. The arborist, she whispered. The trees say these are just as gardening tools. I looked at the 10-foot monster we barely managed to kill, then back at Monica's frightened face. If these are the tools, I asked, when the world is the gardener. Chapter 369. The Princess Ice Road, I stared at the harvester corpses scattered across our makeshift battlefield. Blue ichors slowly seeped into the glittering sand, creating puddles that looked like tiny, toxic lagoons in the moonlight. We need to move, I said, turning to face the rest of our battered group. These giant crab monsters might have friends, and I'm not in the mood for a family reunion. One was already scanning our surroundings, his data pad out despite his dislocated barato. Sand's unstable everywhere, he muttered, eyes never leaving the screen. Those harvester things have tunneled underneath this entire area. How far? I asked. He shrugged, then winced at the pain. Can't tell. The readings keep shifting. It's like the sand itself is alive. Great. Monster crabs below, murder plants above, and a psycho garter somewhere in between. This vacation keeps getting better. I turned to Monica, who was still communing with one of the silver trees. Any insights from our wooden friends? Monica's fingers lingered on the trunk as she pulled away. They say there's water beyond the eastern ridge. About 5 miles from here. 5 miles of potentially harvester-infested sand, Noah said, her voice flat. She was helping Celeste to her feet, brushing sand off the noblewoman's combat gear with methodical care. Better than dying of thirst, I countered. How's everyone's water situation? A quick inventory revealed we used more than expected during the fight. Adrenaline and combat make you thirsty. Who knew? We should reach that water source by tomorrow, I decided. Rest for a couple hours, then move at first light. Raphael scoffed. First light? How the heck do you know when that is in this place? Those moons haven't moved an inch since we arrived. He had a point. The twin moons hung frozen in the twilight sky, casting their eerie blue-silver light across the landscape. Fine. We'll rest for 4 hours by Juan's watch, then move, I amended. And this time, no one sleeps. We rotate watch in pairs. I shall stand vigilant, Jamie announced, still trying to sound enthusiastic despite the gash on his forehead. These crabs shall not catch the mighty Jamie de Valle unaware a second time. That's the spirit, I said dryly. Now shut up before you attract more of them. We spent the next 4 hours in tense silence, backs pressed against the silver trees. No one slept, despite the plan for watches. Every shifting grain of sand, every rustle of the luminescent leaves above made us flinch. When Juan's watch beeped softly to signal our departure time, I was already on my feet. Let us move. Monica, you take point with me. You're our early warning system if those plants decide we look tasty. The trees don't want to eat us, Monica protested quietly. They're trapped here, just like us. Yeah, well, I've been betrayed by prettier faces, I muttered. Raphael, Jamie, you two watch our flanks. Noah, stay with Celeste in the center. Juan, take rear guard and keep scanning for those sand depressions. We moved in formation through the silver forest until the trees began to thin. Ahead of us stretched a vast expanse of glittering sand, like someone had dumped a craft store-esque worth of silver glitter across the desert floor. Hold up, I raised my hand, stopping our advance at the forest's edge. Juan, what are we looking at? He consulted his datapad, frowning. It's weird. The sand looks normal on the surface, but there are cavities underneath. Hundreds of them. Harvester tunnels? Maybe, but they form a pattern. He showed me the screen. The cavities beneath the sand created concentric circles, like a massive spiderweb or a trap. So it's a minefield, I said. Step in the wrong spot, and you get sucked down to Crab City. Essentially, I studied the expansive desert before us. In the distance, maybe a mile away, a shimmer on the horizon suggested water. An oasis, maybe exactly what we needed. We can't go around this, can we? Juan shook his head. The pattern extends as far as my scanner can reach. If there's a safe path, I can't find it with this equipment. Wonderful. I took a deep breath. All right, new plan. We cross in single file. I'll go first, testing the ground with my bat before each step. If I find solid footing, the next person follows, stepping exactly where I step. No deviations, no improvisations. Celeste stepped forward, her face pale but composed. I have a suggestion. What if I freeze the surface? Create an ice bridge across the unstable areas? I considered it. How much energy would that take? Considerable, she admitted. But I could manage perhaps 100 yards at a time before needing to rest. Do it, I decided. But keep it thin, just enough to distribute our weight. We don't want to attract attention with a giant ice runway. Celeste nodded and moved to the edge of the sand. She took a deep breath, centering herself, then extended her hands. Frost spiraled from her fingertips, spreading across the sand in a narrow path about 2 feet wide. The sand crystallized, hardening into a semi-transparent walkway that extended about 100 yards, just as she promised. Impressive, I said. Let us move while it holds. Single file, we stepped on a Celeste S ice bridge. It creaked slightly under our weight, but held firm. The sand below remained stable, no longer shifting treacherously beneath our feet. We made it across the first 100 yards without incident. Celeste paused, breathing harder than normal, but insisted she could continue. Another ice bridge formed, extending our path further into the desert. By the fourth bridge, Celeste was visibly struggling. Sweat beaded on her forehead despite the cool air, and her hands trembled as she channeled her aspect. Take a break, I told her. We covered almost half a mile. The water is still a ways off, but we're making good progress. I can continue, she insisted, her voice tight with exertion. You'll collapse if you push too hard, I countered. And then we'll have to carry you, which makes us slower and more vulnerable. Noah stepped closer to Celeste, her eyes narrowed at me. Lady Celeste knows her limits, and I know tactical reality. 10 minutes, then we continue. While Celeste rested, I scanned the horizon. The water source seemed different somehow, like it had shifted position since we started walking. I called softly. Check your tracker. Has that oasis moved? Chapter 370. Life water for the worthy. He frowned at his datapad. That's not possible. But according to these readings, yes. It's about a quarter mile farther than when we started. A mirage? Raphael suggested. Or a trap, I muttered. Monica, can you ask the plants anything about this? Monica knelt and pressed her hand to the frozen sand beneath our feet. After a moment, she looked up, her face troubled. There aren't any plants out here to ask. The trees back in the forest are too far away now. But she hesitated. Copernicus is acting strange. She held up the potted plant she brought from the arboretum. Its copper leaves were trembling, and its glow had dimmed significantly. What is wrong with it? I asked. He is thirsty, really thirsty, like the air itself is pulling moisture from him. Monica cradled the pot protectively. I think this desert is more dangerous than it looks. As if to emphasize her point, I suddenly realized how dry my mouth felt. My lips had chapped, and my throat felt scratchy despite the water I consumed after the fight. Looking around at the others, I saw similar signs of dehydration setting in. Raphael's lips were cracked. One's eyes looked sunken. Even Jamie had stopped his usual boisterous movements, conserving energy. This place is sucking the water right out of us, I realized aloud. That's why the oasis keeps moving away. It's part of the trap. So what do we do? Monica asked, her voice small. I looked back the way we come. The silver forest was still visible, but the ice bridges Celeste had created were already melting at an unnatural rate. We can go back, I said, and we can't stay here. We push forward, but we ration water even more strictly. After Celeste's brief rest, we continued our careful march across the desert. Each ice bridge took more out of her, the paths becoming shorter and less stable. By the time we cover another mile, she could barely stand. We need to stop, Noah insisted, supporting Celeste's weight. We can't, I argued, but I knew she was right. Celeste was at her limit, and the rest of us weren't faring much better. The dehydration was hitting us harder than it should have for only a few hours in dry conditions. How much water do we have left? I asked. Juan checked our supplies. Less than a day's worth at our current rationing level. And that's assuming we don't keep losing moisture at this accelerated rate. Jamie, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, suddenly perked up. What about those? He pointed toward the silver forest we left behind. The luminescent fruits still glowed on the branches, visible even from this distance. The harvester corpses melted when those fruits hit them, I reminded him. You want to put that in your mouth? The trees told me the fruit is only poisonous to the harvesters, Monica interjected. They said it was, I don't know how to translate it exactly. Something like life water for the worthy, death acid for the parasites. I sighed, pinching the bridge of my nose. So our options are potential poison fruit or definite dehydration. I vote fruit, Raphael said bluntly. Rather die fighting hallucinations than crawling through sand. A solid point from our resident hothead. I nodded slowly. Monica, can you call any of those fruits to us? Without us having to go all the way back. Monica hesitated, then set Copernicus down on the frozen sand. She placed both hands on the pot, closed her eyes, and focused. The copper leaves began to glow brighter, pulsing with energy. Nothing happened for several long minutes. I was about to call it off when a flicker of movement caught my eye. From the distant tree-line, a single glowing fruit detached from its branch and floated toward us. It moved slowly at first, then picked up speed, zipping across the desert like a luminescent baseball. It stopped directly in front of Monica, hovering at eye level. Holy smokes, Juan Guisperth. You've got telekinesis now? Monica shook her head, looking as surprised as the rest of us. Not me. The plants are helping each other. The trees sent this for Copernicus, and for us. I eyed the floating fruit suspiciously. It was about the size of a large apple, its skin translucent and filled with glowing blue-white pulp. Who is brave enough to try it first? I asked. To my surprise, Celeste reached out with a trembling hand. I will. My aspect can freeze the poison if it tries to spread through my system. Before I could protest, she plucked the fruit from the air and took a small bite. We all watched her intently, ready for convulsions or foaming at the mouth. Instead, her eyes widened in surprise. It's incredible, she said after swallowing. Like watermelon, but sweeter, and I can feel the moisture returning to my body already. She took another bite, then passed the fruit to Noah, who inspected it thoroughly before trying it herself. One by one, we each took a small portion. When it reached me, I hesitated only briefly before tasting it. Celeste's description didn't do it justice. The fruit was cool and impossibly juicy, instantly soothing my parched throat. It tasted like the best watermelon I'd ever had, mixed with something almost like coconut water, but better. I could literally feel the hydration spreading through my body from the moment it hit my tongue. Monica, I said after swallowing my piece, tell the trees we need more. As many as they can send. She nodded eagerly and communicated through Copernicus again. Within minutes, a dozen more fruits were zooming toward us from the forest, hovering in formation until we plucked them from the air. As we ate, I noticed the exhaustion lifting from everyone's faces. Celeste's color returned, and she stood without Noah as support. Even Raphael seemed less grumpy, which was saying something. We need to take some with us, decided, feeling revitalized. These fruits are better than water for crossing the desert. The trees say we can have as many as we need, Monica said, smiling for the first time since we entered the gate. They want to help us defeat the arborist. Why? I asked, suddenly suspicious again. What do plants have against their gardener? Monica's smile faded. They say he is not a gardener. He is a collector. This whole place is his museum of living specimens, taken from countless worlds. The trees have been prisoners here for millennia. So they want us to kill their jailer, I mused. Convenient timing. Does it matter? Raphael asked. We need to kill this arborist guy to get out of here anyway. If the plants want to help, let them. He had a point. I nodded. All right, let us stock up on fruit, then continue toward the real water source. Monica, can you ask the trees where that actually is? Not the mirage we've been chasing. After another communing session with Copernicus, Monica pointed in a different direction, about 40 degrees east of our current path. The real water is that way, about 3 more miles. The trees say it's an underground spring that the arborist uses to water his collection. Then that's our destination, I said. Chapter 371. This LLB easy, we resumed our trek across the glittering desert, each of us carrying several of the luminescent fruits. The sand beneath our feet no longer felt like it was trying to drain the life from us. Every few minutes, we did take small bites from the fruit, savoring the rush of hydration that followed. Even Raphael had stopped complaining, which might have been the most miraculous thing about our situation. These trees, I said to Monica as we walked, if they're prisoners, how are they helping us from so far away? She stroked Copernicus S. copper leaves thoughtfully. They say they're connected, not just to each other, but to all plant life in the Arborist S collection. They call it the Great Root, like they're all parts of one organism spread across this entire world. And they all want the Arborist dead? Yes, Monica said simply. They've been here for thousands of years, some of them, taken from their home worlds and forced to grow in patterns he finds pleasing. Plants can feel that level of resentment? I asked, genuinely curious. Monica gave me a look that made me feel stupid. Wouldn't you, if someone ripped you from your home and kept you as a decoration for millennia? Fair point. Ahead of us, one suddenly stopped, holding up his hand in warning. We froze in place. Movement, he whispered, pointing to a spot about 50 yards ahead. The sand there was shifting, bulging upward in a pattern too deliberate to be natural. A harvester preparing to emerge, maybe, or something worse. Celeste, I whispered, can you freeze that spot? She nodded, extending her hand. A blast of frigid air shot forward, instantly crystallizing the sand into a solid sheet of ice. Whatever was beneath gave a muffled shriek that set my teeth on edge. Keep moving, I ordered. Quickly but quietly, we skirted around the frozen patch of sand, maintaining our formation. I kept my eyes fixed on the ice, watching for cracks. None appeared. Either we killed whatever was coming up, or it had decided we weren't worth the trouble. After another hour of careful progress, the terrain began to change. The sand gave way to dark, loamy soil, and sparse vegetation appeared. Twisted, thorny bushes with leaves that seemed to follow our movements like curious eyes. We're getting closer to the water source, Monica said, her voice hushed with excitement. The plants here are different, younger, more recently acquired. Acquired from where? I asked. They don't know. They were sleeping when they were taken. Many of them don't remember their home worlds at all. I didn't want to think too hard about what that implied. Plants being abducted across dimensions while sleeping. This whole place felt wrong in ways I couldn't quite articulate. Like we were walking through someone's private collection, and each exhibit was silently radiating a haunting presence. The vegetation grew thicker as we continued, requiring us to move in single file. The twisted bushes gave way to taller plants with bulbous pods that leaked a sweet-smelling nectar. Colorful flowers that snapped shut when we passed too closely. Vines that seemed to reach for us before recoiling, as if remembering some painful lesson. Keep your hands to yourselves, I warned the group. Don't touch anything unless Monica says it's safe. These ones heard us, Monica assured me, trailing her fingers along a vine that curled affectionately around her wrist. They're afraid of the arborist, but they're not dangerous themselves. What about those? Noah asked, pointing ahead. The path widened into a small clearing, at the center of which stood 3 plants unlike anything I'd seen before. They resembled enormous Venus flytraps, easily 15 feet tall, with massive jaw-like leaves edged with serrated teeth. Each mouth was large enough to swallow a person whole. They swayed gently despite the absence of wind. Guardians, Monica whispered after a moment of communion with her copperleaf plant. The arborist placed them here to protect the spring. They eat intruders. Can you talk to them? I asked. Tell them we're here to help? Monica shook her head. They're not like the others. The arborist did something to them. Modified them. They don't think anymore. They just hunt and consume. Wonderful. Giant carnivorous plants blocking our only water source. I surveyed our group, assessing our options. We need a plan, I said, keeping my voice low. Ideas? I say we burn them. Raphael suggested immediately. You got that heat thing. Just torch the whole clearing. I shook my head. We need the water source intact. And fire might attract attention we don't want. What if we freeze them? Celeste offered. I could try to immobilize them long enough for us to slip past. Those things look too big, Juan countered. You'd exhaust yourself before getting halfway through one of them. I could charge through. Jamie flexed his massive arms. My star chain could take them out one by one. And if they're poisonous? I asked. Or if there are more than 3? We can't risk it. We fell silent, each of us trying to come up with a solution that wouldn't get us killed. What about the fruit? Monica said suddenly. The harvesters melted when the fruit touched them. I considered this. You think it would work on these guardians too? They're still plants, she reasoned. If the fruit is poisonous to the harvesters because they're parasites in the arborist's garden, maybe it would affect anything else he's damaged. It was worth a shot. I pulled one of the luminescent fruits from my pack, weighing it in my hand. How's your aim, Juan? He grinned, taking the fruit from me. I can hit the back wall of a bar from 20 paces after 6 shots of tequila. This LL be easy. I was too sure that was the endorsement he thought it was, but I nodded anyway. Charge it up. Just enough to make it burst on impact, not enough to vaporize it. Juan focused on the fruit, his aspect sending ripples of energy into the glowing sphere. After a moment, he looked up. Ready. Aim for the center one, I instructed. Right in the mouth. Chapter 372. The taste of a perfect trap, Juan wound up like a baseball pitcher and hurled the charged fruit toward the largest of the carnivorous plants. His aim was true. The fruit sailed through the air and landed directly between the serrated jaws. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the plant began to tremble. Its massive jaws slammed shut, crushing the fruit. A horrible hissing sound filled the air as smoke poured from between the creature's teeth. The plant thrashed wildly, its stalk bending and twisting as if in terrible pain. The other 2 guardians immediately turned toward their dying companion, their own jaws opening wide in what looked disturbingly like alarm. It's working, Juan exclaimed. Give me another one. I handed him a second fruit, which he quickly charged and threw at the next plant. This one missed the mouth. Censurado, don't let it escape. I shouted, tossing another fruit to Juan. His third throw struck the fleeing plant directly in its center mass. The guardian collapsed instantly, its entire structure dissolving into a puddle of hissing, smoking plant matter. Within minutes, all 3 plants had been reduced to steaming piles of organic slurry. The acrid smell made my eyes water. Well, Jamie said cheerfully, that was disturbing. But effective, I replied, patting Juan on the shoulder. Nice throwing. We carefully made our way through the clearing, stepping around the remains of the guardian plants. Beyond them, the ground sloped downward into a natural depression. At the center bubbled a small spring of clear water, surrounded by a ring of smooth stones. We made it, Monica breathed, her face lighting up. Don't celebrate yet, I cautioned. Juan, scan it. Make sure it's actually water and not some kind of acid or poison. Juan pulled out his datapad, running it over the spring. After a moment, he looked up with surprise. It's completely pure, more pure than any natural water source should be. No minerals, no organics, nothing. Just H2O in its most perfect form. Is that safe to drink? Noah asked skeptically. Should be, Juan replied. It's just strange, like it was manufactured rather than formed naturally. I approached the spring cautiously, kneeling at its edge. The water was crystal clear and completely still despite the bubbling source at its center. Like glass, I dipped my fingers in, half expecting it to burn. Instead, it felt cool and refreshing, more so than any water I'd ever touched. When I pulled my hand back, the water clung to my skin momentarily before beating off, leaving no moisture behind. This is definitely not normal water, I said, but I think it's safe. To prove my point, I cupped my hands, filled them with a strange liquid, and took a careful sip. The sensation was indescribable. It wasn't tea, just refreshing. It was like every cell in my body simultaneously sighed with relief. I could feel it spreading through me, soothing aches I hadn't even realized I had. It's good, I told the others. Really good. One by one, they joined me at the spring, filling their canteens and drinking deeply. Even Raphael seemed impressed, though though he tried to hide it. So what now? Celeste asked after we all had our fill. We found water, but we're still no closer to finding the arborist or a way out. I looked around the clearing, taking in our surroundings more carefully. Beyond the spring, the vegetation grew even thicker, forming what appeared to be a natural pathway leading deeper into this strange botanical collection. We follow the path, I decided. The arborist created this spring as a watering station for his collection. Logically, it should lead toward the center, toward him. Or toward more traps, Noah pointed out. Probably both, I admitted. But we don't have much choice. We need to find this arborist and kill it if we want to get out of here. We should rest first, one suggested. Recover our strength. We've been going nonstop since we arrived. He had a point. We were all exhausted, even with the rejuvenating effects of the fruit and the spring water. And night was falling, or whatever passed for night in this place. The twin moons had shifted position, casting longer shadows across the landscape. All right, I conceded. We'll camp here for 8 hours. Take watches in pairs, 2-hour shifts. I turned to Monica. Can you ask your plant friends to warn us if anything approaches? She nodded, already communing with Copernicus. They say they alert us to any danger. The plants around this spring aren't as afraid as the ones in the forest. Their newer additions to the collection still have some fight in them. Good, I said, dropping my pack and sitting cross-legged on the soft soil. Everyone get some sleep while you can. Tomorrow we hunt the arborist. As the others settled in, I stared into the perfect stillness of the spring, thinking. This entire place felt designed, not just built, but carefully crafted for some purpose beyond mere collection. The deadly desert that drove victims toward false water. The harvesters that culled the weak. The guardian plants protecting this oasis. It's testing us, I murmured to myself. What is? Celeste asked, sitting down beside me. Everyone else had already found spots to rest, leaving just the two of us by the water's edge. The arborist, I said, or this place. It's filtering us, testing our resourcefulness, our strength, like we're being evaluated. Celeste was quiet for a moment, considering my words. For what purpose? I don't know, I admitted, but I don't think the arborist wants us dead. At least, not yet. If it did, those harvesters would have been more lethal. This feels more like a selection process. That's not comforting, Celeste said with a slight shiver. No, I agreed. It's not. I stared into the perfect water, seeing my reflection staring back. In the strange light of the twin moons, I looked different, harder, older. Or maybe that was just what this place was doing to me. Get some rest, I told Celeste. I'll take first watch with Raphael. Chapter 373. Two troubled kids on watch duty. I stared across the camp at the others while they slept. Everyone looked so peaceful despite being trapped in a death garden by some plant-collecting psychopath. Their faces relaxed in sleep, Barato curled toward the spring like sunflowers following light. The water itself glowed faintly under the twin moons, casting everyone in a weird blue-silver sheen. Even in this hellscape, they managed to look like they belonged in some fantasy painting. Meanwhile, I sat with my back against a tree that might try to eat me, wondering if this was all some cosmic joke played by a cruel god. Raphael sat nearby, his amber eyes scanning the perimeter. Neither of us had spoken since taking first watch together. He kept flexing his hands, opening and closing his fists like he was itching to punch something. I closed my eyes and tried again to reach Nell. Hey, Nil, you there? Nothing. Just static and a faint headache from my trouble. I mentally poked around for the status screen, and unlike before, I got something a flickering half-formed interface that looked like a TV with bad reception. Most of it was garbled, but I could make out a few things. Satori, NAK level, 2 title, KO, Tia schema points, 15, attributes, strength F0 base, 50 indents F0 base, 00 dexterity F0 BS, 50 agita F0 base, 00 masi F0 base, 00 active 8IS, 3M, say passive, IDs, mycism, protein FR, ERWS great. Basically useless. I could still feel my abilities working. The protection from arrows had saved my ass during the harvester fight, but without the system's interface, I couldn't T-check my schema points or do anything with the gacha. I was stuck with what I had. No new toys, no status updates, no smart-ass commentary from Nell. Just me, my bat, and whatever abilities I could remember how to use. You planning to stare at nothing all night? Raphael's voice broke through my thoughts. I opened my eyes to find him watching me with that perpetual scowl of his. Just checking something. Cinchuredo, he picked up a small rock and crushed it between his fingers. Whatever this arborist thing is, it's been eating S-ranks for breakfast. We're in trouble. Wow, such a sunny outlook. Tell me more about your positive visualization techniques. And being realistic. You're being a jerk. He glared at me. Cinchuredo, that wasn't what I expected. Parents? Dead. He tossed the crushed rock pieces away. Dad was a low-rank hunter who got himself killed in a gate when I was 14. Mom followed him 2 years later, heart attack, they said. Stress, more likely. So it's just you and your sister? He nodded. Mira. She's staying with our grandmother while I'm at the academy. Old Bat can barely take care of herself, let alone a kid. I send most of my allowance home. The pieces clicked together. Raphael's perpetual anger, his obsession with proving himself, the chip on his shoulder about the guild rankings wasn't just ego. He needed to succeed to Barato his family. That's why you were so upset about being put in Onyx House. Yeah, obviously. He scowled. Barato, ranked guilds get better missions, better pay. I was supposed to be in the Phantoms, but he trailed off, his face darkening. But you lost control during the tryouts. I took care of it for him. ID heard rumors about it, how Raphael had unleashed so much power that had injured other prospects and destroyed part of the training arena. I didn't lose control. His voice was tight. I showed them exactly what I can do, and they got scared. Called me a liability. Said I was too unstable. So instead of the elite guild with the big paychecks, I got stuck in the dreaded doghouse with a bunch of rejects. He glanced around at our sleeping teammates. No offense. Oh, full offense taken. We're all deeply wounded. The corner of his Barato twitched. Not quite a smile, but close enough. Look, I said, I get it. You need to make it out of here. We all do. But we have a better chance working together than if you keep trying to be the lone alpha wolf. Rich coming from you. You think I don't see how you operate? Always watching, always calculating. You don't care about any of us except what we can do for you. I couldn't help but laugh at that. Wow, Project Much. But you're not entirely wrong. That seemed to surprise him. I'm not here to make friends, I continued. I'm here to survive and accomplish my goals. But right now, those goals include getting everyone out of this gate alive, because we need each other. Raphael studied me for a long moment. You know what I can't figure out about you? Sometimes you talk like you're 50 years old with all this cynical, seen-it-all attitude. But you're the same age as the rest of us. If he only knew. I grew up fast. Yeah? How? Not everyone had the luxury of parents who stuck around until they died. The words came out harsher than I intended. Some of us were abandoned from the start. It was entirely true for Satori's backstory, but it was true enough for Kalen that it felt real when I said it. Raphael nodded slowly. Fair enough. We fell into silence again, but it was different now. Less hostile, more companionable, I guess. Two messed up kids with responsibilities bigger than they should be. What are you thinking about? Raphael asked. How to take down the arborist. Got any brilliant ideas? Working on it. I glanced at his hands. Your aspect, can you store energy for longer periods? Or does it have to be used right away? He frowned. I can hold it for maybe an hour, tops. After that, it starts to leak out, gets unstable. Why? Just thinking about combinations. Your stored energy plus 1's charge cards plus Celeste's ice, we could create something with enough punch to take down something big. Maybe. He didn't sound convinced. Assuming we can even find the arborist. This place is massive. We'll find it. I nodded toward Monica's sleeping form. We've got the plant network on our side now. They want this thing dead as much as we do. And you trust them? For all we know, this could be another trap. Of course I don't trust them completely. I don't trust anything in a gate. But their interests align with ours for now. Raphael shook his head. You really do think like someone who has been doing this for decades. I smirked. Maybe I'm just smarter than I look. That wouldn't be hard, says the guy who punches things for a living. He almost smiled again. Almost. A soft, rustling sound came from the edge of the clearing. Both of us were on our feet instantly. Raphael's fists glowing with stored energy and my bat in hand. A small, furry creature poked its head out from between two bushes. It looked like a cross between a rabbit and a squirrel, with oversized ears and a fluffy tail. But its fur glowed with the same bioluminescence as the fruit. What the heck is that? Raphael whispered. No idea, but don't hurt it yet. Chapter 374. Glowy McRabbitface is a liar. The creature hopped fully into view. It had 6 legs instead of 4, and its eyes were completely black, like polished stones. It sat back on its haunches and stared at us, Barato its nose. Should we wake Monica? Raphael asked. Not yet. Let us see what it... The creature chirped, a high-pitched sound like a bird call, then turned and hopped back toward the bushes. At the edge, it stopped and looked back at us, chirping again. I think it wants us to follow it, I said. Oh yeah, because following strange, glowing animals in a dangerous Garden of Eden is a great idea. Raphael rolled his eyes. Got a better one? We need to find the arborist. We need to not get taken out by the first weird rabbit that hops our way. The creature chirped again, more insistent this time. And what to follow it, I decided. You stay with the others. If I'm not back in 20 minutes, assume I'm dead and move on without me. That is your plan? Assume I'm dead? That's the dumbest. I'll be fine. I started toward the creature. Just keep everyone safe until I get back. Raphael cursed under his breath, but didn't stop me. The glowing rabbit squirrel thing led me through the bushes and onto a narrow path I hadn't noticed before. The vegetation here was different, smaller, more delicate plants with translucent leaves that seemed to pulse with light as I passed. The path wound through what felt like a botanical garden gone wild, with species that couldn't possibly exist together, naturally growing side by side. My guide stopped at the base of a massive tree, unlike any I'd seen before. Its trunk was thick as a house, with bark that shifted colors like oil on water. Suspended from its branches were what looked like lanterns, but they were actually giant seed pods that glowed with inner light. The creature chirped one last time, then scurried up the trunk and disappeared into the foliage. Great. Thanks for nothing, glowy McRabbitface. I was about to turn back when I noticed a pattern in the bark symbols carved into the wood that looked like writing. I stepped closer, running my fingers over the marks. They were definitely artificial, not natural growth patterns. As soon as my hand touched the bark, the entire tree shuddered. The seed pods swayed, their light intensifying. Then a voice spoke not out loud, but directly into my mind. You taste of other worlds, little hunter. I jerked my hand back, gripping my bat tighter. Who is there? I am a first tree. The arborist's oldest acquisition. I have seen 1,000 worlds die and 1,000 more bloom. Are you talking through the tree? I'm a tree. The arborist brought me here when this collection was nothing but barren soil. I have watched him fill it with stolen beauty for millennia. My heart pounded. This was a direct line to information about our enemy. What is the arborist? How do we stop it? The tree's leaves rustled with what sounded like laughter. Stop the arborist? Many have tried. Their remains now nourish my roots. Yeah, well, I'm not them. Tell me what this thing is. He is the gardener in a dying multiverse. When a world withers, he saves a single, perfect flower. The voice was filled with a chilling reverence. He collects beauty before it turns to dust. He's removing hunters to save flowers. He does not harm. He prunes. The weak are unfit to be part of the collection. A chill ran down my spine. Test for what? For worthiness. For strength. For the right to bear his successor. You're telling me this unhinged plant collector is searching for someone to take over? Not someone. A vessel. The arborist's form is failing. He requires a new Barato, one strong enough to contain his spirit. And that's what the gate is. A giant matching service for Barato? Crude, but not entirely incorrect. The Black Gate is his method of finding suitable candidates from across worlds. I need to get back to the others. We were in way deeper trouble than I thought. Where is he now? The arborist? at the heart of the collection, where the oldest specimens are kept. But you will not reach him until he wishes it. The path will open when he decides you are ready. Yeah, we'll see about that. I'm not big on following other people's schedules. The tree's branches swayed again. You're different from the others who have come. You carry something old within you, something that does not belong to your world. I don't know what you're talking about. Lies do not flourish in my soil. Hunter, I stepped back from the tree. One more question. How we get out of the Black Gate without playing his game? You don't. The tree's light dimmed, and I could feel its presence withdrawing from my mind. Hey, I'm not done with you. I slapped my hand against the bark again, but nothing happened. The connection was broken. Of all the luck, I muttered, turning back toward camp. We were so screwed. This wasn't just a monster hunt anymore. We were trapped in some interdimensional entity's testing ground, being evaluated as potential vessels for a dying creature obsessed with plants. And somehow, it knew about Kalen, about the part of me that didn't belong in this world. I hurried back along the path, my mind racing. I needed to tell the others, what, exactly? That we were being sized up for possession by a plant god? That would go over well. As I approached the camp, I saw Raphael still sitting alert, his eyes immediately finding me in the darkness. You're back, he said, sounding almost surprised. Find anything? I sat down heavily beside him. Oh, just the answers to all our questions and confirmation that we're completely, utterly doomed. His eyes narrowed. What does that mean? I took a deep breath. It means we need a new plan, and probably some therapy after this if we survive. That bad, huh? Worse. I looked around at our sleeping companions. Wake them up. They need to hear this. Chapter 375. A secret path through the nursery. The group huddled together in our makeshift camp, faces lit by the strange glow of the luminescent fruits we gathered. I just finished explaining what the first tree told me, and the silence that followed was heavy enough to crush coal into diamonds. Let me get this straight, one said, Barato his temples. We're trapped in a cosmic garden owned by some twisted plant entity who wants to wear one of us like a skin suit? Pretty much. I leaned against a silverbark tree, trying to look casual despite the fact that we were all on the menu for a Barato plant god. Though I think he's more interested in our souls than our skin. Fantastic. Raphael punched the ground hard enough to send glittering sand flying. So we're not just fighting for our lives, we're fighting for our souls too. Any other good news? I shrugged. Well, the trees hate him, so at least we've got some allies. Monica clutched Copernicus closer to her chest, the copper leaves trembling with what looked like fear. The trees told me they were prisoners, but I didn't realize the arborist was. She trailed off, visibly disturbed. A body-hopping immortal plant wizard? I supplied. Yeah, that wasn't in the job description. Celeste's face remained impassive, but I could see her eyes calculating, weighing options. This explains why S-rank hunters have vanished here. He doesn't just defeat them. He takes their power for himself, which means we can't just run and hide, Noah added, her hand resting protectively on Celeste's shoulder. Even if we survive until the gate breaks, he'll follow us back to our world. Jamie stood up suddenly, flexing dramatically. Then the path is clear. We must confront this garden demon directly and defeat him with the power of our united spirits. Sit down. Muscle brain, Raphael growled. Did you miss the part where S-rank hunters have tried and failed? Yes, but they didn't have us. Jamie punched his palm with absolute conviction. I couldn't help but laugh. The absurdity of our situation was reaching comic levels. 6 Academy students trapped in a pocket dimension, facing off against an ancient plant deity with body-snatching tendencies. If I survived this, I was going to need a drink. Or 10. Here's what we know, I said, refocusing everyone. The arborist is testing us. Those harvesters? The carnivorous plants? The desert? All designed to weed out the weak. So we're being gardened? One asked. In a manner of speaking, I tapped my bat against my leg. And according to the first tree, the arborist is at the center of this collection, but we can't reach him until he decides we're ready. Can we trust what this tree told you? Celeste asked. I don't think it can lie, I replied. It seemed almost proud of being the arborist's first specimen, like it's developed Stockholm Syndrome over the millennia. Monica closed her eyes, her fingers gently stroking Copernicus' leaves. The plants here are so old, so tired. They've been watching this cycle repeat for centuries. Hunters come in, get tested, die, or get chosen. And what happens to the chosen ones? Noah asked. They become a new arborist, I said. The old one takes over their body when his current form starts to fail. That S messed up, Raphael muttered. Beyond messed up, I pushed away from the tree. But it gives us an advantage. If he wants to test us, let's pass his tests. Get to the center of this garden, find him, and stop him before he can perform his shape-shifting trick. Juan looked skeptical. And how exactly do we stop something that's been shifting forms for millennia? I've been thinking about that. I began pacing, my mind racing through possibilities. The harvesters regenerated unless we used heat to cauterize the wounds, right? And the carnivorous plants melted when exposed to the fruit from the silver trees. You think the arborist has similar weaknesses? Celeste asked. Everything has a weakness. I stopped pacing. And if he's looking for a new body, it means his current one is vulnerable. Dying, maybe. So we just need to speed up the process? Raphael's grin was almost feral. Exactly. I nodded. But first, we need to follow his game. Pass his tests. Get to the center of the garden. Monica looked up suddenly, her eyes wide. The plants, they're trying to tell me something. She placed her hand on the ground, closing her eyes in concentration. There's a path, a way through the collection that the arborist hasn't traveled in centuries. The plants say it's overgrown, forgotten. They could guide us. A back door? My eyebrows shot up. That would be incredibly helpful, assuming it's not another trap. I don't think it is, Monica said, her voice growing more confident. The older plants, they've been here so long, they're practically part of the garden's consciousness. They remember when the arborist first brought them here, when he was kinder, before the endless cycle of body snatching began. They want to end too. One let out a low whistle. Plant rebellion. Didn't he see that coming? Neither will the arborist, I said, a plan forming in my mind. Monica, can you ask them to show us this path? She nodded, her expression serious. They're already offering. The silver trees we met first, they've been spreading the word through what they call the Great Root, the network that connects all plant life here. They're willing to help us navigate and potentially fight alongside us. I pressed. Monica hesitated. Some of them. The older ones have more autonomy, more will. The newer acquisitions are too firmly under his control. That is still better than nothing. I turned to the group. So here's the plan. We follow the secret path the plants show us, bypassing as many of the arborist's tests as possible. We gather whatever weapons and information we can along the way. And when we reach the center, we hit him with everything we've got before he realizes we've cheated his game. And if he catches on before we reach him? Noah asked. I shrugged. Then we're in the same boat we're already in, except with more knowledge and hopefully more allies. Raphael cracked his knuckles. I like these odds better than wandering around waiting to be tested like lab rats. Me too. I glanced at each of them in turn. We leave in an hour. Get some rest, eat something, check your gear. This is going to be a long day. Chapter 376. A dagger made from the first tree's heart, the group dispersed, each preparing in their own way. I walked to the edge of our little camp, staring out at the bizarre landscape under the twin moons. Something nagged at my brain, a detail from my conversation with the first tree. You carry something old within you, something that does not belong to your world. It knew about Kalen, about my past life. And if it knew, maybe the arborist did too. That could make me either his prime target or his biggest threat. Either way, it complicated things. I sensed someone approaching and turned to find Celeste standing beside me, her silver-white hair almost luminous in the moonlight. You're worried, she said. It wasn't a question. Always. I offered a sardonic smile. Keeps me alive. There's something you didn't tell the others. Her eyes were sharp, missing nothing. Something about what the tree said to you. Wow, she was perceptive. It said I tasted of other worlds, that I carried something old inside me. And do you? Her voice was calm, neutral. I considered lying, but what was the point? We might all be dead by tomorrow. I'm not exactly who everyone thinks I am, Celeste. I know. Her response caught me off guard. I read your file. Nobody changes as dramatically as you did without some kind of catalyst. I had to laugh. Were you stalking me? I was raised by Serafina Vance. Gathering information is survival. She turned to face me fully. I don't need to know your secrets, Satori, but I need to know if they're going to get us killed or save us. I thought about the system, about Nell and Apollo, about my abilities and what I knew about manipulation and survival from my past life. All of it's silent now, thanks to whatever was jamming the system in this garden. They might save us, I finally said, if I can access them again. She nodded, accepting this cryptic answer with grace. Then I'll trust you to know when that moment comes. She turned to rejoin the others, then paused. For what it's worth, I think whatever you're hiding is probably the reason we VE survived this long. As she walked away, I couldn't help but wonder if that was true. Was Kaylin's ruthless pragmatism our greatest asset, or would it be our downfall? The system had been silent since we entered the gate, but I could still feel it there, humming beneath the surface of my consciousness. I just needed to find a way to break through the interference. An hour later, we set out along the path Monica indicated. The vegetation grew thicker, stranger, more alien with every step. Plants that defied description lined our wayflowers with teeth, vines that whispered, trees with bark like glass that showed their own pulsing sap within. Monica led us, one hand always touching Copernicus, the other occasionally reaching out to brush against leaves or stems as we passed. The plants seemed to respond to her, bending slightly toward her touch, their colors intensifying briefly. They're guiding us, she explained in a hushed voice. Each one passes us to the next like runners in a relay. And they're sure this path will take us to the center? I asked. She nodded. They say it's an old maintenance route the arborist created when he first built this place. He hasn't used it in centuries, not since he learned to simply teleport wherever he wished to go. Great, Raphael muttered from behind us. So he could just pop up anywhere, anytime? Not anywhere, Monica corrected. There are nodes, fixed points where the garden's energy converges. He can only appear at those. That is something, at least, one said, scanning our surroundings with his datapad. If we can identify those nodes, maybe we can avoid them, or set traps at them. I added, the gears in my head turning. Monica, can the plants tell us where these nodes are? She conferred silently with Copernicus for a moment, then nodded. They can mark them for us. Apparently, when the arborist is about to teleport to a node, the plants nearby feel a pressure, a building energy. Early warning system, I grinned. Perfect. We continued for what felt like hours, though the twin moons barely moved in the sky, making it impossible to judge time accurately. The path twisted and turned, sometimes narrowing until we had to walk single file, other times opening into small clearings filled with increasingly bizarre plant life. In one such clearing, we found what looked like a garden within the garden, a perfectly circular arrangement of black flowers with silver stems, each one as tall as a person. In the center stood a stone pedestal with a single object resting on top. What is that? Jamie asked, pointing at the pedestal. Looks like a knife, Noah said, squinting. It's bait, I replied, holding out an arm to stop anyone from approaching. Another test. Monica's face took on that distant look she got when communing with plants. The black flowers, they're guardians. They protect that knife. The plants say it's important. Special. Special how? I asked. It can hurt the arborist, she said, her eyes widening. It's made from the heartwood of the first tree, from before it was brought here. It's one of the few things in this entire garden that the arborist didn't create or modify. So we need that knife, I concluded, studying the circular arrangement. But those flowers are definitely going to attack whoever goes for it. They'll go, Raphael volunteered immediately. I'm the fastest. No, Celeste interrupted, her voice firm. Those flowers radiate cold. I can feel it from here. They're ice-based, which means I'll have the best chance against them. I glanced at her, then at the flowers. She was right now that she mentioned it. I could see a fine frost covering the ground around them. You'll need backup, Noah said, already moving to Celeste's side. No, I made a quick decision. Celeste goes alone. The rest of us will be ready to jump in if things go south, but too many people will just trigger all the Guardians at once. Celeste nodded, her face set in determined lines. I can do this. I know you can, Ice Princess. I gave her an encouraging nod. Just be careful. Get in, grab the knife, get out. Don't try to fight them if you don't have to. She took a deep breath, then stepped forward toward the circle of black flowers. As soon as her foot crossed an invisible boundary, all the flowers turned in unison to face her, their black petals opening to reveal glowing blue centers. Well, I muttered under my breath, here we go. Chapter 377. Descent. Celeste stepped toward the circle of black flowers, her heart racing against her chest. The soft glow from their blue centers cast eerie shadows across her face. She glanced back at the others waiting tensely behind her, catching Sartorius' eyes. Something in his gaze steadied her nerves, a quiet confidence that she could handle this. Ice Princess, huh? She muttered under her breath, feeling a flush creep up her neck. Why did his little nicknames always affect her this way? She'd even called far more elegant titles her entire life by diplomats and politicians. It's something about the casual way Satori said it made her feel focus. The flowers swayed in unison as she approached, despite no wind blowing through the clearing. Celeste focused her aspect, drawing moisture from the air around her fingers. A thin layer of frost formed over her skin, a shield of sorts. Slow and steady, she whispered to herself, just like training. Each step forward caused the flowers to turn their black heads toward her, tracking her movement. The temperature dropped with every inch she gained, until her breath clouded before her face. This cold didn't bother her. It was her element after all, but its intensity suggested these guardians were far stronger than they appeared. The knife on the pedestal gleamed under the twin moons, its blade darker than night with swirls of silver that reminded her of the first tree as bark. She needed only 20 more steps to reach it. 15 steps. 10 steps. The frost beneath her feet crackled. One of the flowers bent toward her, its petals unfurling further, revealing rows of crystalline teeth inside its bloom. Celeste froze mid-step, barely breathing. Don't rush, one called softly from behind. They react to sudden movements. Celeste nodded almost imperceptibly and resumed her approach with glacial slowness. 5 more steps. The knife was close enough now that she could see intricate carvings along its handle, symbols like those Satori had described seeing on the first tree. 3 more steps. 2. She stood before the pedestal now, the knife just inches from her outstretched hand. The flowers had all fully opened, their glowing blue centers pulsating faster, like frantic heartbeats. Celeste took one last breath and reached for the blade. Her fingers closed around the handle. A high-pitched keening filled the air as every flower suddenly grew 3 times its original size. Silver thorns erupted from their stems, glinting like daggers in the moonlight. The ground trembled beneath her feet. Celeste, run, Noah shouted. Celeste spun, knife clutched tight, and sprinted back toward the others. The flower's stems elongated with impossible speed, whipping toward her ankles. She leapt over the first, ducked under the second, but a third caught her across the barato, slashing through her clothing. She stumbled, but kept moving. The flowers converged from all sides now, their mouths snapping at the air. Jamie rushed forward, meeting the nearest one with a devastating punch that shattered its stem. Raphael followed, his hands glowing with stored energy as he released an explosive blast into the center of the garden. But for every flower they destroyed, 2 more grew from the fractured earth. The knife. Monica yelled. They want it back. Too bad. Celeste gripped it tighter. We need it more. Satori appeared at her side, his bat radiating heat that melted through floral attackers with surprising effectiveness. Good job. Ice Princess, he smirked, slicing through another stem. Now stay behind me. There was again that annoying flutter in her stomach when he called her that. Why couldn't she maintain her royal composure around him like she did with everyone else? Perhaps because he never treated her like royalty at all. He challenged her, teased her, respected her strength without handling her like glass. It was refreshing. "I can fight too," she insisted, summoning a jagged ice spear from the moisture around them. She impaled an approaching flower, freezing it solid from the inside out. For a moment, they seemed to be winning. One's charge cards exploded against multiple targets, while Noah sliced through stems with her fabric-hardened sleeves. Monica stood back, trying to communicate with the flowers, but they appeared immune to her influence. "They're not like the other plants," Monica called out, frustrated. "They don't speak to the great root. They're entirely the arborist's creation." Celeste noticed something strange as they fought. Despite the chaos, the flowers weren't attacking randomly. Their movements seemed to be hurting them, pushing Satori and herself toward the center of the garden, back toward the pedestal. "Satori!" The ground beneath them cracked with a sound like thunder splitting the sky, reverberating through Celeste's bones. The earth simply ceased to exist under her feet. Her stomach lurched as gravity took hold, pulling her down into nothing. Instinct and hundreds of hours of VHC combat drills took over. Ice formed beneath her grasping hands, spreading from her fingertips as she desperately tried to create a handhold, anything to arrest her fall. But the frozen construct crumbled as quickly as she made it, the ice unable to find purchase on the crumbling dirt and stone. The darkness below yawned like a hungry maw, so absolute it seemed to devour the pale moonlight before it could reach more than a few meters. Celeste's heart hammered against her ribs as she plummeted toward that void. Then a strong hand clamped around her wrist like an iron vise. Satori had caught her mid-fall, his hand gripping her firmly. She looked up to see him clinging to the rapidly crumbling edge of the widening chasm with his other hand, every muscle in his arm and barato corded with strain, his face contorted with effort. "I've got you," Satori grunted through gritted barato. The absurd thought flashed through Celeste's mind. This was the closest she'd ever been to a boy who wasn't a VHC-approved training partner. She could feel the pressure of his grip through her sleeve. "Juan!" Satori yelled upward, his voice echoing strangely in the pit beneath them. "Get them out of here. We'll find another way." "But that's an order." Celeste watched in horror as the black flowers began to seal the opening above them, their stems weaving together into a living barrier. The last thing she saw was Noah's desperate face as the gap closed completely, plunging them into darkness. Chapter 378. My hand over his heart, they were falling. Satori released the edge and wrapped both arms around her, positioning his body beneath hers. "What are you doing?" she demanded. "Making sure you survive the landing," he answered simply. Celeste's heart jumped to her throat. He was planning to cushion her fall with his own body. The gesture was so unexpected, so selfless from someone who claimed to be purely pragmatic. "Don't be stupid," she hissed, channeling her aspect with every ounce of concentration she possessed. Ice formed beneath them, a crude slide that slowed their descent. It wasn't enough to stop them completely, but it might prevent fatal injuries. They hit the bottom with a jarring impact that knocked the breath from Celeste's lungs. For several seconds, they lay still in the darkness, Satori's arms still wrapped protectively around her. Celeste could feel the steady rise and fall of his breathing, the rhythm that gradually began to slow from the panicked sprint it had been during their fall. Her own breathing was shallow and uneven, and she became aware of how close they were lying side by side. "Are you okay?" he finally asked, his voice oddly close to her ear. The question was simple, routine even, but something in his tone made her tense in a way that had nothing to do with the fall. Celeste became suddenly aware of their position. They were pressed close together, the steady beat of his heart beneath his uniform. One of his arms had instinctively wrapped around her, while the other rested at the back of her head. Her palm rested directly over his heart, and she could feel the rapid rhythm beneath her touch, a pulse that matched her own. This was a strange moment. She should move. "Now." "I'm fine," she managed. She rolled away with as much composure as she could muster in the cramped space, immediately missing the warmth. "You?" "Nothing broken. Thanks for the ice slide." She helped him sit up, hands checking for injuries with the clinical efficiency her sister had drilled into her since childhood. That was reckless. You could have broken your spine, says the girl who walked alone into a garden of killer flowers. Despite everything, Celeste found herself smiling. Fair point. A faint glow emanated from the knife she still clutched in her hand, providing just enough light to see Satori's face. His eyes reflected the silvery light, pupils wide in the darkness. "Where are we?" she whispered. Satori looked around, then up at the sealed ceiling far above them. "Somewhere the arborist wanted us to be. This whole thing feels planned. You think it's another test?" "Everything here is a test." He stood carefully, wincing slightly. "The question is, what is being tested now?" Celeste rose beside him, holding the glowing knife higher. The chamber around them gradually came into view, a vast underground cavern with walls covered in the same symbols they'd seen on the first tree. Twisted roots hung from the ceiling, some as thick as her waist. At the center of the room sat a stone altar with a shallow basin carved into its top. "This place feels ancient," Celeste murmured. "Older than the garden above. Maybe it's where this all started." Satori approached the altar cautiously. The first piece of the collection. Celeste followed, her free hand ready to summon ice at the first sign of danger. "Do you think the others will be all right?" "Juanesa smart. He'll get them somewhere safe." Satori examined the altar without touching it. "Besides, it's us the arborist seems interested in." "Why specifically?" Satori gave her a sidelong glance that held something unreadable. "You're Serafina, Vance's sister, an S-rank potential with perfect control. And I'm—" He trailed off. "You're what?" Celeste prompted. "Complicated," he finished with a half-smile. There was clearly more to it, but Celeste didn't push. Everyone had their secrets. Hers was the crushing weight of her sister's expectations, the fear that she would never be enough. Whatever Satori's was, she sensed it was equally heavy. "What should we do with this?" She held up the knife. Satori studied it, then pointed to the basin in the altar. "I think it goes there. See how the shape matches." Celeste examined the depression in the stone. He was right, it looked exactly like a cradle for the knife. "It could be a trap," she warned. "Everything here is a trap." Satori shrugged. "But it's also our only lead." Celeste hesitated, then stepped forward. "I'll do it." Together, Satori countered, placing his hand over hers on the knife handle. The casual touch sent an unexpected warmth through her fingers, up her arm, to settle somewhere in her chest. They positioned the knife over the basin, exchanged a look of mutual resolve, and lowered it into place. The effect was immediate. The knife sank into the stone as if it were liquid, disappearing completely. Light erupted from the altar, shooting upward in a pillar that illuminated the entire chamber. The symbols on the walls began to glow, one after another, racing around the room in a circuit. "What is happening?" Celeste instinctively moved closer to Satori. "I think we just turned on the lights." He pointed to where a doorway was forming in the wall, stones rearranging themselves to create an arch. Beyond it lay a tunnel, softly lit by the same silvery glow as the knife. "Looks like we found our way forward," Satori said. "Where the arborist found it for us." Celeste frowned. "I don't like being manipulated." "Neither do I," Satori's face hardened. "But sometimes you have to play along until you find the right moment to flip the game board." The casual way he spoke of defying beings of incredible power should have frightened her. Instead, Celeste found it strangely comforting. Everyone else in her life approached challenges with careful planning and political calculation her sister's way. Satori faced them with audacious confidence and adaptability. "We should go," she said, straightening her shoulders. "The others will be looking for a way to reach us. Lead the way, Ice Princess." Satori gestured toward the tunnel with a theatrical bow. Celeste rolled her eyes, but couldn't quite suppress her smile as she walked past him. "Stop calling me that." "Make me," he replied with a grin that managed to be both infuriating and charming. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction of a response. But as they entered the tunnel together, Celeste found herself glad he was the one who'd fallen with her. Chapter 379. A river that remembers. I've spent my life navigating sewers and back alleys, facing down Yakuza enforcers who cut your throat for looking at them wrong. I've survived games more dangerous than most people could imagine. But this was new. The tunnel stretched ahead of us like a throat, swallowing the pale silver light. Celeste walked in front of me, her back straight and shoulders squared in that perfect posture rich kids learn from birth. Even after falling down a deep burrito and nearly dying, she looked like she could walk into a royal ball without raising eyebrows. "Is anything interesting up there, princess?" I asked, enjoying how her shoulders burrito at the nickname. "Just more symbols," she replied without turning around. "Similar to the ones on the walls of the chamber." "I don't recognize the language." "Probably because it's older than our world," I muttered. The worst part about this whole situation wasn't the deadly flowers or the looming threat of soul possession. It was that my system connection remained busted. I couldn't access Nell, couldn't pull up my full status screen, and definitely couldn't use the gacha to bail us out of trouble. I was stuck with whatever abilities I'd already unlocked. "Do you hear that?" Celeste stopped suddenly, and I almost crashed into her. I listened. At first, nothing. Then water. The distant sound of flowing water echoed from somewhere ahead. "Could be our way out," I said. "Or another trap. Or both." Kinda here. "Now you're thinking like a proper scumbag." She rolled her eyes, but I caught the hint of a smile. "I'll take that as an insult. Thank you." The tunnel began to slope downward, and the sound of water grew louder. The air turned damp, with a faint earthy smell that reminded me of rain-soaked concrete. "We should be careful," Celeste said, her voice dropping to a whisper. "The arborist seems to use water as a central element in this place. The spring, the lake, and now an underground river." I finished her thought. Yeah, their essay pattern. Something about this place tickled the back of my brain, a half-remembered fragment from Kalen life. Something about gardens and water. In traditional Japanese gardens, I found myself saying water represents the journey of life. The source, the flow, the return to the sea. Celeste gave me a curious look. "I didn't know you were interested in garden philosophy." "I'm not," I said quickly. "Just something I read once." We reached a wider chamber where the tunnel opened up. A river cut through the center, flowing fast enough to hear, but slow enough to cross. The water glowed with the same silvery light as the knife, illuminating the entire space. On the far side stood an archway carved with more symbols. "That looks like our exit," I said. Celeste knelt by the water's edge, frowning. "This isn't natural. Look how it glows. Nothing in this place is natural." She focused on the water. "I could freeze a path across." I shook my head. "Save your energy. We don't know what's ahead." I tested the depth with my bat. "It's shallow. We can wade across. And if it's poisonous, then we die horribly." "Cincherato seems safe enough," I called back. "Just don't drink it." Celeste followed, her expression tightening as the cold water soaked through a uniform. I kept my focus ahead. Halfway across, something shifted beneath my feet. I froze. "Satori?" Celeste went still behind me. "What's wrong?" "Don't move." The riverbed was moving, not settling or shifting, actually moving like it was breathing. "We're standing on something alive," I whispered. The water began to bubble around us, the glow intensifying to an almost painful brightness. I grabbed Celeste's wrist. "Run." We splashed toward the far bank as the river erupted behind us. Water sprayed in all directions as something massive rose from the depths. I pushed Celeste ahead of me, spinning around to face whatever was coming. A head emerged, if you could call it that. A bulbous, translucent sac filled with that same glowing liquid, pulsing with veins or roots that spread throughout its mass. Below it stretched a serpentine body covered in overlapping scales that looked like leaves. "What is that thing?" Celeste gasped, her hands already frosting with her aspect. "The River Guardian," I said, widening my stance. "Another one of the arborist's pets." The creature let out a sound between a hiss and the rustling of leaves. Its body coiled in the water, blocking our path forward and back. "Ideas?" Celeste asked, ice crystals forming around her fingers. I weighed our options. The thing was massive, maybe 30 feet long. My bat would barely tickle it. Ember might work on something this wet. but the chamber was too small. We de-cook ourselves. You freeze, I'll heat, I said. Thermal shock should shatter it. Celeste nodded, understanding immediately. Her eyes narrowed in concentration as she thrust her hands forward. The air temperature plummeted, and frost raced across the water's surface toward the creature. I activated Ember, channeling heat through my palms. The air shimmered as waves of heat poured from my hands. The creature screeched as ice crackled up its lower body while I blasted its head with heat. The temperature difference did exactly what I'd hoped. Its translucent skin began to crack like glass. But it wasn't going down without a fight. Its tail whipped through the water, sending a wave crashing into us. I lost my footing and went under, swallowing a mouthful of the glowing liquid before I could stop myself. It tasted like memories, not a flavor, but flashes of places I'd never seen, people I'd never met, all rushing through my mind in an instant. I broke the surface, coughing and disoriented. Celeste had managed to stay upright, and was now launching spears of ice at the creature's head. The water I'd swallowed burned in my stomach, not painfully, but with a strange energy that spread through my limbs. And suddenly, I could feel Nell again, faintly. System? I tried calling mentally. A burst of static. Then, interference, connection weak. Use the water. The creature lunged at Celeste, its maw opening to reveal rows of crystalline teeth. She dodged, but lost her balance on the slippery riverbed. I didn't think. I just moved. I plunged forward, the water slowing my movements as I channeled Ember through my bat. The weapon glowed, red-hot in my grip, steam hissing off the metal where it met the river. Satora, wait. Celeste called behind me. Too late for caution. The creature's maw gaped wide, crystalline teeth gleaming as it lunged for Celeste. I swung with everything I had, but changed tactics mid-strike. Instead of the bat, I thrust my free hand forward, finger spread. Sever. The air between us rippled as invisible force slashed across the creature's bulbous head. The cut appeared like a delayed reaction, a perfect line that split its translucent flesh. Centuredo before finally collapsing back into the river with a massive splash. The glow faded from the water, leaving us in near darkness until only the faint light from the archway remained. Celeste stared at me, water dripping from her silver-white hair. That was impressive. Don't sound so surprised, I said, trying to hide how shaken I felt. My powers had never worked that well before. The water had done something to me. We dragged ourselves onto the far bank, both soaking wet and shivering. Celeste used her aspect to draw the moisture from our clothes, a neat trick that left us merely damp instead of dripping. You drank some of the water, she said. It was a question. Accidentally. And? I hesitated. It showed me things. Places. People. I decided not to mention the system reconnection. That was my ace, and I wasn't ready to reveal it yet. Like memories that aren't mine. The memories of the plants? Celeste suggested. Monica said they're all connected through something called the Great Root. Maybe. I wasn't convinced. The flashes I'd seen weren't plant memories. They were human. Or at least, something like human. We approached the archway cautiously. The symbols carved into it glowed faintly, reacting to our presence. What do you think is on the other side? Celeste asked. Either our way out or something worse than what we just killed, I replied honestly. She glanced back at the dark river. We can't go back. No, we can't. Celeste squared her shoulders again. That regal bearing returning. Then forward it is. I caught her arm before she could step through. Hey, if this goes bad? Her eyes met mine, surprisingly gentle. What is it? What was I doing? I didn't do the whole heartfelt moment before potential death thing. That was for heroes in movies, not scumbags like me who manipulated everyone around them. But something about nearly dying with this girl made the words come out anyway. You're not what I expected, I said finally. Serafina, Vance's little sister. I thought you'd be a spoiled brat. She raised an eyebrow. Or a cold-hearted political animal. Both, honestly. She smiled. I'm sorry to disappoint. You didn't I said quickly. Too quickly. That's the point. You're, I don't know, real. Her cheeks colored slightly. Was that a compliment, Satoru Nakano? Don't let it go to your head, princess. I'm just saying you don't completely suck. She laughed, a sound so genuine it startled me. High praise indeed. Chapter 380. A princess is a poor insulator. We trudged through the tunnel for what felt like hours. My shoes squished with every step, still waterlogged from our river adventure. Whoever designed this place had a sick sense of humor. The tunnel curved and twisted endlessly, never giving us a clear view of what lay ahead. You holding up okay, princess? I glanced at Celeste, who was starting to lag behind. I'm fine, she said, but her voice had lost some of its royal polish. Her silver-white hair hung in damp clumps, and despite her best efforts to dry our clothes, the chill had settled into our bones. Sure you are, and I'm a tooth fairy. She shot me a glare that could frozen hell. I don't recall asking for your concern. Good thing I'm giving it for free, then. The tunnel widened into a small chamber with 3 branching paths. I stopped and ran a hand through my hair, frustrated. Great. More choices. Celeste swayed slightly beside me. I pretended not to notice how pale she'd become or the way she steadied herself against the wall. The Ice Princess had limits after all. Let us take a break, I said, making it sound casual. I need to check something. She didn't argue, which told me everything I needed to know about her actual condition. I examined the 3 tunnels. The left one had a slight upward slope and felt drier. The middle path continued straight, with the same damp walls we'd been following. The right tunnel sloped downward, and I could feel a cold draft coming from it. Up is usually good, I muttered, heading toward the left passage. After about 50 yards, the tunnel opened into a small cavern. It was roughly circular, maybe 20 feet across, with a high ceiling that disappeared into darkness. Most importantly, it was dry, with smooth stone walls that would be easy to defend. Jackpot, I announced. 5-star accommodations for stranded idiots. Celeste managed a weak smile as she entered behind me. It's not terrible. High praise from Her Highness. I started examining the space more carefully. Only one entrance, high ceiling for ventilation if we light a fire, and I tapped the walls with my bat, solid stone all around. Best Airbnb in the entire hellish dimension. I glanced back at Celeste, who had slid down against the wall to sit on the floor. Her eyes were half closed, exhaustion written across her face. Hey, don't pass out on me yet, I said, kneeling beside her. We need to get warmed up first. I'm just resting my eyes, she mumbled. Sure, and I'm just considering a career in ballet. I gathered what I could from our surroundings, some dried roots that had worked their way through cracks in the ceiling, a few patches of strange fungus that looked flammable, and the wooden handle from one broken knife that I'd been carrying in my pocket. Not much, but it would have to do. I arranged everything in the center of the room and activated Ember. The warm glow from my palm felt good after hours in the cold dampness. The fungus caught quickly, sending up purple-tinged flames that gave off more heat than their size suggested. That's unusual, Celeste commented, watching the dancing purple fire. At this point, I'd be more surprised by normal. I fed more fungus into the flames, building a decent-sized fire. Now we should focus on getting warm and resting. She nodded in agreement, pulling her cloak Barato around her shoulders. We should keep the fire going through the night. Her eyes widened slightly as she glanced toward the dark tree line. You're suggesting we remove our clothes. Not for fun, princess. For survival. I kept my voice matter-of-fact. Basic wilderness training. Wet clothes in cold environments equals hypothermia. Hypothermia equals death. A conflicted look crossed her face. Centuredo Natalia could stop traffic just by walking down the street. But Celeste was something else entirely. She sat with her knees pulled to her Barato, arms wrapped around them in a defensive posture that conveyed both vulnerability and quiet strength. Her outfit was simple but expensive-looking pale blue that matched her eyes perfectly, because of course someone like her would have coordinated sets. Her skin glowed in the firelight, so pale it was almost luminescent. But what really caught me off guard was how vulnerable she looked. The untouchable Ice Princess, heir to the Vance legacy, curled up in a cave with a guy her sister would definitely not approve of. Take a picture. I'll last longer, she said, but her voice lacked its usual edge. I realized I'd been staring and quickly sat down on the opposite side of the fire. Sorry, just surprised you actually own clothes. I figured you rich types just materialized fully clothed each morning. She rolled her eyes but couldn't hide her smile. And I assumed you slept in the same clothes for weeks at a time, only when I'm feeling fancy. We sat in silence for a while, watching our clothes steam by the purple fire. The cave had warmed up considerably, but I could still see goosebumps on Celeste's arms. You're still cold, I observed. Me fine. Yeah, that's why you're shivering. I run cold naturally. My aspect doesn't mean you should freeze to death out of stubbornness. I sighed and moved around to her side of the fire. Body heat. Basic survival tactic number 2. She stiffened as I sat next to her. What are you doing? Chapter 381. The Thawing of Celeste Vance, Saving Your Ass from Hypothermia. You're welcome. I kept a few careful inches between us. Not wanting to push my luck too far, too fast. This was a Barato balance close enough to share warmth, far enough to maintain the illusion of propriety. Look, I'm not going to do anything weird or try anything stupid. Just trying to keep us both alive until morning. Escautsonor. She studied my face for a long, searching moment, those pale blue eyes scanning for any hint of deception or ulterior motive. Then, slowly, like ice beginning to thaw, she relaxed her rigid posture. Fine, but only because it's necessary. Whatever helps you sleep at night, princess. I carefully put my arm around her shoulders, and, predictably, she Barato all over again, going stiff like ID startled her before gradually leaning into my side. Her skin was cool to the touch, almost cold but surprisingly soft beneath my palm. You're warm, she murmured, surprised by the observation. Like she had expected me to be as cold as the cave around us. One of my many talents. I'm a regular space heater. Being this close to her was unexpected. She had a pleasant presence about her, something expensive and subtle and undoubtedly imported that shouldn't have survived our trek through literal Barato, but somehow did. She was a living contradiction, someone both gentle and fiercely trained, who had endured every step of the journey beside me, who de-sculpted their Barato into a weapon as much as a work of art. You can stop tensing up, I'm not going to hurt you, I said after a minute of feeling her rigid posture. Relax. I'm not a creature of the night, despite what the lighting in here might suggest. Easy for you to say, she muttered. This isn't exactly a situation covered in my etiquette classes. What? How to keep a zero calm while trapped in interdimensional death garden wasn't in the curriculum. I'm shocked. That got a genuine laugh from her, a sound that bounced around the small cavern. There we go, I said, feeling the vibration of her amusement against my side. The Ice Princess can laugh after all. The warmth in her posture evaporated instantly. Don't call me that. Why not? I thought it fit. The whole ice blonde hair, regal bearing, emotionally distant thing you've got going on. Because it's what the tabloids call me. She cut me off, her voice sharp enough to slice. It's what people who don't actually know me call me. What they whisper behind their champagne flutes at galas while they evaluate my market value as a marriage prospect or a political alliance. Fair enough, I conceded. So what do your actual friends call you? The people who care about you beyond your last name and your ranking? The silence that followed was telling. She shifted slightly against me, and I felt her shoulders tense again. I don't really have friends besides Noah, she admitted finally, her voice gone quiet in that particular way that people get when they're confessing something they're ashamed of. I have allies, acquaintances, people my sister has vetted and approved of for various strategic purposes. A carefully curated social circle that looks impressive on paper. Jesus Christ. That's really depressing, princess. She shrugged against my side. It's reality. The Vance name comes with certain expectations. Well, what does Monica call you? Celeste. Just Celeste. She paused, though lately she started calling me Cel sometimes. Cel, I tested the name. I like it. Sounds almost normal. Normal is underrated, she said, her voice soft. Easy to say when you've never been ordinary. She turned to look at me, her face closer to mine than I was prepared for. And you have? I laughed. Princess, I was the definition of ordinary before all this. A zero. Literal human garbage. I don't believe that. You should. That's exactly what your sister S organization categorized me as. Her blue eyes studied mine. There's nothing ordinary about you, Satoru Nakano. You're just saying that because I'm currently your only hope of survival. I deflected. No, she said simply. I'm saying it because it's true. The purple fire crackled between us, casting shadows across her face. Her eyes reflected the flames, turning them into pools of violet light. We stood quietly for a moment, watching the colors dance. The warmth between us felt calm and steady as the night continued around us. My hand came up to her cheek, my thumb brushing across skin so soft it seemed impossible. This is probably the dumbest thing at U2019V done all day, I whispered, and I fought a glowing river monster. She laughed, a small puff of air near my face. Just today, not your whole life. The day U2019S, not over yet. Her face tilted up toward mine, guided by my hand. I could feel her pulse racing under my fingertips, matching the hammering in my own chest. For a second, the universe narrowed down to just this, her breath mixing with mine, the warmth where our skin touched. As she pulled back suddenly, her eyes dropping. We should try to get some sleep. No telling what other fun surprises the arborist has planned for tomorrow. I blinked, the moment shattered. Right. Sleep. Good call. Way to go, dumbass. What were you thinking? I'll take first watch, I offered. We both know you want to wake me for my turn, she said, seeing right through me. Sue me for being chivalrous. That's not the word I'd use. She yawned, her eyelids growing heavy. Wake me in 4 hours. I mean it. Yes, ma am. She rested her head against my shoulder, and within minutes her breathing slowed and deepened. I stared into the purple flames, trying to sort through the mess in my head. I looked down at her sleeping face, peaceful in a way it never was when she was awake. Her lashes cast soft shadows across her cheeks, and her barato was slightly open. You're going to be trouble, I whispered. In her sleep, she shifted closer. Cinchuredo, I sighed, and settled in for a long night of watching the tunnel entrance, the fire, and the sleeping princess beside me. Some scumbag I was turning out to be. Chapter 382. The truth is a sharper blade. The cavern had grown warmer from the fire, enough that I wasn't too worried about hypothermia anymore. Our clothes hung near the flames, still damp, but getting there. Another few hours, and we'd be presentable again. Assuming the arborist gave us a few hours. I reached for the knife, she grabbed from the pedestal, still lying where it had fallen after we used it to unlock the doorway. The blade caught the firelight, those silver swirls moving like they were alive. The heartwood of the first tree, forged into a weapon specifically to kill the thing that had imprisoned it for millennia. Poetic justice had a certain appeal. You should be sleeping. Her voice startled me. I looked down to find her eyes open, watching me with that analytical gaze that seemed to see more than I wanted her to. Could say the same about you, princess. I thought we established you weren't supposed to call me that. She didn't move from where she settled against my side, just shifted slightly to get more comfortable. You tell me what I should call you instead, then. She considered this for longer than the question warranted. Chill. Just sell. That what Monica calls you. Sometimes. When we're alone and she forgets that I'm supposed to be, she trailed off, searching for the word. A walking political asset? Her lips twitched. Something like that. We fell quiet again, but wasn't the awkward silence from before. This one felt different. Easier. Can I ask you something? Her voice came out softer than usual. And I want an honest answer. Not whatever tactical response you've calculated will move me in the direction you want. I barato despite myself. The liar's brooch was currently drying with my barato across the cavern, which meant I had nothing to warn me if my lie detector was about to go off. Shoot, why did you really ask for me to be transferred to Onyx? She propped herself up on one elbow to look at me properly. And don't tell me it was just about Noah's sleep schedule. I could VE lied. Should VE lied. Told her some pretty story about seeing her potential or wanting to save her from Julian's incompetent leadership. Instead, I found myself telling her a version of the truth. Your sister erased my father from history, I said, watching the purple flames instead of her face. Scrubbed his name from every university record, classified his research, made him disappear so thoroughly that even his own family pretended not to know my mother. The VHC destroyed everything he worked for, and when he vanished, they made sure nobody could ask why. Celeste's breath caught. You think Serafina? I don't think. I know. I met her eyes. The question is whether your sister ordered it or just covered it up after the fact. Either way, she's got answers I need, and you're my best shot at getting close enough to find them. She should VE pulled away. Should V gotten angry or defensive. Should V reminded me that her sister was the president of the VHC and I was just some upstart zero playing at being dangerous. Instead, she stayed exactly where she was, her hand still resting on my chest, right over my heart. So that's what I am to you, she said quietly. A key to unlock your investigation. That's what you were supposed to be. I held her wrist firmly, stopping her from pulling away. But somewhere between watching you face down that A-rank monster with nothing but ice and guts, and listening to you admit you don't have actual friends, you stop being just a tactical asset. What am I now, then? Complicated. She laughed, the sound bitter and bright all at once. That's the second time you've called me that. It's the truth. I released her wrist, but she didn't pull away. You're Serafina's sister, which means you're politically radioactive. You're also powerful enough that people will always want to use you. And somewhere underneath all that programming and etiquette training, there's a girl who just wants to pick her own path for once in her life. You see all that from a few conversations? I'm good at reading people. Part of the package. What package would that be? The one that comes with being raised by a single mother in the worst part of the city. I said, the lie flowing smooth as silk. You learn real fast who's genuine and who's just looking for an angle. Survival skill. She was quiet for a long moment. Centuredo, I've watched you play Emmy and Skylar, and even Natalia like instruments, getting exactly what you want from each of them. But you don't hate me. No. Her hand stilled. I don't. I should, but I don't. And that terrifies me more than the arborists or the harvesters or any of this nightmare we're trapped in. I cupped her face, tilting it up toward mine. You want to know why? Enlighten me. Because I'm the first person who has ever been honest with you about wanting something. Everyone else hides it behind pretty words and political games. Your sister, the VHC, every boy your family tried to arrange you with they all want to use you. They're just better at pretending they don't. Her eyes searched mine. And you're not pretending. Never have. Never will. I let my thumb brush across her cheekbone. I need you to get to the truth about my father. But I also meant what I said earlier. You're not what I expected. You're real, Cell. And that S rarer than S rank potential in this broken world we live in. She leaned into my touch just slightly. You're still using me. Yeah, but at least you know it going in. I dropped my hand. Centuredo falling in soft waves around her shoulders. Beautiful didn't even begin to cover it. ID called Natalia my queen, welcomed Skylar into my circle, and guided Emmy towards something softer and sweeter than she had been before. Each of them had their place in the empire I was building, the team I was assembling. But Celeste was different, dangerous in ways the others weren't, because she saw through me and stayed anyway. We should sleep, I said, pushing the words out. Long day tomorrow, probably involving things trying to stop us. Standard gate stuff. She nodded but stayed nearby. Will you stay close? I mean, you were already planning to take watch all night regardless of what I said, but I'd prefer if you stayed close. Just until morning. Not going anywhere, Cell. She settled back against my side, her head finding that spot on my shoulder like it belonged there. Her arm came around my waist carefully, avoiding my healing ribs. Satori? Yeah? Thank you for telling me the truth, even if it's ugly. I looked down at her, at the way the firelight caught in her hair and painted her skin in warm colors that fought against her natural ice princess aesthetic. Get some sleep. She closed her eyes, and I felt the exact moment she gave in to exhaustion, her form going heavy and trusting against my bravado. The consort's touch hummed beneath my skin where we made contact. The siren's gaze would work perfectly if she kept looking at me with those searching eyes. Every tool in my arsenal urged me to press forward. Centuredo, especially given the opportunity, practically gift-wrapped in front of me. But I wasn't T. Kalen anymore. Not entirely. I was something worse. Something that felt guilty about what I'd already done to Emmy and Skylar. Sincerado, I must be dozed off at some point. Exhaustion finally claiming me despite every instinct screaming to stay alert. The weight of the day, the adrenaline crash from the arborist fight, the constant vigilance, it all caught up at once. My head had tilted back against the stone wall. Celeste's warmth against my side, lulling me into a false sense of security. I woke to her hand on my shoulder, fingers digging in with urgent pressure. Her face hovered inches from mine, close enough that I could see the genuine fear swimming in those periwinkle eyes. Satori, wake up. Something's wrong. The tone cut through the fog of sleep like a blade. My hand shot to the bat lying across my lap, muscles tensing as I scanned the cavern for immediate threats. My mind cataloged exits, weapons, the distance to the tunnel. What the fire? Look at the fire. I followed her gaze to our makeshift campfire and felt my stomach drop. The purple flames had changed. They were still burning, still throwing off waves of blessed heat that had kept us alive through the night. But the color had shifted from that soft violet glow to something deeply, fundamentally wrong. The flames now pulsed with a deep crimson hue that looked less like fire and more like some dark infection pulsing through diseased veins. And they were growing, not just burning higher, spreading. The flames reached outward from the small pile of fungus ID originally ignited, tendrils of crimson fire crawling across the stone floor with slow, deliberate intent. This wasn't natural combustion following fuel sources. This was directed, purposeful, like something was guiding it. That's not normal fire behavior. Celeste said, Sincerado, what did you burn? You said it was fungus from the tunnel. It was dried stuff growing on the walls, looked dead. The words died in my throat as the implications hit me like a freight train. In a garden maintained by an entity that controls all plant life? Celeste's grip on my arm tightened to the point of pain. Satori, you just fed it the arborist's own biomass. You gave it fuel composed of its own barato. Oh no. The flames pulsed brighter in response to her words, as if acknowledging the truth of her assessment. The crimson light washed over the cavern walls, and I swear to every deity in Apollo's pantheon that the fire began to form a shape. Something vaguely humanoid, built from burning vegetation and waves of heat shimmer that distorted the air around it. The figure stepped out of the flames like it was walking through a curtain. It towered at least 8 feet tall, its massive frame composed entirely of smoldering vines, blackened wood, and that pulsing crimson fire that seemed to burn without consuming. Where its face should have been, there was only a blank surface of smooth, pale bark almost white in the firelight. Like bone with 2 dark divots carved where eyes might sit on a human face. No sé, no mouse. Just those 2 hollow impressions that tracked our movement with an awareness that made my skin crawl. The creature tilted its head, studying us with that eyeless gaze, and the temperature in the cavern spiked so high I felt sweat immediately bead on my forehead. Oh no, I whispered, scrambling to my feet and pulling Celeste with me. Oh no, the arborist had found us. Chapter 384. Thermal shock is brutal. I'd like to fight the walking bonfire, I really would. But standing here, watching this thing pull itself together from literal campfire leftovers, my first thought isn't let's throw hands. It's we are so monumentally doomed. The creature straightened to its full height, crimson flames rippling across its barato like muscles beneath skin. The eyeless face turned toward us, and I felt its attention like pressure behind my eyeballs. Heat rolled off it in waves that made the air shimmer and distort. Nell was still jammed. Apollo was MIA. My fancy new system abilities? All flying. All I had was Ember, Sever, and a disheveled ice princess who probably regretted every life choice that led to this exact moment. Satori. Celeste's voice came out steady despite the terror I could feel radiating off her. Please tell me you have a plan. Working on it. I shifted my grip on the bat, feeling the familiar weight. You know how I said the fungus looked dead? This is not the time for your sarcasm. The fire elemental took a step forward. The stone beneath its heel cracked from the heat, glowing cherry red at the contact point. Right. Priorities. I shoved Celeste toward the tunnel entrance. Move. To her credit, the princess didn't argue. She ran, her bare feet slapping against stone as she sprinted for the exit. I followed, and behind us, I heard the crackle roar of flames consuming oxygen at an accelerated rate. We burst into the tunnel at a dead run. I risked a glance back and immediately wished I hadn't. The creature flowed after us like burning water, its body stretching and contorting to fill the tunnel's width. Those hollow eye sockets locked onto me, and the blank face split open vertically to reveal a furnace interior where a mouth should be. Oh good, it had teeth made of burning thorns. Any chance you can freeze that thing? I shouted, my lungs already burning from the heat and exertion. Celeste threw her hand out behind her without looking. Frost erupted from her palm, coating the tunnel floor in a sheet of ice that spread backward toward the creature. The elemental stepped onto the frozen surface. The ice boiled away instantly, vaporizing in a steam that filled the tunnel and made visibility drop to 0. That's a no then. We rounded a corner and nearly collided with a wall. Dead end. The tunnel terminated in a small chamber with carved symbols covering every surface, all of them glowing that same silver light as the river. I spun around, bat raised. The creature emerged from the steam like a nightmare materializing from fog, its burning form filling the tunnel mouth completely. Trapped. Boxed in. Exactly where I didn't want to be. The elemental's furnace mouth opened wider, and I saw the internal temperature spike as crimson light gathered in its throat. Celeste grabbed my shoulder. Down. I dropped. She threw both hands forward, and the air between us and the elemental crystallized into a wall of ice 3 feet thick. The fire blast hit her barrier like a battering ram. The ice didn't just melt. It exploded into steam with a concussive force that knocked both of us backward into the chamber wall. My shoulder hit stone. Pain lanced through my barely healed ribs, sharp enough that I saw stars. Celeste coughed, waving steam away from her face. That bought us 5 seconds. Maybe. The elemental stepped through the dissipating vapor, its blank face somehow conveying smug satisfaction. My mind raced through options. Fire versus fire was stupid. A cleaving strike might cut it, but the thing would just flow back together like burning putty. Ice clearly wasn't working given the temperature differential. Wait, temperature differential. I looked at Celeste, at the sweat beading on her forehead despite her natural affinity for cold, at the walls covered in those glowing symbols, at the elemental filling the tunnel with enough heat to melt steel. Chill. You're gonna hate this, but I need you to trust me. She met my eyes, hers wide and searching. What are you going to do? Something really stupid. On 3, I need you to freeze everything around us. The walls, the floor, the air itself. Make it as cold as you possibly can. That LL drained me completely. I know. I raised the bat, channeling ember into the metal until it glowed white hot. But thermal shock works both ways. Super hot meets super cold. Things tend to shatter. Understanding flickered across her face. Then determination. The elemental lunged. 1. I shouted. It closed the distance impossibly fast. 2. Those burning thorns reached for my throat. 3. Celeste screamed, and winter itself exploded from her body. The temperature plummeted so fast I felt my lungs seize. Frost coated every surface in the chamber, crawling up the walls in geometric patterns like living fractals. The very air crystallized, forming tiny ice particles that hung suspended in the space between us and the creature. The elemental hit the wall of absolute 0 and recoiled, its flames guttering and dimming as the opposing force fought against its nature. I didn't waste the opening. Ember roared to life along my bat, the heat amplified by the dragon, which S-ring until blue-white fire wreathed the metal. Then I added Sever, layering the invisible cutting force over the thermal blade. The combination sang through my arms like electricity. I swung, The bat connected with the elemental S torso, and reality itself seemed to hiccup. The thermal shock created a shockwave that cracked stone. Where superheated metal met supercooled flames, the elemental's barato simply stopped being fire and became something brittle. Glass-like, fragile. An invisible barato struck the creature from across the barato, bringing it down, separating top from bottom. The elemental S mouth opened in a soundless scream as its body fell apart, the two halves toppling in opposite directions. For one beautiful second, I thought we'd won. Then the pieces started burning again, crawling toward each other across the frozen floor like magnets finding their match. Oh, come on. I backed up, pulling Celeste with me. That S cheating. The halves reconnected. The creature reformed, slower than before, but still functional. And now it looked pissed. Celeste wavered beside me, completely drained from her frost bomb. I caught her before she could faceplant. Can't do that again. She gasped out. Noted. Chapter 385. Ashes to Ashes to Glowing? The elemental advanced, and I noticed something. Where my attack had split it, the internal structure was visible for just a moment before the flames sealed it over. Vines, charwood, and at the very center, Cincherato, who could barely stand. At the tunnel behind the elemental, our only escape route. At the carved symbols on the walls that were still glowing with that silver light. Wait, the symbols. I'd seen similar markings in the river chamber. The first tree had them too. They were part of the Garden S foundation, the underlying structure that predated even the Arborist S collection. And they were reacting to our presence. Chill. Those carvings. Can you freeze them? She blinked at me, struggling to focus. What? Why would I? Just trust me. The elemental S mouth opened. Fire gathered in its throat again. Celeste threw her remaining energy at the nearest wall. Ice spread across the glowing symbols, and the moment the frost touched them, the silver light flared bright enough to hurt. The entire chamber shook. The elemental stumbled, its flames flickering wildly as the symbols rejected the corruption of the Arborist S creation. This thing was a failed avatar, a puppet made from stolen biomass. The garden itself recognized it as wrong, as something that didn't belong in the sacred space. And I was more than happy to help with the eviction notice. I lunged while it was distracted, bat held low, and point forward like a spear. Ember surged through the metal, hot enough that the air around it ignited. I aimed for the chest, for where I'd seen that seed pod core earlier. The elemental tried to dodge. Too slow. The burning bat punched through its torso, and I felt resistance as the metal contacted something solid buried in the flames. The core. I twisted hard, feeling the pod crack like an eggshell. The creature's scream finally had sound. It seized my arms, and a sharp wave of pain surged across my skin as burning vines coiled around me. The searing heat filled the air around me. I screamed back at it. Then I channeled every ounce of heat I could summon directly into the bat, into the core ID impaled, and let ember burn so hot it went from blue-white to something that made the air scream. The seed pod detonated. The explosion threw me backward. I hit the wall hard enough to crack stone, my vision going white from pain. Through the ringing in my ears, I heard Celeste shouting my name. When my eyes finally focused, the elemental was gone. Just ash and fading embers scattered across the frozen floor. And my arms looked like I'd stuck them in a deep fryer. Satori. Celeste dropped beside me, her hands hovering over the burns but not touching. Don't move. Don't. I laughed. Couldn't help it. The sound came out broken and slightly unhinged, but hey, ID just killed a walking bonfire with a baseball bat. ID earned some hysteria. Me fine. Complete lie. My arms were ruined, the pain so intense it wrapped around into something almost manageable through sheer absurdity. You're not fine. Your arms are. Crispy. Yeah, noticed. I forced myself upright despite every nerve ending screaming. We need to move. The thing made noise when it died. Other things probably heard. She stared at me like I'd grown a second head. You can't possibly. Watch me. I made it approximately 3 steps before my legs decided they'd had enough of my nonsense and gave out entirely. Celeste caught me before I could eat stone. For someone who just emptied her mana reserves, she had surprising strength. "You're impossible," she muttered, maneuvering me back against the wall in a sitting position. "Seat. Don't argue. Just sit." Set. She knelt in front of me, examining my arms with the detached focus of someone trained in crisis management. The burns covered me from wrist to elbow, the skin already blistering in places. Without the system connection, I had no healing factor. No convenient regeneración. Just regular human tissue damage and the promise of infection if we didn't treat this properly. "I'm going to try something," Celeste said. "It might hurt. More than they already do." She didn't answer. Just placed her hands on either side of my right forearm, barely touching the ruined skin. Cold spread from her palms. Not the intense freeze shed used against the elemental, but something gentler. The temperature dropped around the burns, and the constant scream of damaged nerves faded to a dull roar. I watched her work, watched the way she bit her lip in concentration, the way her silver hair fell forward to curtain her face. "Thank you," I said quietly. She glanced up, surprised. "For what?" "Not leaving me to become barbecue when you had the chance." A small smile tugged at her mouth. I considered it. Briefly. "Yeah? Then I remembered you're the only one who knows how to get us out of here." She moved to my left arm, repeating the process. "Also, Noah would kill me if I came back without you. She's developed concerning opinions about your survival." The ice numbed the worst of the pain, leaving behind a bearable ache. I flexed my fingers experimentally. Everything still worked, even if it hurt like hell. "Your bodyguard has a crush on me." "Noted." Celeste's expression went carefully neutral. "I didn't say that. You didn't have to." I grinned despite the pain. "Centuredo, we'd been awake for close to 20 hours, fighting for our lives, and she just expended what little energy she had left to keep me functional." I stood, testing my weight. My ribs protested but held. The burns throbbed with every heartbeat, but I live. "Come on." I offered her my ruined hand. "Let us get out of this death trap before something else decides to say hello." She took it without hesitation, her cold fingers wrapping around my charred skin in a grip that should hurt, but somehow didn't. Together, we limped toward the tunnel. Behind us, the ash from the defeated elemental began to glow again, faintly, like dying embers that refused to accept their extinction. I didn't look back. Some things you just didn't want to know. Chapter 386. The river of bad memories. The tunnel stretched ahead like the throat of something dead and patient. My arms felt like someone had dipped them in lava and then decided to add some extra lava for flavor. Every step sent fresh jolts of agony through my nerves, but I walked through worse. Probably. The memories were getting fuzzy around the edges. Cell kept glancing at me like I was about to keel over and die. Which fair. I probably looked like I was auditioning for a zombie movie. "You're doing that thing again," she said. "What thing?" "The thing where you pretend you're not in excruciating pain." Kinda. Probably looked deranged. "I'm not pretending. I am in excruciating pain. I'm just choosing to ignore it until my body gives up or we find somewhere safe. Whichever comes first." "You're insane." "Yeah, well, sanity is overrated when you're stuck in a cosmic horror-esque botanical hell garden." The tunnel widened after another 20 minutes of stumbling through the dark. The silver knife I snagged earlier gave off just enough light to see by, which was great except for how it also illuminated exactly how screwed we were. The passage opened into a cavern that made the previous chambers look like broom closets. We stood at the edge of a cliff overlooking a massive underground expanse. Below us, maybe 100 feet down, a river cut through the darkness. Except calling it a river was like calling a hurricane a light breeze. The water was black. Not dark blue or murky brown. Pure black, like someone had liquefied the void between stars and decided to make it flow. The surface moved with lazy, hypnotic currents that caught the silver light from our knife and reflected it back in distorted patterns. And the smell. God's the smell. What is that? Cell covered her nose with her hand, her face going pale. I knew that smell. Every dock worker who'd ever cleaned the harbor in Tokyo Bay knew that smell. It was the smell of something unsettling and long forgotten. Something that made my skin crawl and every instinct tell me to run. It smelled like memories. I know that sounds insane. Memories don't have a smell. Except here, in this place where the normal rules had taken a vacation and left a note saying they'd be back never. Apparently memories did have a smell. And it was wrong. That, I said, is our next terrible decision. Sel looked at me like I suggested we jump off the cliff and see if we could fly. You want to go down there? Not want. Need. The path keeps going down. I pointed along the cliff face, where I could just barely make out a series of carved steps that descended toward the riverbank. And I bet everything I own that whatever we're looking for is on the other side. Everything you own currently amounts to a baseball bat and 2 broken arms. Exactly. So it's a safe bet. She laughed. Actually laughed. A sound that echoed through the cavern and came back to us distorted and strange. The river below seemed to respond, its surface rippling with patterns that had nothing to do with current or wind. You're absolutely right, she said. This is a terrible decision. Worst one all week. Then why are we doing it? I started toward the stairs. Because all our good decisions are what got us stuck in this nightmare garden in the first place. Might as well try something new. The descent took forever and also no time at all. The steps were uneven, carved into the cliff face by something that clearly didn't understand human anatomy or safety regulations. Some were wide enough to sit on comfortably. Others were barely ledges that required us to shuffle sideways while clinging to the rock. My arms screamed the entire way down. The burns had stopped bleeding, which was either good or very bad depending on whether you believed in signs of healing versus signs of nerve damage. I was choosing to believe in neither and just keep moving. About halfway down, Sel slipped. I grabbed her wrist with my ruined hand. Pain white-hot, an immediate shot through my arm, but I held on. She dangled over empty air for a second that stretched into a year, her periwinkle eyes wide with terror. I've got you, I said through gritted teeth. Your arms are fine, completely fine, living their best life. I hauled her back up onto the step. See? Good as new. She stared at my hand where fresh blood seeped through the blistered skin. Then at my face. Then back at my hand. You're bleeding. It's decorative. Adds character. Satori. Chill. She opened her mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. Finally settled on. Thank you. Don't mention it. Seriously. If word gets out that I'm capable of basic human decency, my reputation is shot. We reached the riverbank without further incidents of gravity attempting murder. The black water lapped at the shore with gentle, almost welcoming movements that immediately made me suspicious. In my experience, things in gates that looked welcoming were usually trying to eat you in creative ways. The river stretched in both directions, disappearing into darkness. On the opposite bank, maybe 50 yards away, I could see the continuation of the path. Stone steps led up another cliff face toward a distant glow that might have been our destination or might have been another trap disguised as hope. Either way, we had to cross. I knelt at the water's edge, careful not to touch the surface. The smell intensified, crawling up my nostrils and trying to nest in my sinuses. Underneath the rot and the wrong memory scent, there was something else. Something almost sweet, like fruit left out too long in the sun. Can you freeze it? I asked. Sel shook her head, swaying slightly. I have maybe one more ice bridge in me. After that, I'm empty. I did the math. 50 yards. 6 people's weight distributed across thin ice versus 1 person's weight over the same distance. The numbers didn't love us. Then you make yourself a bridge and cross. I'll find another way. Absolutely not. Chill. I said no. Her voice went hard, and frost gathered around her fingers despite her exhaustion. We stay together. That's the deal. I wanted to argue, point out the tactical stupidity of risking both of us when one could escape. Explain that her S-rank potential and political value far exceeded my C-rank trash heap status. But the look in her eyes stopped me cold. It was the same look Natalia got when she decided something was hers and the world could go hang for all she cared. The look that said arguing was pointless because the decision had already been made and reality could bend or break for all she cared. Darn. When had I started collecting stubborn women who refused to listen to basic survival logic? Chapter 387. Please do not feed the apparitions fine, I said. We crossed together. But if this goes bad, it 1T. You don't know that. No. She moved closer, her shoulder brushing mine. But I know you, and you don't quit, even when you should. The compliment hit weird, like being punched except the fist was made of validation and it hurt in a completely different way. I cleared my throat. Yeah, well, quitting is for people with better options. She smiled at that, small and genuine and somehow sadder than if she decried. Then she raised both hands and pulled. I spread from the shoreline in a path maybe 3 feet wide, extending over the black water like a scar across dark skin. The surface crackled and hissed where the cold met whatever the river actually was. Sel gritted her teeth, and I could see the effort draining her, could see the way her legs shook and her breathing went shallow. Stop, I said when the bridge reached maybe 20 feet. That's enough. It's not even halfway. It's enough for now. You're burning out. I can make it. I grabbed her wrist, gentle as I could manage with my cooked hands. I know you can, but I need you conscious when we get to the other side, not passed out of my arms like some damsel in a bad novel. She wanted to argue. I could see it in the set of her jaw, but eventually she let the ice stop spreading and sagged against me. 20 feet, she said. That's pathetic. That's tactical. We'll do it in stages. You rest, build your energy back, make another 20 feet. Rinse and repeat until we're across or something eats us. That's your plan? Rest and repeat? Got a better one? Silence. Then no. Then shut up and sit down before you fall down. She sat. I sat next to her because standing seemed like a lot of effort and my body had filed a formal complaint about all movement. We rested for maybe 10 minutes. The river flowed past our ice bridge without seeming to care about the intrusion. Nothing attacked us. No monsters emerged from the water to make our lives more interesting, which meant something was wrong. In Gates, silence was almost worse than screaming. It meant the danger was patient, smart, waiting for the right moment to strike instead of just charging in with teeth and claws. I scanned the shoreline, looking for movement. The knife's silver glow didn't reach far. Maybe 20 feet in any direction, and beyond that was just darkness thick enough to taste. What are you looking for? Chill ui spirit. Anything. Everything. Whatever's waiting for us to get comfortable. You think something's watching? I know something's watching. Question is whether it's hungry or just curious. She shifted closer, and I forced myself to focus on the dark instead of the fact that she was near. I kept my eyes forward, scanning the shadows. Focus, jackass. Survival first, confusing feelings about the Ice Princess later. Ready for round 2? I asked. She took a breath, let out slow, as I'll ever be. The second bridge section went faster. Maybe because she was getting the hang of it, or maybe because desperation made excellent motivation. 20 more feet of ice stretched across the black water, connecting to the first section in a seamless path. We waited, rested. I watched the water and try not to think about what would happen if the ice broke while we were on it. Third section, fourth, fifth. By the sixth, we were 3/4 across, and Sel looked like death warmed over and then sent back for being insufficiently warm. Her face had gone the color of old snow, and her hands trembled so badly she could barely form the constructs. One more, she gasped. Just one more, and we're there. Take a break. We're almost across. Chill. I can do this. The ice exploded from her palms in a jagged, uncontrolled mess. Instead of a clean bridge, we got something that looked like an ice sculpture designed by a drunk toddler. Uneven, fragile, sections so thin I could see the black water through them. But it reached the other shore. Sel collapsed forward, and I caught her before she could pitch face first into the river. Her skin felt like touching winter itself, cold enough to make my burns scream fresh complaints. Okay, I said. New plan. I carry you across because you definitely can't walk this in your current state. Can't carry me. Your arms. My arms are fine. They're covered in third-degree burns. Semantics. I scooped her up before she could protest further. She weighed almost nothing, which was either concerning or just another side effect of being a cryomancer who burned calories like a furnace to fuel her aspect. The ice bridge creaked under our combined weight. "This is a terrible idea," Cell said against my chest. "Yeah, I took the first step onto the frozen path. But I'm full of those today." The ice held. Barely. I could feel it shifting under my boots, could hear the way it groaned, and complained about supporting 2 people when it was designed for maybe one very optimistic squirrel. 10 feet. 20. The black water flowed beneath us, and I swore I could see shapes moving in the depths. Human shapes, reaching up toward the surface with hands that had too many fingers. I walked faster. 30 feet. The ice cracked under my left boot, a sound like a gunshot in the silence. I froze, waiting for the whole thing to collapse and dump us both into whatever nightmare flowed below. It held. I kept moving, each step a gamble against physics and structural integrity and whatever cosmic force had decided we deserved this particular flavor of hell. 40 feet. Almost there. The opposite shore was close enough to smell, close enough that I could make out individual rocks and the carved steps leading up the cliff. That S when the water started whispering. Not like wind through leaves. Not like anything natural. These were actual words, spoken in voices I recognized and voices ID never heard. Some in English, some in Japanese, some in languages that had died before humans learned to make fire. They all said the same thing. "Come down. Kumisuim. Come remember what you've forgotten." Cell went rigid in my arms. "Do you hear that?" "Yeah." I picked up the pace, my boots sliding on the ice as I basically ran the last 10 feet. "Ignore it. Don't listen. Just hold on." The voices grew louder, insistent. One of them sounded like my mom, another like Luca, a third like someone I had faced in my previous life, back when I was Kalen and conflict was just another Tuesday. "The water remembers," they whispered. "The water knows. Come down and we'll show you what you've lost. What you've left behind. What you could still save if you just let go and sink with us." My foot hit solid ground. The shore. Actual, blessed shore that wasn't made of questionable ice over cosmic ore juice. I set Cell down carefully, and she immediately stumbled to her knees, gasping like she'd been drowning. "What?" She managed between breaths. "What was that?" Chapter 388. The princess who ran toward the monsters. I looked back at the river. The ice bridge was already melting, dissolving into the black water like it had never existed. The whispers faded with it, retreating back into whatever depths they decrawled from. That, I said, was the arborist saying hello, and reminding us that we're not just fighting plants and fire elementals. She looked up at me, and for the first time since I'd met her, I saw actual fear in those periwinkle eyes. "We're in over our heads," she said quietly. "Way over." I offer her my charred hand, but we're still breathing, so we keep moving until that changes. She took my hand and let me pull her up. Her grip lingered a second longer than necessary. "For what it's worth," she said, "I'm glad you're the one stuck down here with me. If I had to be trapped in a nightmare dimension with anyone, you'd be my first choice." That's the exhaustion talking. "Maybe." She started toward the steps carved into the cliff. "Or maybe you're just better at this than you think you are." I watched her climb, noted the way she moved despite being completely drained. Stubborn didn't even begin to cover it. This girl had been raised by Seraphina Vance, the woman who probably terrified death itself into submission, and it showed in every step. The stairs went up, and up, and up some more, because apparently the arborist was a sadist who believed in cardio. My ribs decided to remind me they existed. The burns on my arms decided to join the protest. Even my legs got in on the action, trembling with every step like they were considering a union strike. I made it maybe 30 steps before I had to stop and lean against the wall, breathing hard. Cell paused above me. "Need a break?" Me fine. "You look like you're about to pass out." That's just my face. She came back down and sat on the step beside me, close enough that our shoulders touched, close enough that I could feel her shivering. "You're freezing," I said. Side effect. Using that much ice burns through my body heat. I'll be fine once we find somewhere warm. I looked at the cavern around us, at the distant ceiling lost in shadow, at the black river below that probably dissolved anything warmer than absolute zero. Yeah, this place is definitely known for its tropical climate. She laughed again, tired and broken and somehow still genuine. We're going to die down here, aren't we? The question hung between us like smoke. I could VE lied, told her we'd be fine, that I had a plan, that reinforcements were coming. All the comforting garbage people say when they're trying to make the inevitable sound temporary. But Sel had asked for honesty earlier, and she earned it. Maybe I said, probably even, the odds aren't exactly in our favor. That is supposed to make me feel better? No, but it's the truth. I shifted to look at her directly. We're stuck in a black gate with a cosmic entity that collects people like trading cards. We've got no backup, limited supplies, and am currently rocking the charcoal briquette look on both arms. Statistically speaking, we're completely doomed. She stared at me. Is there a but coming? Please tell me there's a but. But, I grinned. I've survived worse odds, and am really, really bad at dying when people expect me to. That's your inspiring speech? I don't do inspiring. I do realistic with a side of spite. I stood, ignoring how my legs wobbled. Now come on. We've got a cosmic gardener to disappoint. She took my offered hand and let me pull her up. We climbed. The stairs seemed endless, spiraling up the cliff face in a pattern that made my head spin if I looked at it too long. But eventually, finally, we reached the top. Another tunnel waited. Of course it did, because this place loved tunnels like I loved terrible decisions and complicated women. This one was different, though. The walls were smooth, almost polished, and they reflected the knife's light in strange ways. Instead of rock, they looked almost like glass. Dark glass with things moving behind it. I stopped at the entrance, every instinct I had screaming that this was wrong. What? Sel moved beside me, following my gaze. Oh, yeah, oh, because in the glass walls, reflected back at us, were faces. Hundreds of them, thousands, all pressed against the surface from the other side, mouths open in silent screams. And they all looked human. Those are, Sel whispered, those are the other hunters. The ones who came before us. I nodded slowly, my stomach doing interesting gymnastics. The arborist's failed candidates. The ones who didn't make the cut. He trapped them in the walls. Seems like. I raised the silver knife and looked at my own reflection in the glass. The face staring back at me looked older than 18. Harder, like something had reached inside and carved away everything soft, leaving only edges. Behind my reflection, dozens of faces crowded close, pressing against the barrier. Their mouths moved, forming words I couldn't hear that I lowered the knife. We should go back. Where? The river? Literally anywhere that isn't this hallway of nightmares. Sel looked at the faces, at the tunnel stretching ahead into darkness, at the path we'd taken to get here. Then she took my hand. No, she said firmly. We go forward. Together. That is possibly the worst tactical decision you've ever made. Good thing I'm not a tactician. She pulled me toward the tunnel. I'm just a princess who is very tired of running from things. The faces watched us enter. Some looked sad. Some looked hungry. All of them looked like they'd been human once, before the garden had taken that away and left something else behind. I gripped the silver knife tighter and followed Sel into the glass hallway. The whispers from the river started again, echoing up from the cavern below. But this time, they were joined by new voices. The voices of everyone trapped in these walls, speaking in unison. The arborist is waiting. The arborist is watching. The arborist has chosen you. Hey, chill. Yes. When we get out of this, remind me to never volunteer for gate duty ever again. Deal. She squeezed my hand. Now shut up and walk. We're not giving this place the satisfaction of breaking us. I shut up and walked. Behind us in the glass, the faces began to smile. Chapter 389. The Devil's Choice. Poison or poison, the tunnel stretched forever. At least, that's what it felt like. In reality, we'd probably been walking for 20 minutes, maybe 30. Time got weird down here. The knife's silver glow barely pushed back the darkness, and every step echoed in ways that made my skin crawl. The faces in the walls followed us. Not just with their eyes, though, yeah. That was creepy enough, but with their entire bodies, sliding through the glass like swimmers keeping pace underwater. Some pressed their hands against the barrier, fingers splayed wide. Others opened their mouths in those silent screams. One looked like he was laughing. "Don't look at them," I said. "I'm trying not to. Try harder." Sel's hand tightened around mine. Her fingers were ice cold, like holding hands with winter itself. Under normal circumstances, I would made a joke about it. These are not normal circumstances. A face appeared directly beside us, keeping perfect pace. This one looked young. Younger than us, maybe 16 or 17. His mouth moved, forming words over and over. "Help me, help me, help me." I kept walking. The tunnel curved left, then right, then split into 3 identical paths. Each one looked exactly the same: smooth glass walls, twisted faces, darkness that pressed against the knife's light like a living thing. "Well," Sel said, "this is new." I studied each tunnel carefully. Protection from arrows tingled at the base of my skull, that weird sixth sense that usually warned me about projectiles coming from my face. Except right now, it wasn't telling me anything specific. Just a general feeling of wrong radiating from all 3 directions equally. "Great. Really helpful. Thanks, Cosmic Danger Sense." "Middle one," I said finally. "Why?" "Because it's the one I hate least." "That's your reasoning? You got a better system?" "Be my guest." She didn't answer, just pulled me toward the middle path. We walked. The faces in the walls changed as we went deeper. They stopped looking scared and started looking hungry. Their mouths stretched wider than physics should allow. Their eyes reflected the knife's light back at us like cats caught in headlights. I recognized one of them. My blood went cold. The man looked 40, maybe 45. Weathered face. Scars across his jaw. One eye slightly cloudy, the other sharp enough to gut you from across a room. Kalen knew this man, had worked with him, had watched him die in a botched extraction when a rival family's enforcer put 3 bullets in his chest and left him bleeding out in a parking garage. Takashi Ibuki, lieutenant in the Yamaguchi-gumi enforcement division, dead for 8 years in a world that shouldn't exist anymore. But there he was, pressed against the glass, staring at me with that one sharp eye. I stopped walking. Sel noticed immediately. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." The word came out too fast, too tight. Takashi's mouth moved. I couldn't hear him, but I could read lips well enough after years of reading marks across crowded clubs. "I see you, Kalen." My grip on the bat tightened until my knuckles went white. "Satori." Sel stepped in front of me, blocking my view of the wall. "What did you see?" "Someone I knew. A long time ago." "From before? Before you came to NVA?" "Something like that." She studied my face. Those periwinkle eyes missed nothing, picking apart every micro-expression, every tell. Years of training under Serafina Vance made her a human lie detector. "The arborist is showing you things," she said slowly. "Things that shouldn't know about." "Yeah, I got that part. So it's in your head, reading your memories." I nodded. "Or something worse. What if it's not just reading? What if these people are actually here, trapped in whatever pocket dimension this thing calls home?" Sel's expression went very still, very careful. The mask she wore when dealing with VHC politics and her sister's interrogations. "That's impossible. We're in a black gate with a cosmic entity that collects plants from dying universes and turns people into garden ornaments. Nothing's impossible anymore." She opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. "Fair point." We started walking again, faster now. I kept my eyes forward, refusing to look at the walls. But I could still feel Takashi watching me. Could still feel all of them watching, recognizing something in me that shouldn't exist. The tunnel sloped downward. The air grew warmer, thick with humidity that made breathing feel like drowning. My burns throbbed in time with my heartbeat, each pulse sending fresh waves of pain up my arms. The system remained dead. Non-il, no Apollo. No convenient notifications offering me an escape route in exchange for my soul and 3 easy payments of schema points. Just me, Sel, a silver knife, and a baseball bat that had seen better days. The tunnel opened into another chamber. This one was different. The walls here weren't glass. They were mirrors, floor to ceiling, reflecting everything back at us in infinite regression. I saw myself duplicated 1,000 times, each reflection slightly different. In some, I looked younger. In others, older. In one, I still wore Kalen-esque scars. In another, I was stained with marks that definitely weren't mine. Cell saw them too. Centurato, why not? Because the things you see in mirrors aren't always you. Sometimes they're what you're afraid of becoming. She tore her gaze away, focusing on the chamber's center instead. A pedestal stood there. Not stone this time, but something that looked organic. Wood, maybe your bone. Hard to tell in the knife's silver light. On the pedestal sat two objects. A small vial filled with shimmering liquid that glowed with soft gold light. And a flower. Black petals, silver stem. The same type that had nearly killed us in the previous chamber. Another test, Cell said. Another test, I agreed. I approached the pedestal carefully, watching the mirrors from the corner of my eye. The reflections didn't move in sync with us. Some turned to face us directly. Others walked away. One of me grinned with too many teeth. I reached the pedestal and examined both objects without touching them. The vial radiated warmth. Even from a foot away, I could feel it calling to the burns on my arms, promising relief and healing and an end to the constant pain. The flower radiated cold, the same killing frost that the Guardians had used. Bait, I said. Obviously. Cell moved beside me, studying the items with the same analytical focus she used to map our route. The question is, which one? Could be both. Or neither. Maybe the test is whether we take anything at all. I consider that. It tracked with what we learned about the arborists so far. Everything here was a test. Every choice, every decision, evaluated and judged by something that had been playing this game for millennia. The vial would heal me, I said. It would also probably turn you into a tree. Or worse, the flower would kill us both. Probably. She paused. Unless. Chapter 390. Our disaster unless what? She reached out toward the flower. Not to touch it, but close enough that frost began forming on her fingertips. The Guardians were ice-aligned, she said, connected to the cold, to the garden's winter aspect. And I'm ice-aligned too. She looked at me. What if the flower isn't poison to me? What if it's compatible? I grabbed her wrist, stopping her an inch from the petals. Or, I said carefully, what if that's exactly what it wants you to think? What if it's counting on you making that connection and taking the bait? She hesitated. You think it's a trap? I think everything here is a trap. The question is whether the trap is obvious or clever. So we leave both? I stared at the vial, at the promise of healed skin and functional arms, and not feeling like someone had stuck my limbs in a deep fryer and forgotten about them. My reflection in the nearest mirror smiled. Not my smile. Something meaner. I turned away from the pedestal. We leave both, I said. Whatever game the arborist's playing, we're not playing by its rules anymore. Braxton would be proud. You're learning to walk away from stupid bets. Braxton thinks I'm a disaster waiting for an audience. You are. She followed me toward the chamber's exit. But you're our disaster. We passed through the far archway into yet another tunnel. Behind us, I heard something shatter. Probably the vial breaking on its own. Probably the flower withering without a victim to claim. Probably the arborist throwing a tantrum because we refused its gifts. The tunnel twisted and turned, leading us deeper underground. The air grew thicker, warmer. The knife's glow began to dim, like something was actively draining its light. Chill, Stumbled. I caught her automatically, my burned arms screaming in protest. Sorry, she gasped. I know. I shifted her weight against my side. Lean on me. We'll trade off when I inevitably collapse. That's not reassuring. It's realistic. There's a difference. We kept moving. Her breathing got shallower. Her steps got slower. The girl had pushed herself past every reasonable limit, spent everything she had keeping us alive, and was now running on fumes and sheer stubbornness. Seraphina's sister indeed. The tunnel opened into a small cave. Natural this time, not carved. Stalagmites jutted from the floor. A small pool of clear water sat in one corner, reflecting nothing. Rest stop, I announced. Cell didn't argue, just sank to the ground against the nearest wall and closed her eyes. I checked the water first, dipped my fingers in carefully, ready to yank back if it tried to eat me or showed me visions of my dead mother. It was just water, cold and clean and completely ordinary. I filled our canteens, then brought one to Cell. She drank without opening her eyes, trusting me not to poison her. That trust hit different, heavier than it should. I sat beside her and finally let myself examine the burns properly. The skin was blistered and raw, weeping clear fluid that definitely wasn't supposed to be outside my body. The cold water helped when I poured some over the wounds, but it was a temporary fix at best. Without MES healing aura, these burns would take weeks to recover. Maybe longer, assuming we lived that long. Let me see, Cell said quietly. I showed her. She winced. That looks painful. It's manageable. You're lying. Yeah, but it sounds better than screaming. She took the canteen from my hand and poured water over my arms with careful precision, washing away the accumulated dirt and ash. Her touch was gentle, professional, like she'd done this before. Serafina made you learn field medicine? She made me learn everything. Cell's voice carried no bitterness, just statement of fact. First aid, tactical assessment, political manipulation, 23 forms of etiquette, and how to smile while someone is actively trying to destroy your family. Sounds like a fun childhood. It was necessary. She tore a strip from her already ruined shirt and began wrapping my forearm. My sister built her empire on preparation, on knowing every variable, on controlling every outcome. Must V been lonely. Her hands paused, just for a second. Yes, she said quietly. It was. We sat in silence while she finished the makeshift bandages. They wouldn't do much, but they kept the wounds clean. That counted for something. Can I ask you something? She said. Depends on the question. When you told me the truth earlier, about needing me to investigate your father, she looked up at me. Was that really the only reason you wanted me in Onyx? I could be lied again. Should V probably. Kept the walls up, maintained the distance, treated her like the political asset she was supposed to be. But I was tired and hurt, and so far past my limit that honesty felt easier than deception. No, I said, it wasn't the only reason. What was the other one? You reminded me of someone. Who? Doesn't matter. They're gone. She didn't push. Just finished tying off the bandage and settled back against the wall. Thank you, she said. For what? For not lying this time. I didn't have an answer for that. We rested for maybe an hour. Maybe less. Time still felt slippery down here, like the arborist was playing with the flow, and nobody had bothered to tell us the rules. When we finally stood to leave, Cell swayed on her feet. I caught her elbow. You good? I'll manage. That is not what I asked. I said I'll manage. Her voice carried steel beneath the exhaustion. We're close. I can feel it. The gardeness heart is ahead. The arborist is there. How do you know? The cold is calling to me. Everything ice-aligned in this place is pointing in the same direction, like compass needles finding north. She looked at the tunnel ahead. Whatever happens next, it happens soon. I wanted to tell her we could turn back, find another route, wait for rescue that wasn't coming. But I'd never been good at lying to myself. So I picked up the bat, gripped the silver knife, and followed Cell deeper into the gardeness heart. The tunnel walls changed as we walked. The glass became crystal, then diamond, then something that had no name but sparkled with its own internal light. The faces disappeared, replaced by scenes, memories. I saw the necropolis, saw myself take the hit meant for Emmy, watched the impact knock me down. I saw Natalia's face when she thought I was dying, saw the moment her power exploded and her bond rank hit 10. I saw Skylar on the balcony, saw the kiss that started this whole mess. I saw Emmy in my bed, looking up at me with those trusting eyes that made guilt taste like copper. I saw every manipulation, every calculated move, every time I chosen strategy over honesty. It's showing you regrets, Cell said softly. I don't do regrets. Everyone does regrets. You just bury yours deeper. Maybe she was right. Maybe I was exactly the monster Kalen had been, just wearing better skin and a student ID. The tunnel opened into the final chamber, and I stopped breathing. The space was enormous, cathedral-sized, with a ceiling that disappeared into a sky that shouldn't exist underground. Stars glittered up there. Real stars, not the bioluminescent nonsense from earlier. At the chamber's center grew a tree that made the first tree look like a sapling. Its trunk was easily 50 feet across, wrapped in bark that shifted between every color imaginable. Roots thick as highways spread across the chamber floor, diving into the earth and pulling up through cracks in distant walls. Branches reached toward that impossible sky, heavy with fruits that glowed in a dozen shades. And standing at the base of that tree, waiting for us like he'd been there since the universe was young, was the arborist. Chapter 391. The curator. In his collection, he looked human. Almost. Tall. Maybe 6'2", 6'3", dressed in clothes that seemed to be made from living leaves and flower petals, constantly shifting and rearranging themselves across his form. His skin was the color of aged bark, and his hair was pure white, flowing down past his shoulders. But his eyes were completely wrong. They glowed with the same silver light as the knife in my hand, and they held the weight of millennia, of worlds dying and species vanishing and the endless, grinding march of entropy. He smiled when he saw us. "Welcome," he said, and his voice sounded like wine through ancient forests. "I have been waiting for you both." Celeste's hand squeezed mine so hard I felt bones grind together. "You're the arborist," she said. Statement, not question. "I am." He inclined his head with courtly grace. "And you are Celeste Vance, daughter of a lineage that has shaped civilizations. S-rank potential. Perfect control. The ice that never melts." His gaze shifted to me. "And you, Satoru Nakano, child of a man who saw too much and paid the price. Carrier of something old. Something that does not belong." The knife in my hand pulsed with warmth. "The first tree sent me this," I said, raising the blade slightly. "So it could kill you." "It can." The arborist's smile widened. "If you're strong enough to reach me. If you can pass my final test." "We've passed plenty of your tests already. The harvesters, the guardians, the fire elemental, the river. Those are not tests." He gestured at the chamber around us. "Those were merely filters, ways to separate the wheat from the chaff, to ensure only the worthy reached my presence." Cell stepped forward, her exhaustion forgotten as her spine straightened into battle-ready posture. "What do you want from us?" "Want?" The arborist tilted his head. "I want nothing. I offer everything." He raised one hand, and the chamber transformed. The walls became windows. Through them, I saw worlds. Hundreds of them. Thousands. Each one different. Each one beautiful. Each one dying. "The multiverse is ending," he said simply. "Not in fire or ice, but in silence. In the slow death of entropy. Worlds wink out like candles in an infinite darkness. Species vanish without witness. Beauty fades into nothing." His hand clenched, and the vision shattered. "I'm a gardener. The keeper. The last of my kind, preserving what could be preserved. Saving what deserves to be saved. By kidnapping plants and trapping souls. I kept my voice level. That's your idea of salvation? I give them immortality. Purpose. A place in my collection where they will exist forever, perfect and unchanging." His eyes burned brighter. "Is that not preferable to oblivion? That's not for you to decide. Is it not?" He moved closer, not walking, but flowing, his body seeming to glide across the distance without steps. "Tell me, child who carries two souls, when Kalen Leone died in that gutter, screaming and alone, did he not wish for someone to preserve what he was? To keep his memory alive?" My blood turned to ice. "How do you—" "I know everything that enters my garden. Every thought, every fear, every secret buried so deep you pretend it never existed." He stopped 5 feet away. "I know you, Satoru Nakano. I know what you were, what you are, what you will become." Cell's ice manifested around her hands. "Whatever game you're playing, we're not interested." "Game?" The arborist laughed, and the sound was wind through dead leaves. "This is no game, child. This is an offering." He spread his arms wide. "Join my collection. Let me preserve you, perfect and eternal. Your power, your beauty, your potential, all of it saved from the grinding wheel of time and death. Hard pass, I said. You would choose death? Oblivion? The slow fade into nothing? I'd choose anything over being your pathetic houseplant. His expression didn't change. I see. You require demonstration. The tree behind him pulsed. The fruits on its branches began to glow intensely, and shapes materialized around the arborist. Transparent at first, then solidifying. People, or what used to be people. They stood in a circle around him, maybe 20 of them. All ages, all genders, all races. Each one frozen in a moment of perfect beauty, their skin translucent like glass, their eyes glowing with silver light. I recognized some of them from the walls, from the river, from Kalen's memories. My collection, the arborist said proudly. The worthy ones, those who passed my tests and earned their place in eternity. They're dead, Sel whispered. They are preserved. There is a difference. He ran his hand across the nearest figure's face with something approaching affection. They exist in a state beyond death, beyond time, perfect forever. The figure didn't react, didn't blink, just stood there, beautiful and empty and wrong. That's what you want to do to us, I said. I want to give you the same gift. Freedom from mortality, from pain, from the burden of choice. His eyes found mine. I know what you've done, Sator Nakano. The people you've manipulated, the hearts you've broken, the lies you've told. The preserved figures began moving, stepping closer. I can take that burden from you. Preserve you in a moment before the guilt catches up, before the consequences arrive, before the gods who watch you grow bored and discard you like a broken toy. He knew about Nell, about Apollo, about the system. Of course he did. The figures surrounded us now, close enough to touch. Their hands reached out, fingers extended, faces frozen in expressions of serenity. Join us, they said in unison, their voices harmonizing into something that bypassed my ears and went straight to my skull. Join us and be free. Sel's ice manifested stronger now, desperation giving her reserve she didn't have. The frozen shell spread from her hands up her arms, turning her skin crystalline. Satori, she said, her voice tight with fear. We need to run. I looked at the archway we'd come through, at the preserved figures blocking every path, at the arborist, smiling his patient smile, completely confident that we had no escape, at the silver knife in my hand, forged from the first tree's heart specifically to kill this thing. Then I looked at Sel, at the ice spreading across her skin as her control slipped, at the exhaustion written across every line of her face. And I made a choice that would horrified Kalen. No, I said, we're done running. I grabbed Celeste's shoulder and pulled her behind me, putting myself between her and the arborist. You want to preserve something? I raised a knife. Preserve this. I charged. Chapter 392. The gardener shows his roots. I charged like an idiot. In my defense, I was working with approximately 0 good options and a rapidly dwindling window of not dead yet. The preserved figures moved to intercept, their glass-like bodies refracting the knife's silver glow into 100 tiny stars. Beautiful, downright creepy. I swung the bat at the nearest one. It shattered like a champagne flute dropped on concrete. The figure exploded into crystalline fragments that dissolved into golden dust before hitting the ground. The arborist's smile finally cracked, replaced by something that might have been surprise. Oh, he said, you have the first tree's gift. I didn't waste breath on a response. Already moving, bat in one hand, knife in the other. The preserved figures converged, and I found myself suddenly regretting every life choice that led to this exact moment. Fighting immortal plant zombies with sports equipment. Real peak hunter behavior right here. My protection from arrows screamed warnings half a second before glass fingers reached for my throat. I ducked, felt the air displace above my head, then rammed my shoulder into the thing's midsection. It weighed nothing. The impact sent it flying backward into 2 others, all 3 shattering on contact. More dust, more golden motes floating in the air. Behind me, Cell's ice burst outward in waves. I heard glass breaking and her sharp gasp of exertion. "There are too many," she called out. She wasn't wrong. For every figure we destroyed, two more stepped forward from the darkness at the chamber's edge. The arborist stood watching, hands clasped behind his back like a professor observing a particularly interesting experiment. "This is pointless," he said. His voice carried easily over the chaos. "You cannot destroy them faster than I can manifest them. You will tire. You will fall. And when you do, I will preserve you at the exact moment of your defeat. Forever fighting. Forever struggling. Forever mine." Real villain monologue energy there. I spun, bringing the bat around in a horizontal arc that connected with three glass skulls simultaneously. The crack echoed like a gunshot. "So," he shouted, "how much gas you got left?" "Enough for one more big freeze." "Maybe. That'll work." I didn't actually have a plan. I was mostly making this up as I went and hoping something stuck. The knife pulsed warm in my grip, almost like it was trying to tell me something. Right? The blade could bring down the arborist. The figures were just puppets. Remove the leader, and the rest will fall. Basic gate logic. I just needed to get past approximately 50 preserved souls standing between me and the cosmic gardener who really needed a better hobby. On my signal, I said, dodging another grab, "Freeze everything that's not us." Cell didn't question it. Girl was learning. I broke into a sprint straight toward the arborist, bat raised, probably looking completely unhinged. The preserved figures moved to block my path, their transparent bodies forming a wall of frozen beauty and stolen lives. Now, winter exploded behind me. Cell's ice spread across the chamber floor in a wave of absolute zero, climbing up the figures' legs and torsos, turning them from glass-like to actual ice. They stopped moving, frozen mid-reach, becoming statues of their former selves. The cold hit my back like a physical force. My burn screamed in protest. But I was already through the wall, already closing distance, already bringing the first tree's knife around in a downward arc aimed directly at the arborist's chest. The blade struck something invisible 2 feet from his body. A barrier. Of course there was a barrier. The impact sent feedback up my arm, and the knife rebounded so hard I nearly dropped it. The arborist raised one eyebrow, his expression shifting into something that might have been disappointment. "Did you truly believe it would be so simple?" The frozen figures behind me shattered simultaneously, not breaking apart, shattering outward like grenades, sending ice shrapnel in every direction. I threw myself flat, heard Cell scream. When I looked up, the arborist was changing. His human form peeled away like bark from a tree, revealing something underneath. Something older. His body, elongated, stretched upward until he stood 12 feet tall. His arms became branches, thick and gnarled, ending in hands that possessed too many fingers. His face split down the middle, opening like a flower to reveal rows of wooden teeth and a throat that glowed with the same golden light as the fruits. "First form," he announced, his voice now a chorus. "The cultivator." Roots burst from the ground beneath my feet. I rolled sideways, barely avoiding them as they scraped past my ribs. One caught my ankle, wrapped tight, and yanked me backward. My face hit stone. The root dragged me toward the arborist's new form. I twisted, brought the knife around, and slashed through the root. It cut clean, the heartwood blade doing exactly what it was designed for. The arborist hissed, a sound like wind through dead leaves. Cell appeared at my side, hauling me upright with strength that shouldn't exist in someone who'd just frozen an entire room. Her hands were shaking. The white streaks in her hair glowed brighter than I'd ever seen. "That's new," she said, staring at the towering plant monster. "Yeah, not a fan." The arborist's branch arms swept toward us in a wide arc. Cell threw up an ice wall. The branches smashed through it like it was tissue paper, sending frozen chunks everywhere. We scattered in opposite directions. Bad move. The arborist immediately focused on Cell, recognizing the weaker target. Roots shot from the ground around her, forming a cage. She froze them solid, but more grew to replace the destroyed ones. Within seconds, she was surrounded, trapped in a prison of ice-coated wood. The arborist's flower face turned toward her completely. "You will make a beautiful addition to my collection, Ice Princess. Preserved at the moment of your greatest fear." Perfect. I was already moving. Spatial cleave hummed through my burned arms, the pain turning into white noise as adrenaline kicked in. I slashed through the air between me and the root cage, and reality split along invisible lines. The roots didn't break. They separated at the molecular level, falling apart into component pieces. Cell burst through the gap, her eyes wide. The arborist turned back to me, and I got the distinct impression he was reassessing my threat level. "Interesting. You possess more than the briefing suggested." "Yeah, I'm full of surprises. It's a whole thing." Chapter 393. "You want break me, a valid battle," cry, his arms extended, branches growing longer and splitting into dozens of smaller tendrils that whipped toward me like a hydra made of wood. I activated protection from Eros. The world slowed fractionally as my Tori sense kicked in, showing me the trajectory of each attack. I weaved through the first wave, ducked under the second, but the third caught me across the chest, slamming me into the tree trunk with enough force to crack stone. My vision whited out. My ribs, already damaged from the necropolis, gave a concerning crunch. "Cool. Great. Fantastic." The arborist loomed over me, his flower face opening wider. "You fight well, but you are wounded, exhausted. Your companion can barely stand." His voice carried genuine curiosity now, that same detached fascination a scientist might have watching a rat solve a maze for the 100th time. "Why do you persist in this suffering? Why not accept the peace I offer?" I spat Barado at his feet. The crimson droplet hit the moss and was absorbed instantly, feeding the garden. "Because go to Barado, that's why." Not my most eloquent moment. Not even close. But sometimes the simple answers were the truest ones. And right now, with bruised ribs and countless wounds across my skin, philosophical debates weren't high on my priority list. The arborist's laughter filled the chamber like falling rain, each droplet a note of genuine amusement. Defiance. Yes, this is precisely what I sought to witness. His form began shifting again, bark creaking and wood groaning with the sound of ancient forests bending in a storm. "Let's see if you maintain such admirable spirit through the second form." His body compressed, condensing inward with the sound of 1,000 branches snapping in reverse. He folded down and down until he stood only human height again, maybe 6 feet tall at most. But everything about him changed in those moments of transformation. The sweeping branches became curved blades, elegant and lethal. His bark turned black as obsidian, gleaming with an oily sheen that caught the bioluminescent light. His eyes multiplied, dozens of them opening across his form like stars being born in an accelerated cosmos, each one fixed on me with cold, hunting intent. "The Reaper," he said simply, as if introducing himself at a dinner party. Then he moved. Fast. Faster than anything that size had any right to move, especially something made of wood and plant matter. I barely got the bat up in time to block the first strike. His blade arm hit the metal with enough force to send violent vibrations racing up through my hands, my wrists, all the way to my shoulder socket. My bones rattled. The second strike came from the left before I'd even processed the first. I parried desperately with the knife, the steel shrieking as obsidian would scraped across its edge. The third came low, cutting upward in a vicious arc, and I had nothing left to block with. It sliced across my Barado, deep, painted a beat later, white-hot and nauseating. I staggered backward, putting weight on my injured leg and immediately regretting it. The arborist pressed forward, his obsidian form flowing between attack angles with the grace of someone who had been perfecting his lethal craft for millennia. Ice spears materialized from the ceiling. Chill, still fighting despite looking like death warmed over. The spears rained down on the arborist, Barado him to divert attention. His blade arms became shields, deflecting the ice with precise Barado. Frost spread across his black bark, slowing him fractionally. I used the opening. Spatial cleave through his midsection, The invisible Barado carved a deep ravage through his Barado, sending him crashing to the ground. Golden sap sprayed across the chamber floor. The arborist looked down at the wound, looked back at me, and smiled. The tuas began pulling back together. Roots wove between the separated pieces, stitching him whole. Within 5 seconds, he stood intact, completely healed. Physical damage is meaningless, he said, his voice resonating from multiple mouths simultaneously, creating a discordant harmony that made my Barado ache. I am the garden. The garden is me. So long as the great root lives, so too shall I endure. You cannot destroy what is already eternal. Well, shoot, darn. Behind me, I heard Cell's breathing hitch, then stop, then a wet, heavy thud as she collapsed onto the chamber floor. Hard, too hard, the kind of fall that happens when someone's body just gives out. The arborist's constellation of eyes swiveled, tracking the movement with predatory interest. His obsidian face split into something approximating satisfaction. Your companion has reached her limit, he observed, almost gentle now. Clinical, like a doctor delivering terminal news. The freezing sickness spreads through her veins. Soon you will follow. Your struggles will cease. And then, at last, you will both join my collection. Perfectly preserved. Forever beautiful in your final moments of defiance. I gripped the knife Barado, ignoring the pain shooting through my leg. The blade pulsed against my palm, warmth spreading through the handle. More insistent this time, almost urgent. The first tree had given me this weapon for a specific reason. Barado the arborist, I was certain of that now. The ancient voice had been clear in its hatred, in its need for vengeance. I just needed to figure out how to use it properly. My protection from Arrow's ability tingled at the base of my skull. But it wasn't the familiar warning sensation that preceded incoming attacks. This was different. It felt like guidance, direction, like invisible hands trying to turn my head towards something I missed. I looked down at the knife in my hand, at the silver swirls embedded in the dark blade, at the way they seemed to shift and move beneath the surface like living things, like veins carrying luminous blood through obsidian flesh. Understanding hit me like a sledgehammer to the temple. The knife wasn't a weapon, not in the traditional sense. It was a key. So I called out, not taking my eyes off the arborist. My voice came out rough, strained. The great root. Where is it? Where's it located? She raised her head from the floor, confusion crossing her face. Then clarity. Beneath the tree, the roots spread from the base. The arborist's expression shifted. Barado, I saw something that might been concern. You will not reach it. I will not allow it. Yeah, I said, already limping toward the massive tree. We'll see about that. His obsidian form blurred. I didn't see the attack coming. Just felt the impact across my back that sent me flying forward. I hit the ground and rolled, somehow keeping grip on both weapons. The arborist stood between me and the tree now, his form shifting again, growing, changing. Third form, he said, his voice dropping into registers that made my bones vibrate. The god, and the real fight began. Chapter 394. The gardener changes the rules. The arborist's third form wasn't some gradual transformation. No gentle shifting of bark and branch like the previous changes. This happened all at once, violent and immediate, like watching reality itself get rewritten in a single frame. His form burst outward in a surge of raw power. Roots erupted from a chamber floor with enough force to crack stone. They spiraled around the massive tree trunk in a twisting helix pattern, each root thick enough to crush a car. His humanoid shape dissolved completely, absorbed back into the ecosystem itself. What remained was something that defied easy description. Picture a tree. Now, picture that tree having a really bad day and deciding to become a weapon of mass destruction. The trunk grew wider, taller, its bark turning from gentle browns to obsidian black. Golden sap bled from cracks in the surface, glowing like molten metal. The branches overhead twisted together, forming a canopy so dense that the stars disappeared. In the center of the trunk, roughly 15 feet up, a massive heart pulsed. The organ was easily the size of a car engine, composed of living wood and fibrous tissue that glowed with internal light. Veins of silver spread from it across the entire trunk, pulsing in rhythm with a heartbeat that shook the ground beneath my feet. The roots surrounding the base began moving. Not growth, but deliberate motion like tentacles testing the water. And the eyes. Oh, the eyes. Hundreds of them opened across the trunk's surface. Some were small as pinpricks. Others were large enough that I could crawled inside. Each one glowed with that ancient silver light, and every single one fixed itself on me and Cell. I am the garden, the arborist said, his voice now coming from everywhere at once. The words resonated through the chamber itself, through the roots beneath my feet, through the air I breathed. I am the keeper of last things, the preserver of final moments. To stand against me is to reject immortality, to choose rot and death over permanence. Great. The ancient cosmic entity was giving me a philosophical lecture while I bled from multiple wounds. I really needed to start making better life choices. The roots lashed out, fast as whips despite their massive size. I dodged left. A root slammed into the floor where I'd been standing, cratering the stone. I rolled right, coming up in a crouch and swinging the bat at another root. The metal connected with a satisfying crack. The root recoiled, golden sap leaking from a split in its bark. But three more took its place immediately. One caught my ankle. The grip tightened like a python made of oak, yanking my leg out from under me. I hit the ground hard enough to see stars. The world spun. My vision tunneled, and then ice exploded across my field of view. Cell had somehow gotten back to her feet. Her entire body glowed with frost, white spreading from her skin outward in crackling waves. The temperature dropped so fast that my breath turned to mist. The root holding my ankle froze solid, and I snapped it with a swift kick. Get up. Cell's voice sounded wrong. Too cold, too distant, like she was speaking from the bottom of a frozen lake. Now, Satori. I scrambled upright. My leg screamed in protest. The slash across my leg still bleeding freely, staining the moss beneath my feet dark red. The arborist's roots recoiled from Cell's frost, pulling back toward the safety of the trunk. But the eyes never stopped watching, calculating, adjusting. Impressive, the cosmic entity said. The power of your bloodline manifests beautifully in you, Celeste Vance. But beauty fades. Power withers. Only in my collection will you remain eternal. Celeste's response was to flash freeze the ground between us and the trunk, creating a field of ice spikes that jutted upward at random angles. The arborist simply grew new roots beneath the ice. They punched through the frozen barrier, shattering it into fragments. More roots emerged from the walls now. The ceiling, even a massive tree behind us. We were surrounded on all sides. I glanced at the knife, at the pulsing heart 15 feet up the trunk. Distance was the problem. I couldn't reach it from ground level, not with the arborist's defenses active. The barrier surrounding him would stop the knife before it got close enough to matter. But the first tree had given us this weapon for a reason. I looked at Cell. Her skin had taken on a translucent quality, ice spreading beneath the surface like a disease. Whatever she was doing to herself wasn't sustainable. Another minute, and she'd defreeze from the inside out. I needed to get me airborne, I said, my voice cutting through the chaos. Throw me at the heart. As hard as you can. Her eyes widened. That's insane. You'll hit the barrier and break every bone in your body. Yeah, probably. I grinned despite the situation, despite the pain, despite the high probability that we were both about to die in this nightmare dimension. But I'm counting on something. That barrier? It's designed to keep weapons away from the arborist's real body. But the knife came from inside the garden, from the first tree. I'm betting it recognizes it. Might let it pass. And if you're wrong, then I'll make a really pretty pancake against that invisible wall. Cell stared at me. Her expression cycled through about 6 different emotions before landing on something between resignation and admiration. You're completely insane. Yeah, gets me through the day. I shifted my grip on the knife, holding it point forward. On my mark, give it everything you've got left. She nodded once. Ice gathered around her hands, spreading up her forearms in spiraling patterns. The arborist's roots closed in. A dozen, 2 dozen, more than I could count, all converging on our position with lethal intent. Now, Cell slammed both palms against my back. Ice and kinetic force erupted simultaneously. The combination launched me upward like a rocket, my body hurtling toward the pulsing heart embedded in the trunk. The roots tried to intercept. I used the bat to parry the first one, deflecting its trajectory. The second one I twisted past, feeling bark scrape across my already burned arms. The third caught me across the ribs, but my momentum carried me through the impact. 10 feet from the heart. 5 feet. The barrier shimmered into visibility, a translucent dome surrounding the arborist's core. I hit it full speed, and it parted like water. Holy barato. I'd actually been right about something. The blade struck the barato with tremendous barato. The wood parted more easily than expected, almost yielding. A warm golden spray burst around the weapon. The arborist's scream shattered the chamber. It wasn't sound. Not really. It was something deeper, a vibration that resonated through my bones and skull. Every eye across his surface burst into silver light. The roots went berserk, thrashing wildly. I held onto the knife with both hands, twisting it deeper. The blade pulsed in my grip, hot now, growing hotter with each passing second. The first tree's voice whispered through the knife, speaking directly into my consciousness. Silence him. End it. Free us all. The arborist's massive form began collapsing in on itself. The obsidian bark cracked, revealing golden light bleeding through the fissures. His roots withdrew, curling back toward the trunk like dying vines. No. His voice carried actual emotion now. Fear, panic, rage. This vessel sustained me for 10,000 cycles. I will not relinquish it to insects, to children with crude weapons and borrowed power. The heart convulsed beneath my hands. I felt something shift inside it, something ancient and vast, turning its attention fully toward me. And then the arborist changed tactics entirely. Chapter 395. The gardener's final pruning. The battlefield disappeared. The cathedral chamber with its impossible sky dissolved like smoke. The tree, the roots, the pulsing heart beneath my hands. All of it vanished in an instant. I found myself standing in my childhood home. The cramped apartment in Greystone Park where Kimiko and I had lived before Luca entered our lives. The peeling wallpaper, the water stain on the ceiling, the smell of cheap ramen and poverty. And there, sitting at our kitchen table with her back to me, was my mother. Satori, she said, turning to face me with that tired smile she used to wear after double shifts at the factory. Why are you fighting so hard? Come home. You're safe here. You can rest. My chest tightened. The knife felt impossibly heavy in my burned hands. This wasn't tea real. Couldn't tea be real? This was the arborist, reading my memories and projecting them. Basic psychological warfare. But knowing that didn't tea stop the ache spreading through my ribs when I saw her face. This isn't you, I said, keeping my voice steady. You're just wearing her face. The smile on not Kimiko's face widened, stretching too far at the corners. Does it matter? I offer you what you truly want. A place where no one can hurt you. Where you need not struggle or scheme. Where the weight of maintaining your empire does not press upon your shoulders every waking moment. The apartment shifted. Now I stood in Onyx House. But wrong somehow. The furniture was too clean. The walls too bright. Natalia appeared in the doorway. Then Emmy. Skylar. Zoom in. Chill. All of them looking at me with identical expressions of cold disappointment. You failed us, Natalia said flatly. Her purple eyes held no warmth. You promised to build something lasting. Instead, you led us into a trap. Now we're all dead because of your arrogance. Because they were right. I accepted that quest from Aphrodite with Natalia, knowing full well the risks. I kissed Skylar to complete an objective. Hooked her on the nectar without her full understanding of what that meant. I turned Emmy into an addict. Transformed Natalia into something dependent. All in service of my own ambition. Kalen would been proud. The old me, the enforcer who broke people for a living, he would looked at this collection of damaged women and called it a job well done. But I was just Kalen anymore. And the realization hit me like a truck. I lifted my head, met the false Natalia's gaze directly. Nice try, I said, my voice stronger now. But you messed up the details. The illusion flickered. Natalia's expression froze. My queen doesn't disappoint easily. And she definitely doesn't give up on me just because things got tough. I looked at each of them in turn. None of them do. That's what you don't understand, you ancient piece of driftwood. They're not tools. They're not assets. They chose to follow me because I chose them right back. The apartment dissolved. The false girls vanished like smoke. I stood in the cathedral chamber again. Cell lay crumpled on the moss. Her skin so pale it appeared translucent. But her chest still moved. Shallow breaths. She was alive. The arborist's third form towered above me. His obsidian bark cracked and bleeding golden sap from the knife wound that refused to close properly. You resist my kindness, he said. Something in his voice had changed. The clinical detachment was gone, replaced by genuine confusion. Why? I offer you paradise, an end to suffering, eternal preservation at the peak of your beauty and power. I spat bravado at his roots. Because your paradise is a miserable mausoleum. And I didn't survive being a street rat, a Yakuza weapon, and a cosmic joke just to end up as a garden ornament. The knife pulsed again, hotter, more insistent. I looked down at the blade, really seeing it for the first time. The silver swirls weren't decorative. They were veins, living veins that connected directly to the first tree and through it to every plant the arborist had ever imprisoned. The knife wasn't just a weapon. It was an anchor, a connection. And if the arborist was the garden, then cutting him away from the great root would break his immortality at the source. I jammed the blade into the moss beneath my feet, into the earth itself. The response was immediate. Silver light exploded from the impact point, racing outward in branching patterns that looked like lightning frozen in stone. The light spread across the chamber floor, climbed the walls, wrapped around the massive tree trunk. Everywhere the silver light touched, the arborist's control wavered. The eyes across his surface began closing, one by one. The roots stopped their attack patterns, falling limp. Even the pulsing heart embedded in the trunk slowed its rhythm. What have you done? The arborist's voice carried actual fear now. What are you doing to my garden? I grinned, giving it back to the first tree. You took it through bravado. But the knife remembers who it came from, and apparently roots talk to each other down there in the dark. The silver light reached the great root. I felt it happen through the knife's handle, a shock of connection that traveled up my arms despite the burns. And the garden woke up. Every plant the arborist had ever collected, every specimen kidnapped from dying worlds, every tree and vine and flower forced into service, they all remembered their imprisonment. They all felt the first tree's call. They all chose freedom. The massive tree trunk began splitting, not from my earlier attack, but from inside. Roots tore through the bark from within. Branches ripped themselves free. The preserved figures suspended in translucent chambers throughout the garden shattered their prisons, stumbling forward with confused expressions. The arborist's scream was glorious, not the otherworldly resonance from before. This was raw, primal. The sound of something ancient feeling real pain for the first time in millennia. His obsidian form crumbled. The hundreds of eyes closed permanently. The blade arms fell away like dead weight. And standing where the god form had been, I saw the arborist's true body for the first time. An old man, maybe 70, maybe 700. His skin was wrinkled bark. His hair was moss-gone silver with age. He wore simple robes made from woven grass. He looked at me with eyes that held genuine sorrow. You do not understand what you have destroyed, he said quietly. His voice was just a voice now. No cosmic resonance. No psychic pressure. Just an old being who sounded incredibly tired. The multiverse dies slowly. World by world. Species by species. I was the last keeper. The final gardener who remembered that beauty deserves preservation. I pulled the knife from the moss. Walked toward him despite my injuries, screaming in protest. then you should ask permission before adding people to your collection. He smiled, actually smiled. Would they have agreed? Some might. The ones who were tired. The ones had lost everything. I stopped a few feet away from him, the knife held loosely at my side. But you took the choice away, made them ornaments instead of people. And that's where you messed up. The old man looked past me, towards Cell S' unconscious form. She will die without intervention. The freezing sickness has progressed too far. Her own aspect consumes her from within. Then heal her. His eyes found mine again. Why would I? You have just destroyed my collection, and my work of 10,000 cycles. Given me nothing but pain in return for the immortality I offered. Because you're the gardener, I said, my voice flat. You claim to preserve beauty. Cell is beautiful, powerful. Everything you supposedly collect. Prove you actually give a care about preservation instead of just hoarding pretty things in jars. Chapter 396. Victory tastes like broken ribs. Silence stretched between us. Then, without another word, the old man raised his hand. Golden light pooled in his palm. He gestured towards Cell, and the light flowed across the chamber floor, gentle as water climbing across her skin. The translucent quality faded. Color returned to her cheeks. Her breathing deepened, steadied. The freezing sickness reversed itself. There, the arborist said, I have honored your request. Now you must honor mine. I didn't like the sound of that. What request? Kill me. He spread his arms wide, exposing his chest. The great root has rejected me. The garden has turned against its keeper. My form fails. My purpose ends. Grant me the mercy of final death rather than slow rot. I stared at him, at the knife in my hand. Nell had been silent since we entered this place. Apollo had vanished. The system sat broken in the corner of my vision. But I didn't need divine guidance to recognize a trap when I saw one. What happens if I kill you? I asked. What happens to the garden? To everyone you've preserved? The old man's smile turned sad. The garden collapses. The black gate closes. All the preserved souls trapped within my collection return to their native dimensions, scattered across time and space. He paused. Including you and your companion. You will wake in your world as though from a dream, with only fragments of memory remaining. And if I don't stop you, then I linger. The garden remains. And eventually, someone stronger than you will arrive and finish what you began. He gestured at the chamber around us. This place exists outside normal time. What feels like hours here becomes mere minutes in your world. You could stay. Learn from me. Master the preservation arts. Become the next keeper when my form finally fails completely. There it was. The real offer. Not imprisonment in a collection, but apprenticeship. A chance to inherit an ancient cosmic power. The worst part? A piece of me actually considered it. Imagine controlling every plant across multiple dimensions. Being able to preserve moments forever. Having access to knowledge accumulated across 10,000 cycles. The empire I could build with that power would make everything I accomplished so far look like childish play. But I looked at Cell, at the girl who chosen to stay with me despite knowing I was using her. Hood trusted me enough to cross a nightmare river and fight impossible battles. Cell had already spent her entire life being someone's tool. Her sister's political asset, the VHC's symbol. A arranged match for elite hunter families. If I stayed here, if I accepted the arborist's offer, I'd be doing the same thing. Preserving her perfectly in this moment. Beautiful and powerful and completely frozen. No growth. No choice. No future. Just eternal preservation. I raised a knife. The arborist's eyes tracked the movement. You choose poorly. Power such as mine appears once in a cosmic age. Yeah, well, I stepped forward, Censurado, severing the connection between the arborist and the great root. He looked down at the knife. Up at me. Thank you, he whispered. I've been so tired. For so long. Then he dissolved. Not violently. Gently. Like snow melting in spring. His form collapsed into golden particles that spread across the chamber floor. The massive tree behind him began shrinking, its trunk returning to normal proportions. The heart stopped pulsing, and the garden itself began to sing. Not a sound I heard with my ears. This was something felt in my bones, my blood, the core of whatever made me human. Every plant the arborist had collected sang together. Joy, relief, freedom. The silver light from the knife spread across every surface. The chamber walls cracked and peeled away, revealing actual sky beyond. Not the artificial darkness with its twin moons, but a real dawn, pink and gold and beautiful. The black gate was opening, collapsing, returning us home. I stumbled over to Sel and dropped beside her. Her eyes fluttered open, periwinkle irises focusing on my face. Did we win? Yeah. I laughed, the sound more exhausted than triumphant. We won. You can stop being a hero now. She smiled, then punched me in the barato. Ow. What the heck? That's for almost dying. It's not like I was trying to sell, didn't let me finish the sentence. Her hand gripped my shirt, pulled me forward, and her barato pressed against mine. The barato was nothing like the calculated ones ID shared with the others. Centuredo. My burned arm screamed in protest at the movement. My ribs gave an ominous creak that suggested they were about 3 seconds from giving out entirely. Didn't stop me. Sel tasted like frost and something sweeter underneath. The nectar surged through me, humming through the connection. Centuredo Sel pulled back immediately, her eyes wide. My ribs reminded me they existed by sending a fresh wave of white-hot agony racing across my barato. I flinched, my vision tunneling. The white streaks in her hair glowed faintly in the golden dawn light, now filtering through the collapsing chamber. Your ribs. She touched my chest, feather-light, clinical despite the flush still burning across her cheeks. I forgot. I'm sorry. Don't apologize for kissing me. Centuredo, checking my ribs with the kind of clinical detachment I'd expect from a healer. Not a princess who just kissed me like the world was ending. Which, technically it had been. Her fingers pressed gently against the regenerator brace, still wrapped around my torso. Can you walk? She asked. Can I walk? Princess. I just killed a 10,000-year-old tree god with a baseball bat. Walking S easy mode. Her periwinkle eyes narrowed. Stop calling me that. Which part? Princess or easy mode? She punched my shoulder again, lighter this time. The chamber shook, interrupting our banter. Chunks of crystallized ceiling crashed down around us, exploding into glittering dust on impact. The massive tree at the chamber's center continued shrinking, its branches withering and falling away like shed skin. Right? Collapsing death dimension. Probably should move. I grabbed Celeste's hand and pulled her toward the tunnel we entered through. My burns screamed in protest at the contact, but I ignored them. Pain was just another thing trying to slow me down, and I had a personal policy about ignoring inconvenient obstacles. The tunnel looked different now. The glass walls had transformed into regular stone, the trapped faces gone. Small flowers grew from cracks in the rock, their petals unfurling toward the light filtering down from above. They're free, Sel whispered, her fingers squeezing mine. All of them. The climb back up the stone stairs nearly killed me. My legs felt like someone had replaced my muscles with wet noodles. My ribs sent out regular reminders that they'd been cracked by a dimensional horror approximately 3 days ago. The burns on my arms had gone past painful and straight into that weird numb territory where you know you're completely screwed, but your body is too tired to care. Sel wasn't much better. She leaned heavily against the cliff wall, her breathing ragged and uneven. The white streaks in her hair pulsed with each labored step. About halfway up, she stumbled. I caught her before she went down, wrapping an arm around her waist. Easy. One step at a time. I don't need your help. Sure. That's why you're currently using me as a human crutch. She tried to glare, but ruined it by swaying dangerously. I tightened my grip. Just let me help, Ice Princess. Your pride can murder me later when we're not about to fall to our deaths. She sagged against my side. I hate you. Yeah, I'm getting that a lot lately. We climbed together, taking breaks every 20 steps because my cardiovascular system was currently filing complaints with upper management. During one of these breaks, Sel looked at me with an expression I couldn't read. What you said down there. About me reminding you of someone. Oh good. The conversation I'd been hoping to avoid. Who? She pressed. I stared up at the distant light, considering my options. Lie. Deflect. Change the subject to something less emotionally compromising. Instead, I told the truth. Myself. Her eyebrows rose. Before I got the system. Before I stopped being a complete disaster. Back when I was just some zero, everyone looked at like I was dog food on their shoe. I shrugged, immediately regretting it when my ribs protested. You were in a cage. Just a prettier one than mine. That's why you wanted me in Onyx? Because we're the same? No. I wanted you in Onyx because your sister knows what happened to my dad and you're my key to getting answers. I met her eyes. But yeah, you being trapped in someone else's plan for your life? That part one understood way too well. Silence stretched between us. Then Cell smiled. Not the polite, political smile I'd seen her use at the gala. A real one. You're terrible at this. At what? Emotional honesty. You keep telling me you're using me. Like you think brutal honesty makes manipulation noble. I opened my mouth to argue. But she continued, cutting me off. I appreciate it anyway. At least you're a terrible person who tells the truth about being terrible. Fair point. We reached the top of the stairs as the river chamber collapsed behind us. The black water drained away, revealing smooth stone underneath. The faces in the glass were gone completely. The tunnel leading back to the surface stretched ahead of us, but it looked shorter now, less oppressive. The fungus on the walls had transformed into regular moss that gave off a soft, pleasant glow. My vision flickered. Blue light exploded across my peripheral vision like someone had just turned a flashlight directly behind my eyes. System connection restored. Nell's voice crashed through my consciousness with all the subtlety of a freight train. Oh, thank the fates. You're alive. Do you have any idea how terrifying it is to be cut off from your only human anchor? I've been screaming into the void for hours, and the audience has been absolutely insufferable with their speculation about whether you died and if Apollo would need to find a replacement protagonist. And, not now, I muttered under my breath. Cell glanced at me. What? Nothing. System stuff. Just ignore me. She gave me a look that suggested she had several follow-up questions about what system stuff meant, but graciously decided not to ask. System stuff? Nell's voice dripped with offense. I'll have you know that I am a sophisticated metaphysical interface representing the culmination of divine programming across multiple. I mentally slammed the door on her commentary. The notifications started flooding in. Quest complete. The Gardner S.N. trial by Blackgate. Survived, bonus objective achieved. Freed the first tree, bonus objective achieved. Preserve the companion, calculating rewards. The gold encounter spun up like a slot machine having a seizure. 800 SP for defeating the Arborist. 500 SP for surviving a Blackgate. 300 SP for freeing the imprisoned specimens. 200 SP for protecting Celeste without using her as bait. 1,800 schema points total. My brain stuttered, trying to process that number. That was more than I'd earned from the entire Necropolis disaster. Added to my current balance of 215, and I was sitting on 2,015 SP. 2,000 points. I could buy abilities that would make me untouchable. Could upgrade my existing skills to legendary tier. Could pull enough gacha to make Apollo weep with joy. The audience is losing their collective minds. Nell chimed in, her voice giddy with excitement. The rating spiked so hard during the Arborist fight that Apollo actually spit out his ambrosia. And the moment? Satori, you Barado disaster. You greeted the president's sister right after the battle while still recovering from your injuries. The romance forums are on fire. Great. My near-death experience was trending. Chapter 398. The muscles speak of my triumph. Bond rank updated. Celeste Vance. Rank 1, rank 4 status. Confident imbuement slot unlocked. I stumbled, catching myself against the tunnel wall. The burns on my arms chose that exact moment to remind me they existed by sending fresh waves of agony racing up to my shoulders. Satori? Cell grabbed my elbow, steadying me. What's wrong? Nothing. Just processing. I forced myself upright. How much farther to the surface? She checked the path ahead. Maybe another mile. The tunnel S sloping up now. 1 mile. I could manage 1 mile. We walked in silence, except for Nell S. continued running commentary in my head about viewer statistics and how my protective bad boy, with secret heart of gold routine, was absolutely killing with the female demographic. I was about to tell her to shut up when light appeared ahead. Actual dalaut. Not the artificial silver glow of the garden, but real sunshine filtering through trees. The tunnel mouth opened onto a small clearing surrounded by silver-bark trees. The trees we'd seen when we first fell through the trap. And standing in that clearing, looking like they'd been through their own personal hell with the rest of Team Gamma. One saw us first. His eyes went wide. Holy smokes! Monica gasped, dropping the copper-leaf plant she'd been holding. You're alive. Noah moved faster than I'd ever seen her move, crossing the clearing in 3 steps and grabbing Cell by the shoulders. Are you hurt? Where's the damage? Who do I need to take down? I'm fine, Noah. Cell's voice carried that familiar royal composure despite looking like she'd been dragged behind a truck. Satora protected me. Noah's eyes cut to me. Something dark flickered in her expression. As she hugged Cell so tightly I heard ribs creak. Raphael appeared next, his amber eyes taking in my charred arms and bloody leg. You look like microwave garbage. Love you too. Sunshine. Jamie bounded over, his enthusiasm completely undimmed despite the obvious signs of combat damage across his gear. Brother, you have returned from the depths victorious. The muscles speak of your triumph. They say your spirit burns bright like the protein fires of Mount Olympus. I had no idea how to respond to that. One saved me by stepping between us. How did you get out? The glass hull sealed itself after you fell. We tried everything to break through. He gestured at the surrounding vegetation. Monica convinced the trees to dig, but the roots couldn't get past whatever barrier the arborist threw up. We found another way. I pulled a silver knife from my belt, the blade still stained with golden sap. Courtesy of the first tree. Monica's eyes went wide. That's heartwood. Real heartwood from the anchor tree. She reached out to touch it, then hesitated. May I? I handed it over. The moment Monica's fingers closed around the hilt, her entire demeanor changed. Her amber eyes unfocused, and when she spoke, her voice carried an echo that didn't belong to her. The gardener sleeps. The collection scatters. The first thanks you, bearer of the key. Then she blinked, and it was just Monica again. She looked down at the knife with wonder. They remember you. All of them. Every plant that was trapped. They'll answer if you call. Fantastic. ID somehow earned the loyalty of an interdimensional botanical network. Nell's laughter rang through my head. Oh, this is perfect. The scumbag sovereign now commands the forces of nature. The irony is delicious. I ignored her and focused on the group. How long were we gone? Juan checked his watch. 6 hours. Maybe 7. 7 hours. But down in the garden, it had felt like days. Time dilation was a real headache. The gates collapsing, Noah said, her voice tight. We need to move. Now. She was right. The silver trees around us were fading, their leaves turning translucent. The ground beneath our feet trembled. Raphael grabbed my shoulder, keeping me upright when I swayed. Can you run? Do I have a choice? Not really. We ran. Well, they ran. I hobbled as fast as my ruined body could manage, with Cell on one side and Raphael on the other, basically carrying me between them. The clearing dissolved in a mist behind us. The tunnel we emerged from sealed itself with a sound like breaking glass. The entire dimension was folding in on itself, returning to whatever cosmic void black gates came from. Ahead, I caught a glimpse of the original gate portal, the shimmering vertical tear in reality that we entered through what felt like a lifetime ago. Monica sprinted ahead, with Copernicus clutched to her chest. Juan followed, his analytical mind probably cataloging every detail for his conspiracy blog. Jamie ran with his characteristic enthusiasm, shouting something about the power of determination. Noah stayed close to Cell, ready to intervene if her charge stumbled. The portal grew closer. 20 yards. 15. 10. The ground cracked beneath my feet. I pitched forward, my injured leg finally giving out. Raphael cursed and tightened his grip, basically throwing me toward the gate like I weighed nothing. I hit the portal face first and felt reality twist. The transition was gentler this time, less like having my atoms ripped apart and more like being dunked in very cold water. Then I was through, standing in regular dirt, breathing regular air, under a regular sky that was blue instead of impossible. The VHC security team surrounded the gate site, their weapons raised and their expressions suggesting they'd been about 3 seconds from declaring us lost. Watcher Graves stood at the perimeter, her scarred face unreadable as she took in our condition. Report. C-rank gate turned black, I said, my voice coming out hoarse. Arborist S dead. Specimens freed. We survived. Her eyes narrowed. All of you? I looked back at the portal. Monica stumbled through, gasping and clutching Copernicus. One appeared next, looking like he'd de-aged 5 years in 7 hours. Jamie practically bounced through, immediately flexing despite the obvious exhaustion. Noah emerged with her hand on Cell S' elbow, supporting the princess who looked ready to collapse. Raphael was last. He glanced back at the gate, which had already started shrinking, the blue light fading to nothing. Yeah, I said, Centuredo, and immediately started yelling for advanced burn treatment. I sat down hard on the grass, suddenly aware that my legs had stopped working entirely. Nell materialized a notification directly in my vision. Level up achieved, all attributes reset to F. 0 true values hidden. Multiplier active, new baseline established, the world tilted sideways. Someone caught me before I hit the dirt. Cell S' face swam into focus above mine, her periwinkle eyes wide with concern. Satori? Stay with me. Don't you dare pass out. Not passing out, I managed. Just rest in my eyes. That is literally what passing out is, you idiot. Fair point. The VHC medic appeared with a syringe full of something glowing. This will help with the pain. Will make me high. Extremely. Good enough. The needle bit into my arm. Warmth spread through my veins, chasing away the worst of the burning sensation. My vision went soft around the edges. The sky became very interesting. Had it always been that particular shade of blue? That was a really good blue. Cell S' face hovered above mine, and I noticed for the first time that she had a tiny freckle on her left cheekbone. Goo. Weird thing to notice while potentially dying, but there it was. You kissed me, I said, the words coming out without permission from my brain. Her cheeks flushed. You kissed me back. Yeah. Seemed rude not to. She laughed, the sound surprising both of us. You're impossible. I get that a lot too. The medic returned with a stretcher, and several people tried to load me onto it. I protested, loudly, using words that made Cell cover her mouth to hide a smile. They ignored me and strapped me down anyway. As they carried me toward the waiting medical transport, I caught Cell S' eyes one more time. She stood there in the afternoon light, her silver-white hair catching the sun, her combat gear torn and bloody, looking absolutely destroyed. And she was smiling. Don't die on the way to the hospital, she called out. I'll be very annoyed if you survive the arborist just to die from an infection. Wouldn't he dream of it, princess? Her glare promised retribution. I grinned and let the drugs pull me under. The infirmary smelled like antiseptic and burnt flesh. Probably my burnt flesh, which was deeply unpleasant to think about. I woke up in a private room with soft lighting and the rhythmic beeping of a heart monitor that suggested I was, in fact, still alive. Progress. My arms were wrapped in some kind of gel-infused bandages that glowed faintly blue. The burns didn't hurt anymore, which either meant the treatment was working or I'd finally achieved that sweet nerve death. Nell appeared the moment my eyes opened, her blue interface window hovering like an overexcited puppy. You're awake. Finally. Do you have any idea how boring it is watching you sleep? The audience started making fan theories about whether you'd enter a coma, and we'd need to do a whole searching for the protagonist as soul arc. How long was I out? 6 hours. Dr. Death put you under while she treated the burns. Apparently, You were being unnecessarily vocal about the pain. I tried to sit up. My ribs immediately vetoed this decision. Don't move, idiot. You're still healing. Here, let me show you the good news. A new window materialized, displaying my updated status. My eyes widened. Level 3. All my visible stats sat at F0, exactly as expected. But beneath that surface layer, the hidden values showed my actual power. Strength, 6,250, hidden. Endurance, 6,250, hidden. Dexterity, 6,250, hidden. Agility, 6,250, hidden. Magic, 6,250, hidden. The multiplier had kicked in. Again, I'd gone from struggling with C-rank threats to having stats that would make most B-rank hunters weep into their protein shakes. And that is not even the best part, Nell said, her voice smug. Check your titles. I pulled up the title screen. New title acquired. The Gardener S. Bane Effect. 10 damage against plant-type entities. All botanical life recognizes you as friend or liberator. Plants will naturally grow toward your presence. New title acquired. Black Gate Survivor Effect. 15 resistance to dimensional anomalies and psychic attacks. Mental fortitude increased when facing impossible odds. The rewards kept coming. New ability unlocked. Verdant Command Rank. Gold Effect. Allows the user to communicate with and request assistance from all plant life within a 50-meter radius. Plants will respond based on their individual consciousness and a user's relationship with them. More intelligent flora require greater persuasion. I stared at the description. I can talk to plants now. Yes. Isn't it wonderful? You're like a Disney princess, except with more chaos and questionable life choices. This is your fault. My fault? I'm just the system interface. Blame Apollo for the gotcha pulls. Or blame the first tree for liking you. Or blame yourself for being so irresistibly charming that even ancient cosmic vegetation wants to be your friend. The door opened, interrupting my internal argument with my cosmic parasite. Cell walked in, looking significantly better than when I'd last seen her. She de-showered, changed into a fresh uniform, and her hair was brushed and perfect again. The white streaks had faded back to normal. She stopped when she saw I was awake. You're up. Apparently. The drugs wore off. How do you feel? Like I got in a fight with a bonfire and lost. She crossed to the bedside, pulled up a chair, sat down with that perfect posture that screamed expensive etiquette training. Then she grabbed my hand, the one that wasn't wrapped in glowing bandages. Thank you, she said quietly, for not leaving me down there, for giving me the choice to stay or go. Don't me. I'm still relying on you to help me reach your sister. I know. She held my hand. But you're also the first person who has ever asked what I wanted before making plans for me. I had absolutely no idea how to respond to that level of honesty. So I did what I always did when emotions got too real. Change the subject. How is everyone else? Exhausted. Monica 1T stopped talking about the plants. Jacob S. writing a 15-page report about dimensional variance. Noah is hovering outside your door like a guard dog. Chilsa leaps tweaked. Braxton said to tell you that if you ever volunteer for another Blackgate, he'll personally throw you into the next one himself. Sounds fair. We sat in comfortable silence. Her thumb traced small circles on the back of my hand. Nell chose that moment to be helpful. The bond rank increased. She has a confidant now. One more rank, and you unlock the second imbuement slot. 2 more after that, and she generates passive SP for you daily. I already knew. The notification had popped up the moment Cell touched my hand. But what Nell didn't say, what the system carefully avoided mentioning, was that ID just spent 7 hours in torment with this girl. Watched her freeze an entire battlefield despite her exhaustion. Caught her when she fell. Let her tend to my wounds, even though she could barely stand. And somewhere in all that chaos and violence and desperate survival, something had shifted. She was just Serafina Vance's sister anymore. Was just a key to unlock my father's files. She was Cell, the girl who punched me when I was being an idiot, who kissed me in the ruins of a cosmic garden, who chose to stay when running would been smarter. The realization settled in my chest like a stone. I was absolutely screwed. Oh no, Nell said, her voice delighted. You're catching feelings. Actual, genuine feelings. This is amazing. The audience is going to love this character development. Shut up, I muttered. Sel's eyebrows rose. I didn't say anything. Not you. The annoying voice in my head. Should I be concerned about that? Probably. She smiled, soft and genuine, and my stupid heart did something complicated in response. Yeah, definitely screwed. Chapter 400. The Calamity Couple is trending. The holographic news anchor smile could VE strip paint off a battleship. Park Hyun-jae sat at the gate break desk wearing his signature Navy suit. His hands folded like he was about to deliver news of a natural disaster instead of what was clearly the juiciest gossip to hit the hunter world in weeks. Good evening, Valoria. I'm Park Hyun-jae, and if you've been living under a rock for the past 12 hours, allow me to catch you up on what is rapidly becoming the story of the academic year. The screen behind him lit up with two images side by side. On the left, Celeste Vance, official VHC promotional photo. Perfect posture, perfect lighting, perfect everything. The kind of image that made 14-year-olds want to become hunters and corporations want to throw sponsorship money at her family. On the right, Satoru Nakano's viral moment from the draft, mid-speech, his red hair wild, and his expression carrying enough arrogance to fuel a small nation. Yesterday afternoon, Hyun-jae continued. What was supposed to be a routine C-rank training gate in Sector 7 transformed into a Black Gate scenario. For those unfamiliar, Black Gates have a survival rate of approximately 18% for professional teams. For academy students? Well, let us just say the VHC doesn't publish those numbers for a reason. Sterling Weaver leaned forward in his seat, his silver hair catching the studio lights. Cut to the chase, Hyun-jae. Who died? No one, Sterling. That's the remarkable part. Isaiah Foster, the third anchor, blinked. No casualties. In a Black Gate? With students? Not a single one. Hyun-jae pulled up a new screen showing leaked footage of an emergency medical transport landing at NVA. What we do know, based on VHC medical reports and eyewitness testimony from the response team, is that 6 students entered this gate at approximately 1,400 hours yesterday. The gate sealed behind them, turned black, and remained closed for 7 hours. Sterling whistled. Time dilation? Likely severe. We're hearing estimates that suggest they may have been trapped inside for weeks, possibly months, depending on the internal dimensional variance. The screen shifted to show grainy footage of students being carried from the gate on stretchers. The quality was terrible, clearly shot from a distance by someone with a long-range lens, but 2 figures were immediately recognizable. Celeste Vance, unconscious. Her silver-white hair matted with something golden and shimmering. And Satoru Nakano, also unconscious, his arms wrapped in what looked like emergency burn dressings that glowed faintly blue. Isaiah leaned back in his chair. Let me get this straight. The president's sister and the stray dog got trapped in a Black Gate together for what might have been weeks of subjective time, and they both walked out alive? Carried out, Hyun-jae corrected. But yes, alive. That's either the luckiest coincidence in VHC history or the most suspicious pairing since the Bermuda incident. The energy in the studio shifted. We're not, Hyun-jae said carefully, drawing parallels between a student training accident and an S-rank disaster that killed 47 professional hunters. Of course not, Isaiah agreed, his tone suggesting the exact opposite. Although it is interesting that Nakano's name keeps appearing in incident reports involving high-profile individuals. The Julian Valerius confrontation at the gala. The Necropolis anomaly, where he saved 8 sentinels, including Celeste. And now this. Sterling pulled up his own datapad. I've been tracking Nakano's public profile. The kid went from complete nobody to trending topic in less than 2 months. His follower count is currently sitting at 3.7 million. That's higher than some B-rank professionals. The stray dog narrative resonates, Isaiah said. People love an underdog story. Late manifestation, no family legacy, 0 turns C-rank with A-rank potential. It's a classic hero-esque journey. Or, Sterling countered, it's extremely suspicious. The VHC doesn't grant A-rank potential ratings to late bloomers unless they see something genuinely extraordinary. And every time Nakano gets close to someone important, disaster follows. Hyunjae raised his hands in a placating gesture. We're speculating. What we know for certain is that Celeste Vance and Satoru Nakano survived a Blackgate. That alone is newsworthy. The VHC has scheduled a press conference for tomorrow morning at 0900 to address the incident. Will the students be present? Unlikely. Medical reports suggest both Nakano and Celeste require extensive recovery time. The screen behind them changed again, this time showing social media posts flooding in with the hashtag BlackgateBonnie. Sterling groaned. Oh no. Oh yes, Hyunjae said, pulling up several posts. The internet has decided that Celeste and Nakano are the Bonnie and Clyde of gate runs. Some are calling them the disaster duo. Others prefer the calamity couple. My personal favorite is the gateway drug, which is terrible on multiple levels. Isaiah scrolled through his own device. There's already fan art. Why is there fan art? The incident happened 12 hours ago. The internet moves fast when attractive people nearly die together. Hyunjae pulled up one particularly elaborate piece showing Celeste and Satori standing back to back, weapons raised, surrounded by impossible monsters. This artist gave Nakano a flaming sword and abs you could grate cheese on. He doesn't have abs like that. The internet doesn't care about accuracy. Sterling pointed at another post. Someone started a poll asking if Celeste and Nakano are dating. Current results show 63% saying yes, 22% saying not yet, but soon, and 15% screaming that they're just friends. Which brings us, Hyunjae said, his expression turning serious, to the question everyone is actually asking. What's Celeste Vance doing in the Onyx Hounds? The energy in the studio went cold. She transferred, Isaiah said slowly, from the Argent Sentinels. The guild specifically designed for elite prospects with S-rank potential and political connections. She left that to join the historical last-place guild that exists as a dumping ground for problem cases. And she is not the only one, Sterling added. Monica von Astrom transferred at the same time. Both girls cited personal reasons. Both girls are now taking orders from Satoru Nakano, who somehow convinced them to abandon the most prestigious student organization in the country. Hyunjae nodded. We reached out to the VHC for comment. They declined. We contacted Professor Petrova. She also declined. We tried Braxton Miller, the Onyx Hounds faculty sponsor. And he told us, and I quote, "My kids are fine. Stop bothering them, or I'll come down there and we'll have a conversation you want to enjoy." Chapter 4:01. The stray dog steals my world, Isaiah laughed despite himself. That's very on brand for Miller. The screen shifted again, this time showing leaked footage from inside the VHC medical bay. Someone with access had filmed through a window, catching a brief glimpse of Satori in a hospital bed. Celeste sat in a chair beside him, holding his hand while he slept. The image quality was terrible. The angle was worse. But the intimacy of the moment was unmistakable. That, Sterling said flatly, is going to cause problems. Already has, Hyunjae confirmed. President Vance's office issued a statement 3 hours ago. They're calling it a friendship forged through shared trauma. They're emphasizing Celeste's gratitude to Nakano for protecting her during the crisis. And absolutely no one believes it, Isaiah finished. The conspiracy forums are having a field day, Sterling said, pulling up his datapad. The Blackgate files posted an entire essay about how convenient it is that the president's sister keeps ending up in life-threatening situations that Nakano conveniently solves. They're suggesting everything from arranged publicity stunts to Nakano being a VHC plant. Isaiah snorted. Nakano as a VHC operative? The kid who publicly humiliated Julian Valerius and rejected every elite guild? That's the worst conspiracy theory I've ever heard. Is it though? Sterling leaned forward. Think about it. He manifests late with a unique aspect. Gets flagged with an anomaly tag during evaluation. Scores perfectly on an impossible entrance exam. Survives not one, but 2 incidents that should have ended him. And every time he pulls off something impossible, it benefits the VHC's narrative while simultaneously making him look like an underdog hero. Hyun-jae cut in. We're not endorsing conspiracy theories on this program. I'm not endorsing anything. EM pointing. The conversation was interrupted by a chime indicating breaking news. A new window appeared on the main screen, showing a press release from NVA. Official statement re. Sector 7 Gate Incident. New Vane Academy acknowledges the successful resolution of an unexpected Blackgate scenario in Sector 7. All students involved have been recovered safely and are receiving appropriate medical care. The VHC has launched a full investigation into how a C-rank Blue Gate underwent spontaneous transformation. Preliminary findings suggest natural metaphysical instability rather than external tampering. The students involved demonstrated exceptional courage and tactical acumen. Director Luna extends his personal commendation to all participants. No further details will be released pending completion of the investigation. Press inquiries should be directed to the VHC Communications Office. Sterling read it twice. Natural metaphysical instability. That's the official story? That's what they're going with. And we're supposed to believe a second gate just happened to go wrong while Celeste Vance was inside. After the necropolis? What are the odds? Hyun-jae pulled up a calculation on screen. Approximately 4 million to 1, according to VHC's own historical data on spontaneous gate transformations. So either Celeste Vance is the unluckiest person in Valoria, or someone has actively tried to harm her. Or, Isaiah suggested, Nakano is the problem. Maybe his aspect is causing dimensional instability. Late manifestations are poorly understood. There could be side effects we don't know about. In the Argent Sentinel's dormitory, Julian Valerius sat alone in the common room, watching the same news coverage on the main screen. His teammates had abandoned him one by one throughout the week. Aaron barely spoke to him anymore. Cassandra transferred to the Vipers. Daniel requested reassignment to administrative duties. Only 3 Sentinels remained loyal to him, and even they whispered when they thought he couldn't be here. On screen, leaked footage showed Satori being carried on a stretcher, his arms wrapped in glowing bandages. Celeste walked beside the stretcher, her hand resting on Satori's shoulder. Julian's fingers tightened around his glass hard enough that the crystal groaned. That Zero, that street rat, that disaster with legs had somehow convinced the president's sister to transfer guilds, survived 2 incidents that should killed him, and was now trending across every social platform in the country. While Julian, heir to Valerius Industries and destined for greatness since birth, sat alone in an empty common room, his reputation in shambles. His phone buzzed. A message from his father. We need to talk. Tomorrow. My office. 0800. Julian closed his eyes. Tomorrow would bring consequences. Expectations. Disappointment barely concealed behind corporate politeness. But tonight he sat in the dark and watched the stray dog steal his world one piece at a time. The gossip forums exploded within hours of the first leaked photos. Hunter Hot Takes hosted an emergency live stream that crashed their servers twice from traffic overload. 4 women sat around a glass table, their expressions ranging from scandalized to gleeful. Okay, the host said, her pink hair bouncing as she leaned forward. Let us address the elephant in the room. Celeste Vance and Satoru Nakano. Her co-host, a blonde woman in her 30s, practically vibrated with excitement. They were holding hands in the medical bay. I saw the photos. That's not friendship. That's hand-holding. Capital H hand-holding. We don't know the context. The context is they survived a Blackgate together and emerged looking like they'd been through a war. Look at this photo. She pulled up the image on the main screen. He has got burns up both arms. She has got frost damage on her hands. They clearly fought something together. A third host, younger than the others, chimed in. My cousin works security at the VHC medical complex. She said Nakano refused treatment until the doctors confirmed Celeste was stable. He made them check on her first. The first host said, her hand over her heart. Actually really sweet. It's calculated, the blonde argued. He knows she's the president's sister. Of course he's going to make a show of protecting her. Or The youngest host countered, maybe he actually cares. Crazy thought, I know. The fourth host, who'd been silent until now, spoke up. I think we're missing the bigger picture. This is the second time Nakano has saved Celeste's life. The necropolis, now this. At what point does coincidence become pattern? What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that danger follows those two around like a bad smell. Either they're cursed, or someone really wants them dead. Chapter 402. The world is now shipping you the live chat scrolled too fast to read, but certain phrases repeated. Ship them so hard someone check if they're dating. Please the way he looked at her in that photo though. NGL, kind of jealous of both of them. The blonde host grinned at the camera. Well, viewers, what do you think? Are Celeste and Satori just friends who keep nearly dying together? Or is there something more going on? The poll results came in within seconds. 87 voted for definitely something more. On Snapgram, Akari Miyamoto posted a photo of the common room at Onyx House. The image showed Jamie flexing in the background while Marco tried to wake Juan from his nap. Hikari occupied half the frame, grinning at the camera with a protein shake in one hand. The caption read, "When your guildmates survive literal chaos, but you're stuck on campus doing homework. Proud of our disaster squad, though. Satoru Nakano better not die before I get my turn to kick his ass." The post received 47,000 likes in the first hour. The comments section became a war zone. Is no one going to talk about my turn? Akari wants that stray dog. Confirmed. Celeste has entered the chat. Celeste has left the chat. Celeste has destroyed the chat. With Ice, Hikari replied to her sister's post with a photo of herself doing a handstand. Big sis is just mad Satoru didn't take her into the death dimension. Also, I can do this for 3 minutes now. New record. The conspiracy forums went absolutely feral. The Blackgate Files posted an emergency update titled The Vance Connection. Follow the bodies. The anonymous author had compiled a timeline. 2 months ago, Satoru Nakano, registered 0, manifests late with unique aspect. VHC flags him for Level 7 protocol evaluation. Reason, unknown. 6 weeks ago, Nakano publicly humiliates Julian Valerius at VHC Gala. Gains viral fame. Becomes trending topic. 3 weeks ago, Sunken Necropolis incident. A-rank anomaly appears in C-rank training gate. 2 sentinels die. Celeste Vance nearly dies. Satoru Nakano saves her. VHC investigation concludes with natural mana fluctuation. Case closed. Yesterday, Blackgate scenario. Celeste Vance and Satoru Nakano trapped together. Both survive. VHC investigation pending. The author's analysis followed. Pattern recognition is my specialty. This is not random. Someone with access to VHC gate clearance protocols is manipulating student assignments. Someone knew Celeste would be in both gates, and someone knew Nakano would be there too. The question is, are they trying to kill Celeste? Or are they trying to see what Nakano can do under pressure? Either answer is terrifying. The post received 892 comments in 20 minutes. Most agreed with the analysis. Some suggested alien involvement. One insisted it was all a reality show and none of it was real. Jacob Williams, reading from his room at Onyx House, saved the entire thread to his encrypted archive. In President Vance's office at VHC Central, Serafina sat at her desk reading the same reports her subordinates had compiled. Her expression revealed nothing. Madam President's white hair fell in perfect waves around her shoulders. Her crystalline blue eyes scanned each document with a kind of focus that made lesser people confess to crimes they hadn't committed just to escape her attention. The door opened without a knock. Commander Graves walked in, still wearing her field gear from the Sector 7 response. Madam President, seat. Graves sat. Serafina set down the report she'd been reading and folded her hands on the desk. Your assessment. The students survived a black gate that shouldn't exist. Gate transformations don't happen spontaneously. Someone changed it from the inside. Your evidence? Energy signature analysis. The gate's metaphysical profile shifted approximately 4 hours after initial formation. That's not natural variance. That's intervention. Suspects? Anyone with S-rank spatial manipulation or reality warping capabilities. Anyone with access to gate modification tech. Anyone who wants your sister dead. Serafina's expression didn't change, but the temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Continue. Nakano's the wild card. His combat recorder was damaged during the incident, so we only have partial footage. What we do have shows him fighting things that should exist in a C-rank environment. Fire elementals. Some kind of root monster. The footage cuts out before the boss encounter. And my sister? Celeste displayed power output consistent with low A rank during the escape. She froze an entire chamber. She created multiple ice bridges. She nearly killed herself from mana exhaustion, keeping Nakano alive. Serafina's fingers tapped once against the desk. Recommendations? Pull Celeste from field assignments. Reassign her to administrative observation until we identify the threat. Increase her security detail. And end? Graves hesitative. Keep Nakano close to her. Explain. He has kept her alive twice now. Whatever he is, whoever trained him, whatever's really going on with his aspect, he is effective. The Arborist was an S-rank equivalent entity, and he killed it with a baseball bat and a knife. Your report suggests he had help. He had Celeste. And plants, apparently. The botanical samples we recovered from his clothing suggest that. Graves boast. I've been doing this job for 20 years. I've never seen anything like him. Serafina stood and walked to the window overlooking New Vane City. The skyline glittered beneath her, a monument to everything she built from the ashes of the rupture. Satoru Nakano, she said quietly, is either the luckiest boy alive or the most dangerous asset currently operating outside my control. Which do you believe? I believe in patterns, Commander. And the pattern suggests that every time my sister is in danger, he appears. Every time he appears, impossible things happen. She turned back to face Graves. I believe in being prepared for both possibilities. Meaning? Meaning we watch him closely. If he is genuine, we cultivate that loyalty. If he is a threat, Serafina didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. Graves nodded once and stood. Understood, Madam President. After Graves left, Serafina returned to her desk and pulled up a file labeled Nakano, Satori, classified. The boy's face stared out from the ID photo, his red hair wild, and his eyes carrying that infuriating mix of intelligence and defiance. What are you? She murmured to the empty office. And why does the universe keep putting you in my sister's path? End of Volume 4. White Roots Red Crown Chapter 403. The Calamity couple takes the stage. The studio lights were hot enough to cook ramen on my face. I sat on what the production assistant had cheerfully called a love seat, which was really just a fancy term for a couch designed to make you sit uncomfortably close to another person while millions watched. The leather squeaked every time I shifted, and the audience of about 200 people packed into the bleachers watched us like we were exotic animals at a zoo. Cell sat close beside me, our shoulders pressed together in the tight space. The producers had positioned us this way deliberately. I could feel it in the way the cameras angled, the way Sterling Weaver kept glancing at our proximity with that smug, self-satisfied grin he probably practiced in the mirror. My burns had healed enough that I could wear a button down without wanting to scream, though the skin still felt tight and angry beneath the fabric. The makeup team had covered most of the visible damage, but I caught one of them whispering to her colleague about how bad it must have been originally. Sterling sat across from us in a leather chair that probably cost more than my mom's rent for 6 months. He wore a designer suit in charcoal gray that fit him like it was born there, and his salt and pepper hair was styled to perfection. The man knew how to work a camera. So, Sterling began, his voice carrying that smooth broadcaster quality that made everything sound important and intimate at the same time. Satoru Nakano and Celeste Vance. The Calamity couple, as the internet has been calling you. The audience laughed. Celeste's hand found mine between us, hidden from the cameras by the angle of our bodies. Her fingers were cold. They always were. Before we get into the Blackgate incident, Sterling continued, leaning forward like we were old friends sharing secrets. I have to ask the question that's breaking the internet right now. Are you two dating? The audience erupted. Cheers, whistles, a few scattered shouts of encouragement. I felt Celeste's grip tighten slightly. Sterling held up his hands, playing to the crowd. I know. But look at you two. You're practically sitting in each other's laps. The couch is small, I said. What do you want me to do? Sit on the floor? The audience ate it up. Cel shifted beside me, and I caught the faintest hint of a smile on her face. She'd been nervous about this appearance all week. But now that we were actually here, some of that ice princess composure was settling back into place. Sterling grinned wider. Fair point. But you have to admit, the photos from the medical bay tell a different story. Holding hands, Celeste staying at your bedside, the way you two look at each other in that footage. She felt guilty, I said, keeping my tone casual. I got burned, pulling her out of a collapsing death dimension. Hand-holding seemed like the least she could do. Cel spoke up then. Satori is being modest. He saved my life multiple times during the incident. My gratitude is considerable. Considerable gratitude, Sterling repeated, clearly enjoying himself. That's a very diplomatic way of putting it. The audience laughed again. I leaned back slightly, letting my arm rest along the couch behind Celeste's shoulders. Look, I said, meeting Sterling's eyes directly. Cel and I went through hell together. Literally. Centurado, what would you prefer? That I say she's my best friend forever and we braid each other's hair? The audience roared. Cel's shoulders shook with suppressed laughter. Her periwinkle eyes met mine for a split second, and a warm, friendly look passed between us as the cameras continued to roll. Sterling shifted tactics. Let's talk about the Blackgate itself. The VHC released a statement saying it was a natural transformation, but a lot of people aren't buying that explanation. What can you tell us about what you experienced inside? I felt Cel tense beside me. It was strange, I said carefully. The environment didn't match the briefing at all. We expected a standard dungeon layout with predictable spawns. What we got was something entirely different. Different how? Plants that talked. Water that showed you memories that weren't yours. An entire ecosystem that was alive and aware and angry. Sterling's expression sharpened. And the arborist? Old. Powerful. Lonely, maybe. I paused, choosing my words. It wanted to preserve things. Keep them perfect forever. We disagreed with that philosophy. You disagreed so hard that you killed it. Killing things is kind of the job description for hunters. The audience clapped. Cel spoke up again, her voice steady. The arborist was not evil in the traditional sense. It was simply ancient and operating under a logic we could not accept. Its garden was beautiful, in a way. But beauty that requires imprisonment is not true beauty at all. Sterling nodded slowly. That's remarkably philosophical for someone who nearly died. Nearly dying tends to make one philosophical, Cel replied. Ich glänzte her. The studio lights caught the silver in her hair, making it look like starlight. She de-dressed carefully for this appearance, wearing a navy blue dress that was modest but stunning, the kind of thing that made every camera angle look good without trying. Sterling consulted his notes. The leaked medical reports suggest you were inside the gate for 7 hours. But testimony from other students indicates you experienced significantly more time than that. Is that accurate? Time worked differently inside, I confirmed. What felt like days to us was only hours out here. Days, Sterling repeated. Alone together in a hostile dimension with no support, no backup, and no guarantee you'd make it out alive. The implication hung in the air like smoke. The audience leaned forward. We had each other, Cel said quietly. That proved sufficient. Sterling offered a confident smirk. We'll take your word for it. Chapter 404. Playing for the cameras, moving on, Sterling said, clearly enjoying himself far too much. Satori, you've become something of a phenomenon. 3.7 million followers. Fan art. Merchandise. There are people selling shirts with your face on them that say the stray dog bites back. How does that feel? Surreal, I admitted. 6 months ago, nobody knew my name. Now I can't walk through a train station without someone asking for a photo. And you're handling it well? I'm handling it. Your social media presence has been interesting. Very minimal posting, very strategic engagement. Who is managing your accounts? I am, with some help from friends who actually understand how the internet works. Sterling laughed. Fair. And speaking of friends, let's talk about your guild. The Onyx Hounds went from dead last to first place in the rankings in less than 2 months. That's unprecedented. We work hard. You also have an unusual roster. Isabelle Okoye, who rejected every elite guild to join you. The Miyamoto twins, who are already being scouted by professional guilds. Pan Su-min, whose performance in the entrance exams was described by evaluators as terrifying. And now Celeste Vance, who transferred from the Argent Sentinels specifically to join your team. He let that sit. The audience murmured. What can I say? I shrugged. E.M. Chadaman. Celeste's voice cut through the laughter, sharp and clear. The Onyx Hounds value individual strength over pedigree. We are not interested in maintaining traditions for tradition's sake. We are interested in winning. And you're doing that, Sterling agreed. But it's made you enemies. Julian Valerius has been very vocal about his opinions regarding your guild. Julian has a lot of opinions, I said. Sterling leaned back in his chair, completely at ease. Their SA tournament coming up in 5 weeks. Inter-guild competition. The Argent Sentinels have dominated that event for 7 consecutive years. Do you think the Onyx Hounds can break their streak? Yes. Sterling's eyebrows rose. That's a bold claim. I don't make claims I can't back up. Cell shifted beside me, and when she spoke, her voice carried the weight of someone born into power. The Sentinels believe their success is destiny. They believe bloodlines and lineage determine outcomes. We will prove them wrong. Sterling looked between us, and I could see him connecting dots in real time. Let's talk about something serious for a moment, Sterling said, his tone shifting. Both incidents you've been involved in have resulted in VHC investigations. Both times, the official explanation has been natural phenomena. Do you believe that? Dangerous territory. I met his eyes. I believe the VHC knows more than I do. They're the experts. If they say it was natural, then it was natural. But I continued, my voice dropping slightly, I also believe in patterns. And the pattern suggests that someone either wants me dead or wants to see what I can do under pressure. The audience went quiet. Sterling nodded slowly. That's a disturbing thought. It's a disturbing world. And yet you keep volunteering for gate duty. What else am I supposed to do? Hide in my dorm room and hope the bad things go away? Some people would. I'm not some people. Cell spoke then, her voice soft, but carrying across the studio. Satora does not run from danger. He runs toward it, sometimes foolishly. Hey, it is true. You charged a fire elemental with a baseball bat. The bat was enchanted. It was not. It was durable. That does not make it enchanted. The audience loved watching us bicker. Sterling let it play out for a few seconds before cutting in. You two have an easy rapport. It's rare to see the kind of chemistry between teammates, especially ones who've only known each other for a few months. Trauma bonding is very efficient, I said. Is that all it is? Trauma bonding? I glanced at Cell. She looked back at me. The studio held its breath. No, I said finally. It's not all it is. The crowd went absolutely insane. Sterling's grin threatened to split his face. Care to elaborate? I trailed off deliberately, glancing at Celeste again like I was checking for permission. Her periwinkle eyes met mine, wide with something that looked like barely restrained panic. Give you what exactly? A confession? On live television? In front of millions of people? The audience ate that up, nervous laughter rippling through the rows. Sterling leaned forward like a shark sensing blood. Give us something. You can't drop a line like it's not all trauma bonding, and then just sit there. I ran a hand through my hair, buying time, making it look reluctant. All right, fine. I turned to face Celeste more directly. The camera zoomed in. I could feel the focus shift. Cell is important to me. She is someone I trust, which if you knew me at all, you'd know that's not a small thing. Go on, Sterling urged. She is someone I'd fight for, I continued, voice steady. Someone I'd throw myself into a gate for without a second thought. Someone I'd die for if it came down to it. I paused, letting that sink in. And more importantly, someone I'd live for, which is actually harder. The crowd made a collective noise of appreciation. But Sterling wasn't satisfied. That's beautiful. Really. But it doesn't answer the question burning in everyone's mind. Centurato. Her face had gone carefully blank in that way she did when she was trying very hard not to show emotion, which meant she was feeling everything. I took a breath. Let the silence stretch just long enough to feel heavy. I care about her, I said finally, each word deliberate. A lot. More than I've cared about most people in my life, which admittedly isn't a high bar, but still. I squeezed her hand back softer, whether that S love or something else, whether it's the kind of thing that gets its own category in the dictionary or needs a whole new word invented, I don't know yet. We're still figuring it out. Sterling Barato on that. But you're figuring it out together? I smiled small, genuine. Yeah, together. One crazy gate run at a time. The audience swooned. Actuales Bonin. Sel's face had gone bright red, visible even through the makeup. When she spoke, her voice came out quieter than usual. Satori is very dear to me. He is brave and foolish and infuriating. But he is also kind when he thinks no one is watching. And I value his friendship above most things. Friendship, Sterling repeated. Yes. Sterling sat back, clearly satisfied. Well, viewers, I think we have our answer. They're just friends, and that's perfectly fine. Okay, noted, I said. The crowd cheered. Sterling checked his notes. Let's shift gears. Satori, the tournament coming up is going to be brutal. Every guild wants to knock the Onyx Hounds off the Barato spot. Are you nervous? Chapter 405. My Sister S Variables. I thought about Natalia S ice spreading through our room. Skylar S knife against my throat in the dark. MES healing hands on my chest. Suman S fox, eyes glowing blue. I thought about Raphael S barely contained rage and one S lazy genius and Isabel S quiet calculations. I thought about the conspiracy trying to kill us and the gods watching for entertainment and Apollo S cryptic warnings about the director. No, primelit smoothly. Em excited. Celeste's fingers twitched against mine. Excited, Sterling echoed. Not nervous at all? Should I be? The Argent Sentinels are gunning for you specifically. Julian Valerius has made that very clear in his interviews. Julian talks a lot. It's one of his less endearing qualities. He also has the backing of one of the wealthiest families in Valoria. Money doesn't win fights. Skill does. And you think the Onyx Hounds have more skill? I know we do. The audience roared approval. Sterling glanced at his producer, who signaled from behind the cameras. We're almost out of time, but I have one last question. For both of you. He paused for dramatic effect. The cameras zoomed in. If you could go back and choose not to enter that black gate, knowing what you know now about what you'd face inside, would you? Cell answered first. No, I would not change it. Why not? Because the experience taught me something important about who I am and who I want to become. I spent my entire life being told what to do and where to go and how to be. In that gate, I made my own choices. I fought for my own survival. I discovered that I am stronger than anyone believed. The audience clapped. Sterling turned to me. And you? I looked at Cell. She looked back. No, I said. I wouldn't change it either. Because? Because some things are worth the scars. The studio went quiet for a heartbeat. Then the applause started, building until it shook the walls. Sterling stood, signaling the end of the interview. Ladies and gentlemen, Satoru Nakano and Celeste Vance. Give them one more round of applause. The crowd obliged. The cameras panned across the audience before cutting to commercial. The moment the red light on the main camera went dark, I felt Cell relax beside me. That was horrible, she muttered. You did great. I nearly vomited twice. Nobody noticed. Sterling approached, all smiles and professional charm. Fantastic interview, you two. Absolutely fantastic. The chemistry is off the charts. Thanks, I said, standing carefully. My ribs protested. Cell stood with me, her hand still holding mine. Sterling noticed. You know the cameras are still recording backstage footage, right? And you're still holding hands. Your point? Sterling's grin returned. No point. Just an observation. The internet's going to have a field day with this. A production assistant appeared with clipboards. Mr. Nakano, Ms. Vance, we need you to sign some release forms for the footage. I signed without reading. Cell actually read hers before signing, which made the assistant look mildly panicked about the time delay. We made our way through the backstage maze toward the exit, People stopped us every few feet. Crew members wanting selfies. Other guests waiting for their segments. A woman who claimed to run a fan account dedicated to Celeste, which was apparently what the shippers were calling us now. Cel handled it with grace, smiling and nodding and saying the right things. I mostly just tried not to look as exhausted as I felt. The car waited outside, not the Academy transport, but an actual VHC vehicle with tinted windows and a driver who didn't make small talk. Noah sat in the front passenger seat, her blonde hair pulled back severely and her eyes scanning the street before we even opened the door. "How'd it go?" she asked as we slid into the back. "Terribly," Cel said. "She was perfect," I corrected. He was infuriating. I was charming. Noah's lips twitched. The internet seems to agree with him. She held up her phone. The screen showed a live feed of trending topics. Celeste occupied the #1 spot, followed by Blackgate Survivors and Stray Dog Protects His Princess. Cel made a sound of distress. "That nickname is awful." "Which one? Stray Dog or Princess?" "Both." The driver pulled into traffic. I watched the city lights blur past the window, feeling the weight of the interview settling over me like a wet blanket. Nell had been suspiciously quiet during the whole thing. No sarcastic comentari, no question notifications, no divine interferência. Just me and Cel and Sterling's loaded questions. The car's interior smelled like leather and Cel's perfume. That winter flower scent that I started associating with her. "Do you think we helped or hurt?" she asked quietly. I turned to look at her. "Help what?" "The situation, the speculation, the rumors. Does it matter?" "It might. My sister will see the footage. She will have opinions. Your sister always has opinions. This is different." Cel's fingers twisted together in her lap. "Serafina values control above all else. My personal life, my friendships, my romantic interests, they are all variables in her equations. Seeing me with you, seeing how the audience responded, it will concern her." I reached over and covered her hands with mine, stilling the nervous movement. "Let her be concerned. You do not understand. When Serafina is concerned, people disappear. I'm hard to disappear. You're also impossible," Cel said, but she didn't pull her hands away. Noah glanced back at us through the rearview mirror, her expression unreadable. The rest of the drive passed in comfortable silence. When we arrived at the ferry terminal, a small crowd had already gathered. Students from other guilds, mostly. Some looked curious, others hostile. I spotted a cluster of sentinels near the ticket booth. Julian wasn't with them, but Aaron Sanders was, and his expression could have curdled milk. "Ignore them," Noah advised as we walked past. I had no intention of doing anything else. The ferry ride back to the atoll took an hour. Cel spent most of it on her phone, responding to messages from people I didn't know. I spent it watching the dark water and thinking about the tournament. 5 weeks. 5 weeks until every guild in the Academy tried to tear us apart on live broadcast. Chapter 406. Welcome home. King of the Strays. The ferry docked at 9:30. Onyx House was lit up like someone had plugged it directly into the city grid. I heard them before I saw them. Music thumping through the walls, voices overlapping, something shattering, and then laughter. The usual chaos of 17 people with superpowers sharing a building that wasn't designed for any of this. Noah held the front door open, and I walked through into a wall of noise. He*s back. Jamie's voice. Of course. He came at me like a golden retriever who'd been told I was made of protein powder, arms spread wide, and I sidestepped on pure reflex. "Don't hug me, I have ribs. I will be gentle like a butterfly." "You have never been gentle about anything in your life." He settled for gripping my shoulder instead, beaming down at me with the specific joy of someone who'd been waiting to say something embarrassing for hours. "Brother," he said solemnly. "I watched the interview." "Great. You were magnificent." "I know. The part where you said you'd die for her." He pressed his free hand to his chest. Sakura-sama has a song about exactly that. It's called My Heart Is Your Shield. I think you have heard it in your soul without knowing. I genuinely haven't. You have. You just don't know yet. He released my shoulder, already turning to tell Marco something. I stepped further into the common room. The television was still on. Our interview was still playing. Someone had put on a loop. I stared at the screen long enough to watch myself say some things are worth the scars in a tone that sounded considerably more profound than I remembered feeling in the moment. On screen, Sel smiled at me. The camera caught it at exactly the right angle. The internet had been very excited about that smile. Stray dog protects his princess, Akari said from the couch. She had her phone out, nails glittering, reading the trending hashtags with the specific delight of someone who found all of this deeply funny. Number 1 trending topic in Valoria. Number 3 globally. Congratulations, Hikari added from the floor, doing a handstand. Her face was red. You are famous. I was already famous. You're romance famous now. Is different. So let's stop behind me. I could feel her secondhand embarrassment from here. Isabel looked up from her book. She assessed the situation, decided it wasn't worth her intervention, and went back to reading. I appreciated that about her. Carmen materialized out of the kitchen doorway with a glass of something that was definitely not water, one eyebrow raised. There he is, she said. The boy who looked into the camera on national television and basically proposed to the president's sister. I didn't propose to anyone. You said you'd die for her. That's just a job description. You said you'd live for her. I opened my mouth, closed it. Carmen's smile was the expression of someone who had been collecting ammunition for exactly this moment. That is what I thought, sweetie. She disappeared back into the kitchen. Braxton was leaning in the doorway behind her, scent cigarette dangling from his lip, watching me with the look of a man who'd seen everything and was no longer surprised by anything, but was mildly entertained anyway. Nice interview, he said. Thanks. You know Sterling Weaver was trying to get you to confirm a relationship on live television. And you almost did. I didn't though. Braxton tilted his head. Bad beat, playing it that close. You got lucky. I always get lucky. Nobody always gets lucky. He pushed off the doorframe. Also, Petrova sent me a message. She watched the interview. She used the word concerned 4 times. Petrova doesn't get concerned about things that don't matter. He left it there because that was Braxton's version of a warning, dropping a live grenade and walking away. I watch him go. Sel touched my elbow. Yes, right. He usually is. My sister watched it too. She messaged me during the commercial break. What did she say? Sel's expression shifted. She said it was a great show. She used the word show. Your sister's smart. Terrifyingly so. The word hung there. I filed it under problems for tomorrow, which was going to be a very crowded filing cabinet. Around us, Onyx House continued being itself. Marco was arm wrestling Raphael at the dining table, while Malachi watched from a shadowed corner, silent as always. Jacob had his 3 datapads out and was muttering numbers that probably related to the tournament. Sumin sat on the stairs, her pink hair loose, watching the common room with soft eyes that went slightly blue at the edges when she caught me looking. She immediately looked at the floor. Monica was in the corner talking to her plants. She arranged 4 different pots in a loose semicircle and was gesturing to them in a way that suggested an actual ongoing conversation. One was asleep standing up against the wall. Somehow. Normal. All of it completely normal. This was my guild. My house. My weird, dysfunctional, dangerous, loyal pack of absolute disasters who would follow me into a black gate and come out the other side. Something warm settled in my chest that I immediately decided was indigestion. Carmen reappeared with drinks for Sel and me. She pressed mine into my hand with a look that communicated she saw directly through every layer of my personality and found the whole situation hilarious. Drink, she said. You look like you're thinking too hard. I'm always thinking. That's the problem. The next 2 hours were the best kind of chaotic. Hikari challenged Jamie to a push-up contest that somehow became a debate about proper form, and then a full group argument about training theory. Raphael took it personally, obviously. Isabel mediated with the energy of a judge who already decided the verdict and was just waiting for everyone else to catch up. Jacob presented his tournament analysis, unprompted, while people ate. It was actually good. Really good. The kind of tactical breakdown that would taken a professional guild 3 days to compile. He delivered it in 12 minutes while spilling energy drink on his sleeve and apologizing to no one. Monica asked the plants in the corner to move slightly for better light, and nobody thought this was strange anymore. Suman laughed at something Marco said, genuine and bright, and the fox behind her eyes settled back down to sleep. Sel sat beside Noah and let herself be a person instead of a symbol. I watched her relax, degree by degree, like ice thawing in spring. She laughed once, quietly, at something Akari said. Noah pretended not to notice how happy it made her. Braxton played cards with Carmen and lost deliberately, so she stopped threatening to reorganize his office. At some point, Marco put music on. Not the intense battle prep playlist one preferred, but something easy. Something that made the room feel like a room rather than a staging ground. Bartholomew was on the coffee table in his terrarium, doing absolutely nothing at a championess pace. I sat in the chair by the window and watched all of it and thought, this is the thing worth protecting. Not the guild ranking, not the scheme of points, not any game the gods were running. This, the indigestion in my chest, did not go away. Chapter 407. 4 open doors, one right choice gradually, one by one, people started peeling off toward bed. One first, because one was technically still asleep. Marco carried Malachi's bonsai tree up the stairs for him, because Marco was like that. Jamie delivered individual motivational speeches to each person as they left, which slowed the process significantly. By midnight, the common room had thinned to background noise and leftover pizza. I said goodnight to the last few stragglers, climbed the stairs, started down the hallway toward my room, and stopped, for doors were open. Not all the way, just enough to let light spill across the floor in thin strips. My door, Natalia's door, which was next to mine, Skylar's door across the hall, and at the end of the corridor, Sel's door, where I could see the pale blue glow of her reading lamp. I stood in the middle of the hallway. The building creaked around me. Braxton's office had its light on, because he never slept before too. Somewhere below, Carmen's music was still going. I stood very still. My internal monologue, which was usually a sharp and useful tool, had apparently chosen this moment to go completely offline, replaced by something that sounded like a high-pitched, frantic alarm in 4 different tones. Natalia. She appeared in her doorway like she'd been waiting, which she absolutely had. A casual outfit, my old shirt, the cryo-lich ring catching the light. Her purple hair was down, and she was looking at me with a defiant expression. You told Sterling you'd stand with someone tonight, she said. It was a figure of speech. Her eyes were doing the white streak thing. Natalia, I'm not upset. You're literally glowing. That is just my natural radiance. Your natural radiance is currently 40 degrees below ambient temperature. She crossed her arms. The door behind her was open all the way now. An invitation that wasn't subtle by any standard of measurement. I watched the interview, she said. Everyone watched the interview. She smiled at you. Sel smiles at lots of things. Not like that. I didn't have a response to that, because she wasn't wrong, and we both knew it. From across the hall, Skylar's door opened a little wider. She didn't come out, just leaned against the frame in a black, oversized shirt, barefoot, headphones around her neck. Her violet eyes went from me to Natalia and back. This is already a disaster, she observed pleasantly. No one asked you, Natalia said. No one has to ask me. I'm standing in my own doorway. Conveniently. Extremely. At the end of the hall, Sel's reading lamp clicked off. A moment later, she appeared in her doorway in soft gray sleepwear, silver hair loose. She took in the scene with periwinkle eyes that cataloged it with the same speed she used to analyze gate environments. She said nothing, which was somehow louder than anything she could have said. I looked at Natalia, at Skylar, at Sel, and then, because the universe genuinely hated me, Emmy's door opened. She stood there in an oversized yellow hoodie, her sapphire hair half out of its braid, rubbing one eye. She blinked at the tableau of 4 women in the hallway, blinked at me, and then her antennas drooped with the weight of understanding. Oh, she said quietly. Oh no, go back to bed, Emmy, Skylar said not unkindly. I wasn't I just heard voices and she was turning spectacularly pink. I can go back to bed. You don't have to, Natalia said, which surprised everyone, including Natalia. Emmy looked like she was considering fainting. I was considering fainting. Okay, I said. Everyone, please. Please what? Natalia asked. Please be normal for 5 consecutive seconds. Normal is relative, Skylar said. Statistically improbable, Sel added. Emmy just made a sound. I pressed my thumb and forefinger against the bridge of my nose. The burns on my arms were healed enough that the gesture didn't hurt, which was the one thing going right in this hallway. For women. For open doors. One increasingly tired person with broken ribs and a goddess debt and a conspiracy trying to kill them. The thing about my life was that it had never been simple. Back when I was Kalen, simple wasn't an option. Complicated was just Tuesday. Surviving meant reading every room and making the right call before anyone else saw you make it. This was not a Tuesday. This was something considerably more complicated than that. Here's what is going to happen, I said. Everyone looked at me. Emmy, you're going back to bed because you have early training. She opened her mouth. And I will come by in the morning, I added, and walk you to breakfast. She closed her mouth. The antennae perked. She retreated, but slowly, like she wanted to make sure the offer was real. Skylar. She raised one eyebrow. I know what you're doing. I'm standing in a hallway. You're doing it on purpose. Everything I do is on purpose. Go to bed. Her mouth curved. Not the sharp smile she used as a weapon, but the real one, small and honest. Fine, she said. But you owe me. I know. Her door clicked shut. Not a slam. Just closed. That left Natalia and Sel. Natalia, who was my queen and my partner and my first, who had put herself between me and death more than once, and whose soul was literally tied to mine by something the universe had decided to make permanent. Sel, who had held my hand in a dying dimension and tended my burns with strips of her own clothing and kissed me in the ruins of a garden while both of us were bleeding. The hallway was very quiet. Sel, I said. She tilted her head, waiting. You did well tonight. The interview, all of it. I mean it. Something in her expression shifted. Gentle. Thank you. Get some sleep. Tomorrow's going to be loud. She looked at me for a moment longer. Looked at Natalia. Back at me. Whatever calculation ran behind her periwinkle eyes resolved into something dignified. Good night, Satori, she said. Her door closed softly. Natalia and I stood in the empty hall. She was still doing the temperature thing, but it had dropped from catastrophic to merely chilly. Progress. You're exhausted, she said. Extensively. Your ribs still hurt. Constantly. She pushed off the door frame and walked to me, slow, deliberate. Put one hand flat against my barato, over where the worst of the damage had been. The ring on her finger pulse cold. Come inside, she said. My room. Now I'm not asking for anything. I'm telling you to stop standing in the hallway looking like you're calculating odds and come inside. She wasn't wrong that I was calculating odds. She also wasn't wrong that I was tired. Okay, I said. Her expression shifted into something complicated. Not the possessive fire I expected. Something softer, which was more disarming. She took my hand and led me inside. Chapter 408. A new beginning, if not my only. Natalia closed the door behind them. The click was quiet, deliberate, not a dramatic sound, just a door shutting, but her chest did something embarrassing when it did. She turned around. Satori was already sitting on the edge of her bed, elbows on his knees, head slightly bowed. The hallway conversation had cost him something. She could see it in the set of his shoulders. Not weakness exactly. More like a man who had been performing for cameras and crowds and 4 different women all evening and had finally run out of performance. She knew that feeling. She was intimately familiar with it. Lie down, she said. E.M. fine. You have 3 cracked ribs and 2nd-degree burn scarring on both forearms, and you've been awake for 19 hours. I said, I'm fine, Natalia. And I said, lie down. He looked up at her. His eyes, God, his eyes were doing that thing where they went quiet. Not cold, not calculating, just tired in a way that had nothing to do with sleep. He lay down. She pulled the blanket back, and he shifted onto his side automatically, making room. Like they had done this 100 times, which they had, more or less. Natalia climbed in after him. She didn't reach for him immediately. She settled with her back against the headboard, one knee tucked up, and just let herself look at him for a moment while he wasn't watching her look. The burns on his arms had mostly healed. The skin still had that pink tight quality, new and tender looking. She had seen them when they were raw. She had watched the medical staff wrap them, and she had stood outside that door with her hands balled up because there was nothing to hit, and the feeling in her chest had been enormous and shapeless and awful. She reached out and traced her fingertips very lightly along his forearm. Not the scar tissue. The inside of his wrist, where the skin was still normal. He exhaled. "Your pulse is fast," she said. "Observant. It shouldn't be. You're supposed to be resting. Hard to rest with you staring at me." "I'm not staring. Natalia, I'm looking at you thoughtfully." He laughed. A short, real one. The kind that had nothing in it except amusement. She loved those the most. The ones she couldn't have predicted and hadn't been earned through strategy. The ones that just happened. She slid down from the headboard until she was level with him, facing him. He was watching her now with those dark eyes that she had once found unreadable and now found terrifyingly legible. "The interview was good," she said. "You're going to tell me what you actually thought." "I said it was good." "Natalia." She sighed, pressed her lips together, looked at the space between his collarbones. "Sterling asked you about living for someone, and you looked at her." She kept her voice even. She was very good at keeping her voice even. "I looked at the camera," Satora said. "You looked at self first, and then the camera." Silence. "I'm not going to pretend I don't see it," she said. "That's not who I am." "No," he agreed. "It's not." She appreciated that he didn't lie to her. He had never been particularly interested in lying to her, which was one of the stranger comforts of whatever this was between them. He lied to everyone else with a fluency that was almost artistic. With her, he just didn't bother. "She's from a different world," Natalia said. "Chill. She doesn't know what you are yet. She knows more than you'd think. That's the problem." She met his eyes. "She's smart, and she's decent. And she held your hand in a dying dimension, and you came back with that look you get." "What look?" "The one where something has changed, and you're trying to decide if you care that it changed." He was quiet, which meant she was right. She pressed her palm flat against his chest. His heartbeat was steady under her hand. "I'm not going to make you choose," she said. "You know that." "That's not. It was never about that." "Then what is it about?" She thought about the answer for a long time. "I need to know where I end," she finally said. "Not an A. I'm not asking you to promise me I'm the only one. I stopped wanting that a long time ago. I'm asking, am I still the first?" He lifted his hand and covered hers where it sat on his chest. "Yes," he said. "Simple. No performance in it. No strategy. Just the word." She let out a breath she hadn't noticed she was holding. "Emmy," she said. "I can understand Emmy. She's warm, and she's good, and she looks at you like you're the answer to something. And she paused, you're gentle with her in a way I didn't think you were capable of. That is not an insult." "I know. Skylar." Her mouth curved slightly against her will. "Skylar at least bites back. She'll keep you honest. She'll probably also stab you eventually. Probably. I find that reassuring somehow." "Me too." She looked at him. "Sel is different," she said. He didn't answer. "Sel looks at you like you're a problem she's trying to solve," Natalia said. "And you look at her like she's something you hadn't accounted for." And that S, she pressed her lips together. The cryo-lich ring pulsed cold against her finger, matching her heartbeat. "That specific combination is dangerous. For you, and for her, and for me. Do you trust me?" The question sat in the dark between them. She thought about the gate run, the necropolis, the quiet moment they had shared in a VHC archive room. The first morning she had woken up in his arms and looked at the ceiling and understood that something irreversible had happened and chose not to run from it. "Yes," she said, "which is frankly the most inconvenient thing that has ever happened to me." He smiled, a real one, the tired kind, the one that softened his whole face into something that bore very little resemblance to the predator who had systematically dismantled her. "Come here," he said. She moved closer. He tucked her against his chest with one arm, carefully, avoiding pressure on the worst of the healing ribs. She felt him exhale slowly as she settled there. His chin rested on top of her head. "I can't promise it won't get more complicated," he said into her hair. "I know. I can promise that this doesn't change." She understood what this meant. Not a gesture or a category, but the specific gravity of what existed between them. The thing that had started as a bold pursuit and become something the system apparently saw fit to make permanent. It better not, she said. Chapter 409. Centuredo, she had been certain about Satori once too. Certain in the way that only contempt allows. Certain he was beneath her notice. Then he had looked at her one morning with different eyes, and that certainty had been the first thing to go. She was still angry, sometimes that had gone so easily, that he had looked at her and seen the levers and pulled them, and that she had, despite knowing it was happening, let him. Except she had looked back, and what she had found was someone who was terrifying and wrong, and who saw her, the real her. The ambitious, calculating, merciless version she kept tucked behind perfect posture and academic achievement. He had seen it, and he had smiled like he approved. Nobody had ever approved before. She brushed her cheek against his collarbone. He leaned his head down and rested his forehead gently against hers. "Stop thinking so loud," he murmured. "I'm always thinking." "I know. Sleep anyway." "You sleep. You have 19 hours of exhaustion to deal with." "So do you." She tilted her head up. He was already looking down at her. They stood very close together. She bravado him softly, taking her time. It was gentle and unhurried, just the simple closeness between them and his arm gently around her as they shared a quiet moment together. He leaned in and returned the gentle affection the same way, unhurried. When she pulled back, his eyes were still closed for a moment. She studied him in those few seconds, the line of his jaw, the faint shadow beneath his eyes, the way his exhale slowed as he relaxed into her mattress. This is mine, she thought. Not the performance he gave Sterling Weaver. Not the version who faced down Serafina Vance without flinching. This specific tired version, in her room, breathing slowly. This one. She settled her head back against his chest and listened to his heartbeat. It still went a little fast. She thought it probably always would, his particular brand of restlessness. Even sleeping, some part of him was working. "Emmy is going to be at breakfast," she said. "I know. She is going to look at you. She usually does. I'm going to have to be gracious about it." "You're very gracious." "I am absolutely not, and you know that." He pressed another kiss in her hair. "You're better at it than you think." She considered this. The thing about Emmy was that it was impossible to hate her. Natalia had tried. She had spent approximately 3 days after the initial incident constructing a version of events in which Emmy was calculating or naive or somehow to blame for her own warmth, and she had abandoned the project because Emmy was infuriatingly and genuinely kind. She had introduced them. That was the part that sat sideways in her chest sometimes. She had handed Satori a thread, and he had pulled it, and now Emmy looked at him over breakfast with those reddish-brown eyes, full of uncomplicated devotion, and Natalia had to be gracious. She was getting better at it. "Cella's going to need handling," she said. Centuredo looked down at her. "What does that mean?" "It means she is Serafina Vance's sister, and she has been used as a political asset her whole life. And if you handle her wrong, she'll close up like a vault, and you'll lose the only access you have to whatever happened to your father." Natalia kept her voice even. "So you give her what she needs to stay open. Not forever, just long enough." He was quiet. "I know what I'm saying," she added. "I know you do. I hate that I know what I'm saying." "Natalia, me fine." She pressed her face briefly into his shirt. "I'm completely fine. I am a very functional person who is making rational decisions about an irrational situation." He looked at her steadily. "You're my queen," he said quietly. "That's not a word I use carelessly." She knew that. She had watched him use words carelessly his whole time at NBA. Centuredo, he made a sound that was almost a laugh and was mostly fond, and she felt it rumble in his chest where her ear was pressed. She closed her eyes. The room was dark, and the building was settling into its nighttime quiet around them. Somewhere down the hall, a door opened and closed. Braxton S. office light, probably, finally going out. "Go to sleep," she said. "You first. I'm not tired. Your eyes have been closed for 2 minutes." That S just resting them. "Natalia." "Satori." He tucked her closer. Her hand found his under the blanket, and she laced her fingers through his without thinking about it. Cinchuredo, possibly the first time he had looked at her across a breakfast table like she was the most interesting problem in the room. It didn't matter when. It was Chapter 410, F-Zero, S-Class. I fell asleep first. I know because I remember the moment it happened. That specific threshold where thought dissolves into something formless, and the last coherent thing in my head was the weight of her against my side and the slow, steady rhythm of her breathing. No dreams, just dark. When I came back, the room was still night dark and Natalia was a warm weight against my chest, one hand loose in mine. Her purple hair spread across my collarbone. Her breathing had the particular depth of someone genuinely unconscious. Not the performative version she sometimes deployed when she didn't want to have a conversation. The real thing. I lay there for a moment and did nothing. This was rare enough that I noticed it. The absence of calculation. Just the room and the dark and the sound of her sleeping and the distant hum of the atoll at 3 in the morning. Whatever skeleton crew of administrators and security worked the hours when the students were supposed to be unconscious. Then the quiet broke. Not a sound. More like a pressure behind my eyes. The specific sensation I learned to associate with the system, like someone knocking on the inside of my skull. I eased Natalia's hand down onto the mattress, careful not to shift her shoulders. She made a small sound and curled slightly, finding a new position without waking, and I watched her settle before I moved. I sat up. The room resolved around me in the dark. Natalia's room was tidier than mine, which said something about the fundamental difference between us. Her desk had actual surface space. Her uniform hung on the hook by the door rather than draped over whatever furniture had been closest when she'd taken it off. I touched my forearms where the burn scarring pulled the skin tight. Still sore if I pressed. Less than last week. The regenerator brace had done its work, and what remained was more texture than damage. A map of the arborist's chamber drawn in healed skin. I exhaled quietly and pulled up the system. The interface materialized in the dark, that familiar blue luminescence that existed only behind my eyes. Visible to no one else in the room. Nella's presence settled around the edges of it, like someone leaning over my Cinchuredo to read along. "Good morning," she said. "You lasted almost 8 hours. Impressive restraint. Don't start. I make no promises. You have things to look at." I pulled up status first. Cinchuredo F-Zero endurance. F-Zero dexterity. F-Zero 150 magic. F-Zero agility. F-Zero. I stared at that for a moment. F-Zero across everything. Visible F-Zero. The same flat line it had shown since I leveled up after the Necropolis. Then I pulled up the secondary screen. The real one. Hidden attributes level 3. Maxed multiplier active. Strength 6,250 endurance. 6,250 dexterity. 6,250 150 magic. 6,250 agility. 6,250 hidden multiplier. 2.5x level 3 ceiling. 7,750 per stat for context, Nell offered, with the tone of a woman handing someone a loaded weapon while making sustained eye contact. The average combat-rated B-rank hunter sits between 600 and 799 in their primary stats. You're operating at a value that, if visible, would place you in the top tier of A rank. Approaching the floor of S. I let that settle. 6 weeks ago, I'd been fighting Braxton in the basement and losing spectacularly, my body a collection of ambitious bruises and wounded pride. I had been a C rank on paper and something fragile underneath it. Now I sat in the dark at 3 in the morning, in a dormitory on an island that functioned as a forge for the country's next generation of weapons, with numbers behind my eyes that would reclassify everything about my position in this world if anyone saw them. They couldn't see them. That was the point. Level 4, I said quietly. What does it look like? Nell made a sound that was either contemplative or deeply satisfied. Probably both. Assuming you max all stats before ascending again, which given your current trajectory and frankly appalling tendency to get into life-threatening situations I de-estimate as likely, Level 4 would establish a base of 11,875 per stat, with a ceiling near 13,375. You would become, for lack of a more precise term, a problem requiring S-rank response. And level 5, don't push your luck. A pause. 20,312 base. 21,812 ceiling. You would stop being a problem and become an event. I thought about that. Natalia shifted behind me, resettling without waking. The cryo-lich ring on her finger caught the blue light of the interface, and for a second her hand looked like it was glowing, which was appropriate, because in every way that mattered it was. Level 10 bond. Covenant. Belmano. ID thought about that too. In the small hours after the necropolis, when she'd been unconscious in a hospital bed, and ID had nothing but time and the particular horror of a man realizing he'd done something irreversible. ID made her dependent through mechanics she didn't know existed, through a system she believed was a metaphor ID invented for her benefit. The nectar, the bond, the invisible architecture of connection that the gods had designed and I had wielded. And then she had stopped the death beam with her bare will, because she refused to lose me. I didn't know what to do with that. I was still figuring out what to do with that. The version of me that was Kalen Leone looked at it analytically and filed it under useful and leverage maintained. The other version, the one that was getting harder to locate the edges of, sat with it differently. Pull up the full titles, I said. Active titles, King of the Glass House, rank, unique passive, Veil of Lies, 10 Manipulation Effectiveness, Curse, the Matriarch S. Gaze the Social Predator, rank, Common Passive, Pack Dynamics Predator S. Allure, 15 Social Weight, Blitzkrieger rank, Uncommon Passive, 8 Movement and Reaction Speed during team operations. Coordination buffs stack faster. The Gardener S. Bane, rank, Rare Passive, increased damage against botanical entities. All plant life within range recognizes you as Liberator or Friend. Verdant Command unlocked. Blackgate Survivor. Rank. Rare Passive. Resistance to dimensional anomaly effects and psychic intrusion. Enhanced mental fortitude in irregular gate environments. Chapter 411. Think horizontally 5 titles. Each one a scar from a different fight, a different choice. A different version of the game I'd been playing since the system dropped me into a Dead Boy-S body and said perform. The Glass House one still stung. Kimiko-S face when she looked at me across the breakfast table. That specific maternal sharpness. She'd always been able to read me better than I wanted. The Gardener S. Bane was new enough that I was still feeling out its edges. The moment I'd driven the silver knife into the Arborist S. chest and felt the garden exhale. Every plant on the atoll sometimes turned slightly toward me when I passed them now. Jacob had noticed but attributed it to a behavioral anomaly in the Academy's botanical maintenance schedule. I hadn't corrected him. I scrolled to the ensemble. Ensemble. Natalia Kuzmina, rank 10, Covenant title. The Psychic Sovereign System Symbiosis Active SP Generation. Tripled Emi Aoyama, rank 5. Dependent Imbuement Slot 1 to 2 Unlocked Daily SP Contribution. Active Skylar Amain, rank 5. Dependent Imbuement Slot 1 to 2 Unlocked Daily SP Contribution. Active Pansumin, rank 3. Confident Imbuement Slot 1 Unlocked Isabel Okoye, rank 1. Acquaintance Basic Status Visible Pending Yenti. Celeste Vance, rank 3. Confident Progression. Active I looked at Celeste's entry for a long time. Rank 3. Confidant. 3 weeks ago, she hadn't had an entry at all, just a quest marker and a note from the system about espionage requirements. Now her name sat in the ensemble with an active progression indicator. The Know Thy Enemy quest pulsed at the bottom of the notification queue, patient as ever. Rank 4 was the requirement. One more rank, and the VHC archives unlocked. My father's files. The real story of what happened to Kenji Nakano and why his name had been scrubbed from the academic record with such thoroughness that even his own family had learned not to speak it. 1 rank. I thought about the cave. The purple fire. Cell pressing ice against my burned arms with a healer-esque precision even though she wasn't a healer, even though she was operating on fumes, because it hadn't occurred to her to do anything else. I thought about the river and the voices in the glass hallway and her hand in mine the whole way through. You're calculating. Nel observid. I'm always calculating. You're calculating whether it matters that you care about her. I didn't answer. For what it's worth, she said, lighter than usual, the audience finds the ambiguity delicious. The does he or doesn't he narrative arc is historically very high-performing. Glad someone's getting something out of it. You're getting something out of it, too. You just haven't decided what to call it yet. She had a point. I hated that she had a point. I added that to the list of things I was figuring out. I pulled up the abilities screen because it was easier than continuing that particular thread. Active abilities 2-3. Ember. Silver tier, enhanced via dragon, which ring flame, temp approximate 1400 C spatial cleave. Gold tier upgraded from sever range extended. Ignores magical defenses below platinum, rank passive abilities 3-4. Mysticism. Gold tier stamina 300, cooldown reduction 60. Enhanced sleep recovery protection from arrows. Platinum tier, precognitive evasion of projectile attacks, blessing of the sovereign. Details sealed, pending further advancement Centurado. Verdant command, the blessing of the sovereign entry, still had its details locked, same as it had since it unlocked after the necropolis. Nell deflected every time I asked about it. Apollo deflected with considerably more theatrical enthusiasm. Whatever it was sitting in my passive slot, doing something. I could feel the particular weight of it in my body the same way you could feel a heel bone that used to be broken. The schema points sat at 2015. I turned them over in my head the way I used to turn over the Yamaguchi Gumi's operational accounts at 17, looking for the most efficient allocation. Centurado, the Cobalt Vipers, had Kinjiro Kobayashi now, quiet and precise and dangerous in ways Julian had never understood. The Phantoms had Reyna, and the Onyx Hounds had a guild that had survived 2 near-death experiences, a Black Gate, and my leadership, which had in the early weeks resembled a man herding cats with one hand while on fire. They were good now, really good, but I needed to be better. Investment options, Nell said in her boardroom voice. Since you're clearly doing math. Ability upgrades. Spatial Cleave to Dimensional Rend would cost 600. Ember to Inferno Stream costs 400. Correct. Or I save and pull the banner. Whatever Apollo has waiting for the tournament. He does have something waiting. A pause with a precise amount of drama in it. He has been insufferably smug about it for approximately 9 days. Of course he has. I looked at the number again. 2015. The problem with saving for the gacha was the same problem it had always been. The gacha was chaos. It had given me Rockstar Maid and Fairy Tale Princess in the same pull, which was either the system's finest hour or evidence that Apollo's entertainment priorities had only a passing relationship with my survival needs. The problem with ability upgrades was they were guaranteed but incremental. Spatial Cleave at its current tier had carried me through the Arborist fight by skin of teeth. Dimensional Rend would give me enough cutting power that the margin expanded from barely survived to survived with options. I thought about the tournament, about Reyna specifically, about what Sterling had called her on-gate break 6 months ago, a rank with S-rank potential, Centurado. I heard the sound of her settling, and then her voice, low and completely uninflected. Come back inside. I'm thinking. Take a break. I almost laughed. I closed the system screens. The blue light dissolved. The room came back, dark and warm. Natalia's sheets and her desk, and the hook by the door with her uniform hanging like a soldier at rest. I lay back down. She found me without opening her eyes, shifting until her head was against my shoulder and her hand was at my ribs, that familiar monitoring touch, feeling for my breathing. Well, she said, I'm getting stronger. I know. She smiled warmly at me. I can feel it. The tournament is 5 weeks out. I know. I need to be ready for Reyna. And whatever Petrova's built. I know. Natalia. Satori. Are you actually awake? Or am I narrating my plans to someone who is going to remember none of this? A long pause. 50-50, she admitted. I exhaled, covered her hand with mine where it rested against my ribs. 2015 schema points. Level 3 hidden stats that would reclassify my threat level if anyone saw them. 5 titles. 17 guildmates who had followed me through things that should have killed them. 4 women with varying degrees of complicated feelings who slept within shouting distance of where I currently lay. And 1 quest still open, 1 sealed file, 1 name erased from history that I intended to unearth. The tournament was in 5 weeks. My father's files were 1 rank away. I was, by any objective measurement, in a significantly better position than I had been 6 months ago when the system had dropped me into a dead boy-esque life and told me to perform. Chapter 412. 5 queens and a sleeping king. The house was quiet in a way that felt almost suspicious. Skylar noticed it the moment she came downstairs, mug in hand, hair still damp from the shower. No Jamie shouting affirmations at his own reflection. No Raphael breaking something. No Marco bellowing about team breakfast like a golden retriever who had learned to speak. Just the ambient sound of the atoll wind against the windows and, from somewhere deeper in the house, the faint clink of ceramic. She checked the time. 8:47. The dry erase board by the front door had a list in Carmen's handwriting, which meant the mission assignments had gone up sometime before 6, while Skylar had still been horizontal. She crossed to it. Team Beta. Gate clear, Sector 4. Isabelle, Rafael, Ikari, Marco, Malachi, Solmin. Depart 0600. ETA return 2200. Team Gamma. Recon and E-Rank sweep, Outer District. Juan, Jaime, Noah, Monica, Jacob. Depart 0700. ETA return 1800. Braxton, don't ask. Carmen, also don't ask. So it was just them today. Skylar did the math without meaning to. Natalia was still here because Satori was still here. Celeste was here because the roster had her resting Satori's orders. Emmy because she was the house healer and somebody had to be on standby. And Akari because Akari was, as far as Skylar could tell, immune to being assigned anywhere she didn't want to go. The kitchen confirmed it. Emmy stood at the stove in an oversized pastel hoodie that read Hunter Prospect across the back in letters that had partially peeled off, her blue antennae bobbing as she stirred something that smelled aggressively wholesome. Natalia sat at the counter with a textbook open that she was absolutely not reading. Purple eyes fixed on her phone. Cell occupied the small table by the window with a datapad and a posture that had been trained into her by people who charge tuition by the syllable. Akari sat on the counter eating someone else's yogurt, not at all concerned about this. There she is, Akari said. She pointed her spoon at Skylar. Last one up. I don't take feedback from people stealing my yogurt. Akari looked at the yogurt container, then back at Skylar. Zero remorse. It was at the front of the fridge. That's where I put things I'm planning to eat. Planning and doing are different skills. Skylar pulled a mug from the cabinet and poured coffee. She didn't have the energy for Akari before caffeine. She barely had the energy for Akari after caffeine. The girl was like a social stress test that had been made sentient and given access to expensive lip gloss. Emmy set a bowl down in front of Skylar's usual chair without being asked. Oatmeal with actual fruit in it, because Emmy was constitutionally incapable of letting someone consume empty calories without staging a quiet intervention. I didn't ask for this, Skylar said. I know. Emmy smiled with her whole face. But you at VE just had the coffee. That was the plan. It's a bad plan. Skylar sat and ate the oatmeal. She wasn't going to say it was good. It was good. Natalia turned a page in her textbook she hadn't been reading and said, without looking up, where's Satori? Asleep, Cell said from the window table. He was up at 3 reading his status screen again. The table went briefly interesting. Natalia's pen stopped moving. Emmy's antennae twitched. Skylar wrapped both hands around her mug and looked at the middle distance. Akari, immune to atmospheric tension in the way a cat is immune to embarrassment, pointed her spoon at Cell this time. How do you know he was up at 3? I wasn't sleeping well either, Cell said. I heard him in the hallway. You heard him in Natalia's hallway. The walls are thin, Natalia said, and turned another page. Akari put the spoon down. Something shifted in her expression, less teasing and more genuinely interested, which was somehow worse. Okay, but this is actually fascinating from a sociological perspective. No, Skylar said. I'm just saying, the five of us are all in this house today, and Satori is asleep upstairs, and nobody is talking about the elephant. There's no elephant, Emmy said, in the voice she used when she was trying to believe something hard enough to make it true. Akari looked at Emmy. Emmy's antennae dropped about half an inch. Akari looked at Natalia. Natalia's page turned again, this time with slightly more force. Akari looked at Cell, who was doing the diplomatic thing of appearing deeply absorbed in her datapad. Then she looked at Skylar. Skylar met her eyes and held them. Don't. I'm not doing anything, Akari said, entirely pleasantly, which was the most dangerous version of her. I'm just thinking that this is the most unusual housing arrangement I've encountered at any educational institution, and it would be a shame not to address it properly. Like what? Emmy asked, because Emmy could never help herself. Akari smiled. It was a very specific kind of smile, censurato, which was produced 5 completely different silences from 5 different people simultaneously. Emmy made a small sound. Natalia put her pen down. Cell looked up from her datapad. Skylar said, why? Because Akari said, swinging her legs off the counter and setting the empty yogurt cup aside, we are 5 women in a house with 1 man who has had a complicated romantic history with at least 3 of us and a close relationship with at minimum 2, and none of us are actually talking to each other about it, which is going to cause a problem eventually. Better to have the conversation in a format with structure. Truth or dare is not a structured format, Cell said carefully. It has rules. Children have rules. Children still run into traffic. Akari pointed at her. You're scared. Chill streikened. Whatever diplomatic instinct had been running her expression switched over to something cooler and more direct. I'm not scared. I think the proposal has obvious potential for harm. Or obvious potential for honesty. Akari turned to Emmy. You want to? I didn't say anything, Emmy said. You made a sound. It was a neutral sound. It was not neutral. It had a question mark in it. Akari turned to Natalia. You're not scared either. You're considering logistics. Natalia looked at her for a long moment. Something moved behind her eyes that Skylar couldn't read. Then Natalia said, if anyone cries, it ends. And no one tells him it was your idea. Akari spread her hands, gracious in victory. Obviously. Skylar drank her coffee. She was being asked to weigh in. She could feel it. All 4 of them rotating slightly toward her the way plants did toward light, which was deeply ironic given recent events. The thing was, Akari wasn't wrong, which Skylar found profoundly irritating. The arrangement in this house operated on the unspoken understanding that nobody looked directly at it. It was like a structural beam everyone had agreed to navigate around without acknowledging the wall it was holding up. At some point, the wall was going to become relevant. Fine, Skylar said. Emmy made the sound again. But, Skylar continued, we tell him. He doesn't get ambushed in his own room. Obviously, Akari said again. And if someone says stop, it stops. Agreed. And you're not doing this because you're bored. Akari paused. Skylar waited. This was the actual question, the one underneath the other ones, and Akari was smart enough to know it. I'm doing it, Akari said finally, because Akari asked me last week why everyone in the house seemed sad sometimes, and I didn't have a good answer. She said it without her usual performance around it, just the words sitting there. My sister notices things. She doesn't always have the framework for them, but she notices. And she is going to be back tomorrow, and I would like for the answer to be better than unresolved tension. The kitchen was quiet again, differently this time. Emmy reached across and briefly touched Akari's wrist. Akari looked at the hand with an expression that was almost surprised before covering it with her usual composure. Cell said, we should tell him over lunch. Agreed, Natalia said. I'll make something, Emmy said, already turning back toward the stove. Skylar looked at her empty oatmeal bowl and thought, not for the first time, that Emmy Aoyama was entirely too good for this situation. Not in the way that meant she didn't belong. More in the way that meant she was going to teach the rest of them something, whether they wanted to learn it or not. She poured a second coffee. Telling Satori went about as well as Skylar had predicted, which was to say he sat there with his mug and his irritatingly composed face for approximately 4 seconds, and then said, Akari. Present, Akari said from across the table. Why? Sociological investment. Satori looked at Natalia. Natalia looked back with the expression of someone who had calculated her level of culpability and decided it was acceptable. He looked at Emmy. Emmy had both hands around her own mug and was performing intense interest in the table grain. He looked at Sel. Sel said, I want it on record that I did raise concerns. Noted. He looked at Skylar last. Skylar shrugged once, and he seemed to accept this as the explanation it was. Fine, he said. My room. After 9. Nobody breaks anything. Akari said, spiritually or physically. He pointed at her. Either. She pressed her lips together, satisfied. Skylar watched him stand, watched the way he rolled his shoulder where the burn scarring pulled tight even now, and thought about the cave and the purple fire and the weight of him sitting beside her in the quiet while his arms were ruined and he still hadn't stopped moving. She thought about how she found out he had feelings the same way she found out about most things that complicated her life, all at once, in a context that left no room for comfortable denial. She drank her coffee. Tonight would be what it was going to be. She decided, reasonably confident about this. Somewhat. Chapter 413, 4 Paths to Ruin, or Reward. Bartholomew was doing laps on my forum. Not metaphorically. The immortal snail had been traversing the same 6-inch stretch of healed burn scar for the past 4 minutes, leaving a trail of slime that caught the lamplight. And I was watching in the way you watch something deeply stupid that is also, somehow, peaceful. He reached my wrist, turned around, started back toward my elbow. You've got nowhere to be, I told him. I respect that. He did not respond. He was a snail. He had never responded. He was going to outlive every civilization humanity ever built and spend the whole time moving at this exact speed with this exact level of commitment to the journey. I let him out of the terrarium maybe 20 minutes ago, after Satori's very normal evening briefing, which was what I was calling the lunch conversation, where 5 women had informed me that my room was the venue for a truth or dare situation I had no script for. Even I, a man with a system and a gotcha addiction and the social engineering instincts of a mid-tier crime boss, had no clean read on how tonight was going to go. Natalia I could predict. Skylar I could usually predict, which she knew and resented. Emmy was transparent in the way that only genuinely kind people manage, where you can see every feeling she has and it still somehow catches you off guard. Sel was a closed book written in a language I was still learning. Akari was a wild card wearing a skincare routine. So, tonight, Bartholomew reached my elbow, turned around. I watched him and thought, yeah, that's about right. The window was open. The atoll smelled like salt water and late afternoon and whatever Emmy had been doing in the kitchen for the past 2 hours, which was apparently enough food to feed a small garrison. The sun was starting to do its thing on the horizon. A few hours yet. I should have been reviewing combat data. Reyna Cabana and the Siren S Discord quest, the tournament 5 weeks out, Serafina S agents who kept appearing in places they shouldn't be. There was a whole list of things I should have been doing that would constitute responsible protagonist behavior. Instead, I was watching a snail. Then the light in the room changed. Not dramatically. Not the full golden explosion I'd come to associate with Apollo-S full-send arrivals. This was quieter, more like someone turned the warmth up a single notch, the way a lamp does when the bulb is about to go. The shadows on my wall stayed put. Bartholomew continued his commute. But the air had that particular quality I'd learned to recognize, the texture of something watching. Long time, I said. Has it been? The voice came from nowhere specific, settling somewhere between my ears and the back of my skull. Warmer than Nell-S. More theatrical. Apollo ran on audience participation the way the rest of the world ran on oxygen. You've been busy. I've been watching. You're always watching. It's my job. Champion. The word landed with a weight I was still getting used to. Champion. Centurato, I'm always in a good mood. Do you know what my ratings look like right now? A pause that felt genuinely delighted. The Arborist arc alone. The cave sequence. The ice bridge. I had cosmological beings from 4 different pantheons messaging me, asking who you were. Did they get an answer? Centurato, is there a reason you're here, or are you just admiring your investment? Another pause, this one shorter, And when he spoke again, the theatrical quality had dialed back maybe 5%. Still there, just adjacent to a point. A patron reached out. Regarding your evening. I looked up from Bartholomew. What patron? Which patron do you think sends interest in evenings involving 5 women in a room with a locked door? I pinched the bridge of my nose. Up a little. You knew before you asked. I was hoping I was wrong. The warmth in the room shifted, and then a second presence settled in beside Apollo S., smaller and brighter, and smelling inexplicably of something between roses and something much more earthly. The sprite appeared on my windowsill the size of a paperweight, legs crossed, wearing a simple, light garment that fluttered in the breeze. She had the striking presence of a figure from a Renaissance painting, and her expression suggested that she had inspired admiration for centuries and was entirely at ease. Aphrodite regarded me, and I returned her gaze. "You survived the tree god," she said, in a voice like the first warm day after a genuinely terrible winter. "Good. ID invested considerable interest in you by that point. Em flattered. You should be." She tilted her head. Her hair did something that probably had its own meteorological name. "I have a proposition." "Of course you do." Centurato. Rose gold where it was usually blue, and it displayed a header that made me close my eyes for 2 seconds. Aphrodite's favor. Game of hearts and dares. Active window. Now until 0700. Choose your terms. I stared at the rose gold interface, while Bartholomew continued his eternal lap. Aphrodite leaned forward on the windowsill, chin in her palm. 4 paths, darling. For games within the game. You choose one, and I'll watch everything unfold with considerable personal interest. The sprite's smile could VE melted Arctic shelves. I wanted to say no. I wanted to close the window and pretend I'd never seen it. But the rewards column was already glowing, and I was nothing if not a gambling addict with self-awareness issues. "Show me," I said. The interface bloomed. Easy mode. The confession circle objective. During tonight's game, ensure that each participant shares one genuine secret they've never told anyone. Use truth questions to learn more about each person. No physical contact beyond hand-holding is allowed. Must occur naturally within game flow without pressure. Bonus objective. Offer a friendly high five as a fun reward for their honesty. Any participant except Natalia, who you've already claimed. Rewards. 75 schema points trade upgrade. Devil's Advocate Barato, silver gold. Item. Ring of Subtle Persuasion, gold tier accessory. Increases social influence effectiveness by 15. Penalties. Failure minus 25 SP title. Safe choice Sam debuff. Your ability to take meaningful risks in romantic situations decreases by 20 for 2 weeks. The girls will sense your hesitation. I read it twice. Akari's entire idea had been engineered for this exact scenario. The goddess had probably whispered the suggestion into her ear while she was doing her nails. This was a setup disguised as team building, and everybody knew it except possibly Emmy, who would figure it out around the 3rd question and combust from embarrassment. "Easy mode is boring," I said. "It's a foundation," Aphrodite replied. "Some people value foundations. I'm not some people." "I know. That's why there are 3 other options." Chapter 414. An Honest Tyrant's opening bid. The second quest materialized. Medium mode. The social challenge objective. Progress through the following stages during tonight's game. Get all 5 participants to complete a playful dare. Share a friendly greeting with at least 2 different participants. Create a moment where at least one participant openly shares a positive thought about another person. Bonus objective. In the night with all 5 participants gathered in one room for a group photo. Anything beyond that is your prerogative and will be rewarded accordingly. Rewards. 200 schema points. New ability. Soothing Whisper, gold tier, allows you to project calming thoughts directly into a trusted owlie's mind within 10 meters. Trade upgrade. Guardian's Blessing, Serene Aura, silver platinum. Centurato, 2 choices beyond Natalia. That meant picking from Skylar had already been swept up by the nectar. Emmy, who probably hoped for exactly this, Cell, had shared a charged moment with me in a collapsing death dimension and hadn't brought it up since. And Akari, who I trusted about as far as I could throw a building. The bonus was the real challenge. All 5 in my room. Staying overnight counted, Aphrodite said, like she was doing me a favor. Except getting all 5 to agree to that meant navigating Natalia's protectiveness, Skylar's pride, Emmy's overthinking, Celeste's dignity, and whatever game Akari was playing tonight. What's hard mode? Cinchuredo that they want you create a hierarchy. Establish clearly who is first, who is second, and who occupies the remaining positions. This must be done through group consensus, not unilateral declaration. Bonus objective. Convince all 5 to accept a shared arrangement going forward. They don't have to like each other. They just have to agree that you belong together as partners. Rewards. 500 schema points mythical trait. Harmony Sovereign's aura. Automatically reduces jealousy and territorial conflicts between bonded partners by 40. Increases their cooperative compatibility in combat and social situations. Ability. Sync Link, Diamond Tier. Allows you to share physical feedback between yourself and up to 3 bonded partners simultaneously. All current ensemble members increase by 1 bond rank, automatically penalties. Failure minus 200 SP title. The Coward King your ensemble mechanic locks for 1 month. No new bonds can form. No existing bonds can advance. Natalia's trust takes a permanent hit. She will question every decision you make regarding other women for the foreseeable future. The numbers were huge. 500 SP, mythical tier, an automatic rank up for everyone already in the ensemble, which meant Natalia would hit some threshold I didn't even know existed, and Emmy would jump to rank 6. The penalty made my stomach drop through the floor. Natalia questioning me. The ensemble locking. Cinchuredo, no lies. No half-truths. Complete transparency about the system, the bonds, and what they've agreed to. Bonus objective. Convince at least 1 participant to say, I love you, Barato, during the event itself. Rewards. 1,000 schema points. Divine trait. Nectar of Devotion. Mythical tier upgrade from Barato. Removes the addiction element and replaces it with genuine emotional bonding. Barato feel drawn to you because they choose to, not because of a forced effect. Title. The Honest Tyrant, unique rank. Your transparency about manipulation makes people trust you more, not less. 25 to all bond advancement rates. Familiar contract, mythical tier, X2 Celeste's bond rank jumps directly to rank 7. Subjugated all ensemble members unlock their rank 10 covenant rewards immediately, regardless of current bond rank penalties. Failure minus 500 SP, all current ensemble bonds drop by minus 2 ranks title. The Liar's Crown. Your women will never fully believe you again. Every declaration of affection carries a 50 reduction in effectiveness. Aphrodite's Curse. You lose the ability to experience genuine enjoyment for 1 full month. You can go through the motions, but you can't feel it. The VHC receives an anonymous tip about your system. Serafina begins active investigation. I read the last line 3 times. The VHC receives an anonymous tip. That wasn't a penalty. Cinchuredo, and they weren't playful anymore. You've been dancing around the truth with them, Satori. Feeding them stories. The Sovereign-S Covenant, the pillars, the whole beautiful lie you constructed for Natalia. She believes it because you made it true through action. But Cell doesn't know. Emmy doesn't know. Even Skylar only has pieces. They don't need to know. They deserve to know. She stood on the windowsill, somehow maintaining perfect balance despite the breeze. You've been hooking them on nectar, building dependencies, making them crave the substance through alchemical properties they didn't consent to. That's not love, darling. That's weaponized biology. I said nothing. Bartholomew reached my wrist. The impossible quest, Aphrodite continued, forces you to do the one thing you've avoided since the system chose you. Tell them what you are. Show them the interface. Explain the bonds and mechanics. And admit you've been using close relationships for personal gain this whole time. And if they walk, then they walk. She looked at me with an unreadable expression. But Nectar of Devotion removes the addiction. If they stay after knowing everything, they stay because they choose you. Not because I've rigged their neurochemistry. The window went quiet except for the distant sound of waves against the Atoll S foundation. I looked at the rewards again. 1000 SP, mythical trait. Celeste jumping to rank 7, which meant unlocking duet abilities and giving her access to my power in ways I hadn't team mapped yet. And the Covenant rewards, all of them, across every member of the ensemble. Natalia S rank 10 was already active, but Emmy would skip straight to endgame benefits. Skylar would go from dependent to fully integrated. Centuredo, you're asking me to gamble everything. Chapter 415. The Madman S Gambit. I'm asking you to be honest, Aphrodite said. For once. Completely. With the people you claim to care about. Apollo S presence shifted, warm and amused. She S right, you know. The audience wants the drama of truth. The risk. The potential for it to blow up in your face so spectacularly that we'll be talking about it for decades. I'm not doing this for your ratings. You're doing it because you're addicted to the knife's edge, Apollo said. And because part of you, a part you want to admit to even in your own internal monologue. Want to know if the D stay. Bartholomew completed another lap. I picked him up and returned him to his terrarium before he could start a fifth. He settled onto his lettuce like a king surveying conquered territory. The interface pulsed. I had maybe 3 hours before 9. The smart play was easy mode. Centuredo established hierarchy among 5 women who all had sharp edges and sharper pride. Create the group structure openly instead of letting it exist in the spaces between conversations. Impossible mode was exactly what it said. Complete honesty. The system revealed. The bonds explained. Celeste brought into the fold through intimacy and truth instead of the slow game I'd been playing. And gambling that they accepted all of it instead of walking out and taking my entire operation with them. The VHC penalty sat there like a loaded gun. I need to think, I said. You have until the game starts. Aphrodite examined her nails. Choose well, champion. This is the kind of decision that reshapes narratives. She vanished. The rose scent lingered. Apollo's presence remained a moment longer. For what it's worth, he said, I've seen you survive worse odds. The arborist had you dead 3 separate times, and you walked out with a girl and the knife and a new title. You're good at impossible. That was different. Was it? A pause. Good luck tonight, Satori. You're going to need it. Then he was gone too, and the room was just a room again. Lamplight. Open window. A snail on lettuce who had exactly 0 invested interest in my romantic catastrophes. I sat on the edge of my bed and reviewed the 4 quests one more time. Easy mode, safe. Predictable. A warm-up that wouldn't change anything fundamental. Medium mode, risk I could manage. Rewards that would help but weren't game-breaking. Hard mode, the smart version of dangerous. Build the structure openly. See if they could handle knowing they were sharing me. Impossible mode, the nuclear option. Truth, intimacy, and betting that love could survive information. My phone buzzed. Natalia, Emmy made enough food for 12 people. You're eating before 9, or I'm dragging you downstairs. I texted back. Give me 10 minutes. Her reply came instantly. You have 7. I looked at the interface. At the 4 glowing options waiting for me to pick my poison. Kalen would VE picked easy. He played percentages his whole career, never gambling more than he could afford to lose. Kalen had also died alone in a warehouse with a bullet in his spine, which suggested his philosophy had some holes in it. The original Satori, the kid whose body I was wearing, would VE frozen. Would have overthought until the choice made itself. But I wasn't either of them anymore. I was something new, something built from both and shaped by everything that had happened since that first morning when the system had kicked me awake and called me a fat loser. ID survived an Acropolis, defeated an arborist, hooked a telekinetic princess on my genetics and turned her into my queen, built a guild from rejects, and taken first place from the same people who called us garbage. I'd done impossible before. My finger hovered over the interface. Natalia texted again. 6 minutes. I made my choice. The quest window flared gold, then red, then a color I didn't have a name for. Aphrodite's laughter echoed from somewhere that wasn't quite sound, and I felt the weight of the contract settle into my bones like the arborist's roots. Except instead of trying to kill me, it was just sitting there. Waiting. Impossible mode. Accepted. Time remaining. 9 hours, 47 minutes. Objective tracking. Active. Good luck, champion. You absolute madman. The window minimized. My status screen flickered once and added a temporary effect called Aphrodite's Witness in glowing script that made my UI look like a wedding invitation had thrown up on it. I stood. My ribs protested. The burn scars pulled tight. I was 3 weeks post-arborist, 5 weeks from a tournament where every guild would be gunning for us, running an unlicensed group of followers, and ID just agreed to tell 5 women the complete truth about the cosmic video game that had turned personal connection into a progression system. Bartholomew munched his lettuce. Yeah, I told him. I'm aware this is stupid. I grabbed my hoodie off the chair and headed for the door. Downstairs, I could hear Emmy's voice doing something cheerful, Akari laughing. The ambient chaos of the house on a Saturday, when half the guild was gone and the other half had too much free time. Nell resurfaced finally, quiet as a ghost. You chose impossible. You sound surprised. I'm not. A pause that felt almost fond. You are the protagonist. You were always going to choose the hardest version. Is that approval I'm hearing? It's resignation. Another pause. And yes, a little bit of pride. You're going to crash and burn or succeed so spectacularly that the audience won't stop talking about it for years. Either way, I get good data. Your support is overwhelming. I'm a system administrator. Support ISNT in my job description. She went quiet, then came back softer. Don't die tonight, Satori. I've grown oddly attached to your particular brand of chaos. The connection faded. I stood in the hallway outside the kitchen and could see them through the doorway. Emmy at the stove, wearing an apron over her hoodie, her antennae doing their thing. Natalia at the counter, reading something on her phone that she was definitely critiquing internally. Akari sitting on the counter again despite Emmy asking her 3 times to use a chair. Skylar in the corner with headphones at half volume, watching everyone with her violet eyes. Cell at the table, writing something with actual pen and paper like she'd been raised in a previous century. 9 hours and change to tell them everything, to show them the system, to explain the ensemble and the schema points and the fact that ID been architected their dependencies through divine intervention and quantum-level neurochemistry. And then, assuming they didn't walk, assuming they stayed, I had to spend time with at least 2 of them. How to make Cell one of them. How to get Natalia's blessing to do it. The sheer statistical improbability of success was almost beautiful. I walked into the kitchen. 5 heads turned. Emmy's whole face went bright. You came. She gestured at a spread that could fed a battalion. I made everything. I see that. Natalia looked at me over her phone, and something in her expression said she knew I'd already done something stupid. The white streaks in her hair caught the light. Akari smiled. Ready for tonight? I met her eyes and held them. Yeah, I said. Let us play. Chapter 416. Centuredo closing the door behind her with a soft click. I sat on the edge of my bed, wearing nothing but gray basketball shorts and a white t-shirt. The AC in this place barely functioned on good days, and tonight wasn't a good day. Already I could feel sweat forming at the back of my neck. The women had clearly coordinated their approach. Each had shown up dressed with intention. Natalia wore a purple silverado and matching shorts. Her hair was down, the white streaks catching the lamplight. The cryo-lich ring glinted on her finger like a warning. Skylar had gone with an oversized black t-shirt and dark shorts. Her outfit was simple and practical for the occasion ahead. Her indigo hair was pulled back in a messy bun, leaving her face unframed. Emmy looked like she derated a cheerleader's closet blue cotton shorts and a white tank barado with some bubbly text I couldn't focus enough to read. Her antennae hair accessories bounced with every movement, blue and perfect, and so authentically Emmy it hurt. Celeste wore a pale blue nightdress that somehow managed to be both conservative and strikingly elegant. The silky material caught the light, making her silver white hair look like it was glowing. She sat with perfect posture, princess training evident even during a slumber party. And Akari had decided subtlety was for cowards. Her sleek, black outfit turned heads wherever she went. Her jet black hair was loose around her shoulders, and she brought a bottle that definitely wasn't hers. "Look what I found in Carmen S. room," she sang, holding up a bottle of something amber. "You stole our T8S alcohol?" Celeste asked, her voice the verbal equivalent of raising an eyebrow. "Borrowed." Akari grinned. "She won't miss it. She has like 12 bottles hidden behind her romance novels." Skylar pulled shot glasses from somewhere. "You came prepared." "Obviously." Akari placed them on the floor in the center of the room, where they created a rough circle with pillows. "Okay, rules are simple. Truth or dare. Choose truth, take a drink. Choose dare and chicken out, 2 drinks. What if we just want a drink?" Skylar asked. "Then pick truth and lie badly," Akari replied. "Everyone gets 1 skip. Use it wisely." I scanned the room, mentally calculating exit routes, probability of survival, and whether I could claim sudden projectile vomiting as a believable excuse. Natalia caught my eye, and something in her expression told me she knew exactly what I was thinking. Her lips quirked up slightly at the corners. Impossible mode suddenly felt a lot more impossible. "I'll go first," Akari announced, pouring amber liquid into the shot glasses. "Skylar, truth or dare?" Skylar considered for half a second. "Truth. Boring." Akari pushed a shot glass toward her. "What's the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to you at a party?" "Bold of you to assume I've done anything embarrassing," Skylar replied. Centuredo, Skylar confirmed. Her tone is dry and flat as a runway. "Oh, Marcus." "Yes, Marcus." She delivered the impression with a kind of contemptuous precision, pitching her voice up just enough to be truly damning, her violet eyes rolling toward the ceiling in a long-suffering arc. "I was out of his apartment before he finished. Left my jacket behind. I don't miss it." The laughter that followed had an edge of horrified delight to it. Even I felt the ghost of a smirk pull at my mouth. "That was genuinely, objectively terrible." "Your turn," Akari prompted, still grinning, pointing a manicured finger at Skylar like a scepter. Skylar let the amusement die on her face, and those pale violet eyes swept the circle. They made 1 full rotation before settling, with a kind of deliberate weight, on Natalia. "Truth or dare?" Natalia met the question without blinking. "Dare," she said, the word dropping out of her like it was the only possible answer, like the alternative didn't exist in her vocabulary. Skylar's expression didn't change, but something in her eyes sharpened slightly, the way it does when someone produces exactly the response you were counting on. She tilted her head by a fraction of a degree. "I dare you to let Satora trace a small doodle on your notebook with his finger." She paused a beat, letting it land. "And you're not allowed to look at what it is until he's finished." That was significantly more personal than I had anticipated from round 1 of a game that was supposed to warm up gradually. Someone had decided to skip the warm-up entirely. The room went a degree quieter. I could feel the attention shift, recalibrate, and settle on the 2 of us like a heavy spotlight. A few pairs of eyes moved between Natalia's face and mine with the particular alertness of people who sensed the temperature had just changed. Natalia held Skylar's gaze for a moment, not the hesitant pause of someone considering backing down, but the brief, still pause of someone deciding that backing down isn't remotely on the table. Then she tugged the hem of her barato down firmly, squaring her barato S in a show of defiance. She kept her chin up and her eyes deliberately averted, looking at a fixed point somewhere past Akari's barato. "Fine," she said, and the single syllable managed to sound both entirely unbothered and like a gauntlet thrown down simultaneously. She moved in front of me and waited. I kept my face neutral even as my heart rate doubled. The others watched with varying degrees of interest as I used my finger to draw a small crown on Natalia's exposed stomach. A crown seemed appropriate. When I finished, Natalia pulled her shirt back down and resumed her spot in the circle. "Celeste, truth or dare?" Celeste blinked, clearly caught off guard. "Truth." Natalia pushed a shot glass toward her. Have you ever thought about getting to know someone in this room? The question hung heavy in the air. Celeste took the shot with graceful precision, barely wincing at what I knew was cheap whiskey. Yes, she finally said, her voice quiet but firm. No one asked who. No one needed to. The Blackgate had aired our laundry pretty effectively. Celeste cleared her throat. Emmy, truth or dare? Truth. Emmy looked nervous and excited simultaneously. What's the most embarrassing thing you've ever done? Celeste asked, her voice surprisingly direct. Emmy's face went bright red. Centuredo, clearly searching for the safest person to ask. Satori, truth or dare? And here we go. My first challenge in impossible mode. Truth meant revealing something potentially dangerous. Dare meant doing something potentially dangerous. Truth, I decided. Best to start slow and see what waters we were treading into. Emmy looked relieved, then thoughtful. Who was your first crush? Chapter 417. What I reach for the shot glass. Grateful for a relatively tame question. The whiskey burned going down, but ID had worse. Her name was Mika. She was this girl who sat 2 rows ahead of me in elementary school. She shared her lunch with me once when I forgot mine, and my 10-year-old brain decided that meant we were practically married. Natalia snorted. What happened? She moved away the next year. Tragic love story. I looked around the circle, aware that my next choice would set a tone. Impossible mode required strategy, honesty, and somehow convincing these friends that group challenges were a good plan. Akari, truth or dare? Her black hair swung as she tilted her head, green eyes sparkling with mischief. Dare, obviously. I consider my options. Going too bold might make Emmy uncomfortable. Centuredo, what? I don't know how to. 2 shots if you back out, Akari reminded her, already filling a glass. Emmy looked at me, mortification written across her face. I kept my expression carefully neutral despite the chaos in my head. Nell was probably laughing her ass off somewhere in the system interface. You don't have to, I said quietly. Something shifted in Emmy's eyes, determination replacing embarrassment. No, we'll do it. Someone play some music. Skylar pulled out her phone, and an upbeat rhythm filled the room. I took a deep breath as Emmy approached, her blue hair bouncing with each step. Juste dans l'eau, censurado. Akari announced. Emmy took a deep breath, still flushed. Celeste, truth or dare? Dare, Celeste said, surprising everyone. Emmy thought for a moment. I dare you to sit in Satori's lap until your next turn. I really should have seen this coming. Every dare would somehow involve me, because of course it would. Centuredo, her silver-white hair, catching the light. Comfortable? I asked quietly. Quite, she replied, her voice betraying nothing. Celeste looked around the circle, her posture calm and composed as she sat beside me. Natalia, truth or dare? Natalia narrowed her eyes slightly. Truth. Celeste smiled, a small, calculated thing. Have you ever been jealous of anyone in this room? Natalia took the shot without breaking eye contact. Yes. Akari, Natalia said, changing targets. Truth or dare? Truth. Akari grinned. Surprise. Centuredo, but something. And pretending otherwise is stupid. The room went quiet. There was out in the open. Your turn, Natalia said, her voice neutral. Akari looked at me, green eyes direct. Satori, truth or dare? We were 6 questions in, and already the pretense was starting to crack. Impossible mode loomed over me like the sword of Damocles. Truth, I said, because if I was going to do this, I might as well start digging my grave now. What are we to you? All of us. Honestly, Celeste shifted slightly in my lap. Emmy's eyes were wide. Skylar watched with calculated interest. Natalia's expression was unreadable. I took the shot, letting the burn center me. The honest answer? I met each of their gazes in turn. You're all different pieces of a puzzle I'm still figuring out. Natalia is my queen, the first, the foundation. Emmy is my heart, the kindness I never deserved, but somehow got anyway. Skylar is my mirror, the parts of me I recognize, but haven't admitted to yet. Cell is my challenge, the impossible thing I keep reaching for. And Akari is my wild card, the chaos I can't predict, but can't look away from either. The room was silent. I could hear my own heartbeat, too loud in my ears. But there's more to it than that. I continued, because if I was doing this, I was doing it right. There is something I need to show you. All of you. Something that explains everything. Emmy leaned forward. What is it? I took a deep breath and opened the interface, making it visible to everyone in the room for the first time. It's called a system, I said, and it's been running my life since the day I woke up months ago. Chapter 418. My beautiful, terrible lie. The blue interface materialized in the air between us. Centuredo, you're telling me this has been real the whole time? When you manifested that fire ability out of nowhere. There was no late manifestation. I just pulled it from slot machine run by a god who thinks he is a game show host. MES mouth opened and closed. But how? I pulled up the next tab, watching their faces as new information filled the space. Ensemble. Natalia Kuzmina, rank 10, Covenant 2. Emmy Aoyama, rank 5, Dependent 3. Skylar Amain, rank 5, Dependent 4. Pansumin, rank 2, Confidant Pionte. Isabel Okoye, rank 1, Acquaintance 6. Celeste Vance, rank 3. Confidant. The silence that followed had weight to it, the kind that pressed down on your chest and made breathing difficult. Natalia spoke first, her voice dangerously quiet. What does Covenant mean? I met her eyes. Remember when I told you about the Sovereigness thing? How I needed exceptional women to build power. Her jaw tightened. Yes, that was half true. The system really does tie my power to bonds with people. The ranks measure how connected we are, how much you trust me, how much I've invested in you. I paused, but I didn't create it. I'm just a poor soul who got stuck with it. Celeste shifted on my lap, her periwinkle eyes fixed on her own name. Rank 3 means what exactly? Confidant. It means you trust me enough to watch my back, and I've proven I'll watch yours. And rank 10? I looked at Natalia, whose white streaks were beginning to glow. Everything. It means souls bound together in ways that don't break. Emmy's voice cracked. Dependent. That sounds bad. It's not bad, it's just honest. I ran a hand through my hair. When we're together, when I hold you close, when we share a moment like this, Centuredo. Her eyes scanning the information with a predator-esque focus. This isn't possible. Game mechanics don't exist in real life. Tell that to the gods who are apparently watching my life like it's their favorite streaming service. Natalia's hand found mine, squeezing hard enough to hurt. When did this start? 2 months ago. I woke up in your stepbrother's body with a cosmic voice in my head telling me I was entertainment now. I looked at each of them in turn. That original Satori you knew? The one you hated? He's gone. I'm someone else wearing his face. Natalia's eyes closed for a long moment. When they opened, understanding filled them. That's why you changed overnight. That's why everything changed. Celeste stood close, her expression earnest. You said bonds. What kind of bonds? I pulled up her profile with a gesture. Her stats appeared, visible to everyone now. Celeste Vance bond rank, 3 confidant imbuement slots, 1 bronze silver daily SP generation, none at rank 3. I can reach into my arsenal and permanently enhance one of your existing abilities, I said, my voice steady and clinical, like I was explaining a balance sheet rather than the architecture of my own manipulation. A direct imbuement, something from the gacha, gifted to you. At rank 5, the bond deepens past the point of simple utility. You start generating schema points for me passively every single day just by existing in my orbit. I'll let that land. At rank 7, we unlock something the system calls a duet ability, a power neither of us can access alone. And rank 10, MES voice was barely audible. Our souls become permanently linked. Natalia finished for me, her tone quiet and final, the way you describe Scar. Irrevocably, like mine is to his. The silence that followed had a physical weight to it. Emmy's hands were trembling in her lap, fingers laced together so tightly her knuckles had gone pale. You said every moment is heightened. Every time we've been close to you. Her reddish-brown eyes lifted to mine. Centuredo addictive. Emmy repeated, her voice small. You think about me when we're apart, right? Emotions that surface too quickly? She nodded slowly, tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. Skylar stood up abruptly, crossing to the window. How much of what I feel is real versus whatever your cosmic influence has done to me? I don't know. The honesty was sharp and unsettling. That's the problem. The system doesn't come with an instruction manual on where enhancement ends and genuine feeling begins. Natalia's grip tightened. But you knew. This whole time, you knew what you were doing to us. Yes. And you did it anyway. Yes. The cryo-lich ring on her finger pulsed with cold light. Frost spread across my arm from where she touched me, but I didn't pull away. I deserved worse. Akari was the only one who looked amused. This is insane. You're telling me that you've been operating under JRPG romance mechanics, and just now decided to mention it? I convinced the system that it was the right time to tell you guys, so they gave me a quest. I pulled up Aphrodite's notification, making it visible. Centuredo, which I'm guessing, means our connection breaks in ways that hurt. Emmy and Skylar drop to confidant, losing the intensity that makes them. I trailed off. That makes us what? Skylar's voice came from a window, dangerous and quiet. That makes you look at me like I matter. Chapter 419. My soul in your system, she turned around. The city lights glowed behind her, and I forced my eyes to her face instead. We matter to you? More than I should let you. Emmy wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. So all of this has been a game. We've been pieces on a board. No, the word came out harder than I intended. You've been real people I lied to about what was happening while I did it. There's a difference. Natalia stood up, the frost spreading further. Walk me through it. From the beginning. I told them. About waking up as Kalen Leone in a dead boy's body. About the system demanding I manipulate my stepsister or suffer consequences. About every quest and every reward and every time I chose power over honesty. I told them about the gotcha pulls that gave me abilities I used to seem special, about traits that made my influence compelling, about skills that made my lies harder to detect. I told them about the night I almost walked away from Emmy because getting too close felt too much like crossing a line I couldn't uncross. About how Skylar's moment with me on the balcony had been a quest objective before it became something meaningful. About how Natalia's first surrender had completed a mission while simultaneously destroying something in me I hadn't known existed. I told them about Cell, about the Black Gate, about the moment in the cave when I could have used my abilities to seal the deal but chose to just hold her instead. When I finished, my voice was raw. The room felt smaller, the air heavier. Show us the rest, Natalia said. All of it. I hesitated, but Nell whispered that transparency meant everything or nothing. I pulled up my hidden stats. Strength, 6,250 endurance, 6,250 dexterity, 6,250 150 magic, 6,250 agility, 250 Celeste's hands gripped my shoulders. These are your A rank. High A rank. You've been lying to the entire academy, Akari observed. Including us. Yes. Emmy looked like she might be sick. Is any of it real? What we have. I reached for her hand, but she pulled back. The enhancement is real. The nectar is real. The system bonds are real. I met her eyes. What I feel when you laugh at my stupid jokes, when you bandage my burns, when you look at me like I'm worth saving even though I'm not. That's real too. I just don't know where the line is anymore. Skylar returned to the circle, sitting down cross-legged. Let me get this straight. You've got a magical substance in your Barato, a stat sheet that would make you S-rank material in a year, and a bunch of gods making you play dating sim mechanics with our feelings. That about covers it. And you chose the impossible difficulty on tonight's quest. Seemed appropriate. She laughed, sharp and bitter. You really are a scumbag. I warned you. Natalia was pacing now, Frost trailing her footsteps across the floor. The Covenant. What does it actually mean? I pulled up her full profile. Natalia Kuzmina bond rank. 10 Covenant system, symbiosis active imbuement slots. 3 unlocked to mythical daily SP generation. 3x base rate, she read in silence. Her face going carefully blank in that way that meant she was processing something that hurt. My soul is bound to yours. Yes. Permanently. Yes. When did that happen? In the cathedral. When you refused to let me die and your power broke reality to stop the death beam. I stood up, carefully setting Celeste aside. I didn't ask for it. You just reached rank 10 through your own choice to save me, and the system locked it in. Natalia turned to face me, and her eyes were wet. So I have no choice now. You have every choice. The Covenant doesn't control your will or your feelings. It just means our souls recognize each other on a level that transcends normal connection. That is poetic nonsense. It's the truth. She crossed the space between us and seized my collar, pulling me down until we were face to face. I should hate you for this. You should. You don't. I know. Her eyes blazed, cold from the frost still clinging to her skin. When she stepped back, her gaze was fierce. If you ever lie to me about this again, there will be serious consequences. Fair. Emmy's voice was small. Can I ask something? I turned. Anything. When we were together, was any of it you wanting me? Or was it all the quest? The question cut deeper than she probably meant it to. I crossed to where she sat and knelt in front of her, ignoring how my ribs protested the movement. You want honesty? I looked up at her. The first time I helped you with archery, that was strategy. Building your confidence, making you need my validation. But somewhere between teaching you to shoot and watching you absolutely destroy that target while your face lit up with pride, it stopped being a mission. When? The moment you brought me burnt eggs and cried because you thought I'd think you were useless. Her lip trembled. That is such a stupid moment. Most real things are. Emmy touched my face, her fingers gentle against my jaw. The nectar thing, can it be removed? If I complete tonight's quest the right way, yes. Aphrodite will replace the addiction with genuine choice. You'll still feel what you feel, but it won't be chemically enforced anymore. And if you fail, you'll hate me, probably, along with everyone else. She leaned forward and kissed my forehead, a gesture so tender it made my chest ache. I don't want to hate you. Then help me not fail. Celeste cleared her throat. This impossible quest. What are the actual objectives? I stood up, facing all 5 of them. For us to play this truth or dare game, and whatever happens, happens. Chapter 420. The King's Gambit. The Queen's Darikari picked at the hem of Skylar's oversized black shirt. Do I have to participate? I'm not even one of these Covenant things. Up to you. She tilted her head, considering. Her tan skin caught the lamplight, making her look like she'd been dipped in honey. What happens if I walk out? Nothing. Door S right there. Natalia S. Frost had stopped spreading across my floor, which I took as a good sign. She stood near the window now, her arms wrapped around herself. The white streaks in her purple hair pulsed faintly. Akari glanced at the door, then back at me, then at the other women. Nah, I'm good. She stretched out on my rug like a cat, claiming territory. This is way too interesting to miss. Skylar grabbed the bottle from where Akari had set it. I'm gonna need more alcohol. Sel nodded from her spot on my bed. Seconded. Emmy raised her hand timidly. Me too. Natalia crossed the room and took the bottle from Skylar, taking a long pull without comment before passing it to Sel. Thank the stars above for Devil's Advocate. For Barato. For every ability stacked in my kit that made my words land right. Made people believe me when I told them impossible truths, made them want to stay instead of running. The bottle went around. Sel took a small sip, her periwinkle eyes watering slightly. Emmy drank and coughed, her antennae bobbing. Even Natalia went back for seconds. When it came to me, I shook my head. Need to stay sharp. Coward, Akari said, but she was grinning. The game restarted with all 5 of them slightly buzzed and me sitting against my bed frame, watching them rearrange themselves into a loose circle. Bartholomew chose that moment to poke his head out of his terrarium, surveying the chaos before deciding sleep was better. Smart snail. Okay. Akari cracked her knuckles. Since we're apparently doing this, and since the cosmic dating sim wants a show, she looked directly at me. Dade. Skylar snorted. Of course you picked Dare. What can I say? I like living dangerously. Emmy giggled, the alcohol hitting her lightweight frame fast. What do you think Satori's gonna make you do? I'm not making her do anything. I leaned back. Someone else has to give a dare. Natalia sat up straighter. I'll do it. The temperature dropped about 5 degrees. Akari's emerald eyes gleamed. This should be good. Natalia's smile was pure ice and sharp edges. Help Skylar get ready for bed. And put on your own pajamas again. That's it. Akari laughed. Easy. Cinchuredo, Skylar choked on her drink. That escalated. Emmy looked at me, then at Natalia, then back at me. Is that okay? Natalia shrugged. You've already pushed your luck tonight. Natalia. Emmy's whole face went red. Am I wrong? Emmy stood up on shaky legs and crossed to where I sat. She sat down next to me, her hands fidgeting nervously. You don't have to, I said quietly. I want to. She leaned in, her mood softened by the evening. Is that the nectar talking? Does it matter right now? Yes. I held her gaze gently, my hands resting on her shoulders. Cinchuredo, I counted to 10 in my head. At 12 seconds, she pulled back, flustered. Her cheeks were flushed, and she was breathing hard. She touched her face. That's not fair. I know. She stumbled back to her spot, and Cell immediately put a steadying hand on her barato. Emmy leaned into the touch, still dazed. Well, Akari said, that was educational. Emmy pointed at Cell without looking up. Truth or dare? Cell's posture was perfect. Truth. Do you want to kiss him too? The room went silent. Cell met my eyes across the circle. Yes. Natalia laughed, cold and sharp. At least she's honest. Your turn, Ice Princess, Skylar said. Cell's jaw tightened at the nickname, but she turned to Natalia. Truth or dare? Dare. Give me your jacket. Natalia raised an eyebrow. Interesting choice. She stood up and handed the jacket over without hesitation, tossing it at my face. It smelled like her shampoo and something colder. She stood there in just her shorts, looking tense and alert. The cryo-lich ring glowed on her finger. Better? Cell's cheeks were pink. Noted. Natalia sat back down, completely at ease despite being the center of attention in a room full of people. My turn. She pointed at me. Truth or dare? Truth. When did you start actually caring about Cell? I looked at Cell. She was watching me with those two smart eyes, already cataloging my micro-expressions. The cave. When she iced my burns despite running on empty, and then punched me for being stupid. That's weirdly specific. You asked. Natalia nodded slowly. Okay. I turned to Skylar. Truth or dare? Dare. Obviously. Let Emmy draw a small tattoo on your arm with a marker. Wherever she wants. Skylar's eyebrows shot up. That S. Cinchuredo, Akari dared Natalia to sit next to me until her next turn, which Natalia did right away to make her point. Cell dared Emmy to let Skylar borrow her jacket, which left Emmy in just her shorts, crossing her arms until Akari told her she looked cute. By midnight, Cinchuredo. Her emerald eyes met mine. I want to see what all the excitement is about. Natalia rested her hand on my barato from the seat beside me. This isn't a dare. Fine, Akari said with a mischievous grin. Satori, I dare you to barato me, just once. The room temperature dropped. Natalia's voice was pure ice. That is not how dares work. Sure it is. Akari's tone remained light. I'm daring him to show me. To prove that this nectar thing is real and not just everyone getting worked up over good chemistry. Skylar leaned forward. This is a terrible idea. Most fun things are. Akari didn't break eye contact with me. So, you backing out? That's 2 drinks. I don't mind. She tilted her head. Unless you're scared. Natalia shifted in my lap, and I felt her preparing to intervene. But then Cell spoke up. Let him answer. I looked at each of them in turn. Natalia, who knew exactly what she signed up for. Emmy, still processing everything. Skylar, watching with those sharp violet eyes. Cell, unreadable as always. And Akari, grinning like she just won something. Fine. I stood up, gently moving Natalia aside. She let me go, but her expression promised a conversation later. Cinchuredo, and her grip tightened on my arm hard enough to leave marks. I counted to 15 before pulling back. Akari swayed, her eyes unfocused and surprised. Oh wow. Yeah, that's... She pressed her hand to her face. That's not normal. Told you. She laughed, amazed and a little stunned. No one that everyone's impressed. That's literally crack cocaine in edible form. Emmy covered her face. I can't believe we just watched that. I can, Skylar muttered. Akari crawled back to her spot, moving like her legs didn't quite work right. Okay, new rule. Nobody is doing that again. Natalia stood up. Absolutely not. Why not? Akari's grin was back. Scared of a little competition? You're not competition. Prove it. The frost spread across my floor again. I stepped between them. New rule. Nobody kills anybody in my room. Braxton will make me pay for the damage. Sel stood up from the bed. Perhaps we should establish boundaries before this gets completely out of hand. Too late, Skylar said. Emmy raised her hand. I have a dare. For all of us. Everyone turned. Her face was scarlet, but her eyes were determined. We all do something nice for Satori. One at a time. So it's fair. Natalia I twitched. That's the opposite of fair. It's egalitarian, Sel offered. It's a disaster, Skylar added. Akari clapped her hands. I love it. Let us do it. I looked at the ceiling. Nell was somewhere in the back of my mind, and I could feel her laughing. The quest timer read 7 hours and 12 minutes remaining. This was going to be a long night. They looked at each other. Some silent communication passed between them that I wasn't part of. Then Natalia smiled, and it was the most dangerous thing I'd seen all week. Here's the order, she declared. Akari first. Centurado. 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 She reached out and held onto my arms without pulling away. When I stepped back, her eyes were wide. Oh, yeah. She sat back on her heels. That's a lot more than I expected. Emmy was next. She stepped forward right away. Centurado, she was crying. Emmy? It's not fair. She wiped her eyes. It's not fair that this helps so much. I held her close. I know. Skylar had been watching the entire time with quiet eyes. She got up slowly and walked over. This is hard. Yep. We're all going to feel this tomorrow. Probably. Centurado, my turn. Natalia stood over me, looking down with those purple eyes that saw everything. You ready? For you? Never. She smiled and settled close, leaning into me. She bravado me deeply, the moment full of warmth and affection, like she was making a quiet promise. Centurado, the quest notification pulsed. Stage 1 complete. Transparency achieved, bonus objective available. Escalation. Akari reached for the bottle again. So, now what? Now, Natalia said slowly, we see what else Satori's been hiding. Sel pulled up her knees and wrapped her arms around them. This quest he mentioned. What are the actual requirements? That everyone stays, I said, and that we figure out what comes next. Together? Emmy asked. Apparently. Akari set the bottle down. Okay. New dare. She looked around the circle. For all of us. We each tell Satori one thing we want him to help us with. Right now. Tonight. Skylar's head snapped up. That's not a dare. That's a declaration of war. Same difference. Natalia stood up and walked to the light switch. She turned it off, plunging the room into darkness except for the moonlight coming through my window. If we're doing this, she said quietly, we're doing it right. In the dim light, I could see all 5 of them watching me. Waiting. The quest timer read 6 hours and 43 minutes. Aphrodite's laughter echoed in the back of my mind. This was going to be impossible. But I'd already chosen impossible. Might as well commit. Chapter 422. The first turn in a vicious game, I sat back and watched the chaos unfold. 5 sets of eyes on me, like sharks circling chum in the water. The darkness made it worse, honestly. With only moonlight filtering through my window, their faces were half hidden in shadow, their expressions reduced to suggestions and hints. Some kind of psychological warfare nonsense. So who's going first with their request? I asked, keeping my voice neutral. ID dealt with Yakuza enforcers and cosmic tree gods. This was fine. It wasn't fine. This was 100 times worse. Nell's voice whispered in the back of my mind. The audience ratings are going through the roof right now. Of course they absolutely were. Akari shifted in the darkness, the lace of her nightgown catching the moonlight as she moved. He'll go first since I started this. Her voice had that warm, steady quality that made everything feel quietly dramatic. Sensuredo. Akari winked at her. Your turn, princess. Cell sat perfectly still, her silver hair almost glowing in the moonlight. When she spoke, her voice was soft but clear. I'm not certain this is wise. None of this is wise, Skylar muttered. True. Cell looked down at her hands. But I'm struggling to reconcile what I want with what I should want. I leaned forward. Just say what you want. No judgment here. Easy for you to say, she replied. You're getting everything you want tonight. Not if I fail this quest. She looked up at me, her periwinkle eyes catching the moonlight. I want to know what it feels like to not be perfect. Just once. The room went silent. Explain, Natalia said softly. Cell's fingers twisted in the fabric of her nightdress. My entire life has been about control. About being the VHC's perfect doll. About meeting expectations. She took a deep breath. I want to know what it feels like to just feel, without analyzing, without worrying about consequences or appearances or what my sister would think. So you want to let go, I said. Yes. She met my eyes. I want to feel completely free, even if just for a moment. I hadn't expected that from her. Sensuredo, and maybe stay close to me. If that's okay. That's it. Akari asked, sounding genuinely surprised. Well, not forever. Emmy's antennae twitched indignantly. Just for tonight. And maybe Satori could tell me I'm doing a good job? That him enough? Satori smiled softly. That hit harder than any punch Braxton had ever landed on me. You're already enough, I said without thinking. Her eyes went wide, and even in the darkness, I could see tears forming. See? That. More of that, please. Skylar snorted. You're all so soft. She pulled one knee up to her barato, her indigo hair falling over her face. My turn, I guess. If you want, Natalia said. Fine. Skylar's voice was bored, but her eyes told a different story. I want you to fight me. What? Emmy looked horrified. Not like that. Skylar rolled her eyes. I want to be pushed back. I want to push you back. I want to see if you're really as strong as this system says you are. And then, when you've proven it, barato, to accept it. The mood in the room grew quiet. And that's it? I asked. Her smile was confident in the darkness. No. After that, I need you to help me until I can't remember why I was fighting you in the first place. Akari whistled low. Wow, girl. Shut up, Skylar muttered, but there was no real heat in it. All eyes turned to Natalia. She sat cross-legged on the floor, her back straight, her hands resting on her knees. The white streaks in her hair seemed to glow in the moonlight. She looked like some kind of meditation guru, except for the absolutely predatory look in her eyes. My request is simple, she said. Her voice was calm. Too calm. It was the kind of calm that came right before she froze someone solid. I want what's mine. Which is? Cell asked. Him. Natalia's eyes never left mine. I want his full attention on me, and only me. I want him to remember who he came to first, who he is loyal to no matter how many others join this arrangement. That's not fair, Skylar said. None of this is fair. Natalia replied. But that's just how things are. We're together. The rest of you can spend time with him, but in the one he's closest to. The room fell silent again. I looked at each of them in turn. Natalia with her absolute certainty. Skylar with her challenging glare. Emmy with her desperate hope. Cell with her careful calculation. Censurado y establish what's mina. She leaned into me in the darkness, holding on tight. The moment was possessive, claiming. The nectar hummed between us like electricity as she pressed close, full of warmth and determination. Sensuredo then seemed to realize how ridiculous that was and quickly lowered it again. Can I be next? Chapter 423. The first lesson in a long night. Natalia nodded and moved aside, but not far. She settled beside me, keeping close, making it clear she wasn't going anywhere. Emmy crawled forward,